Nice one, my furry friend. Nice one, my furry friend. Nice one, my furry friend.
Prepared to break the silence. I'll be out in the sunshine, running beside the lions. I've been feeling down, but I've been looking up, afraid to fall. God, I've been so down, can you pick me up? Don't let me fall. Can you show me how to fix this mess? I am down and on my knees, and I may fall as I'm so close to the edge.
I think we're good, chat. Hello.
And whoop. Hello. Hope you're all having a nice day. It's me, the Bean, the only 3D artist. So it's going to be easy to do this model review stream, to be fair, because since I'm the only one, there's only like one model to review. It's great. Like, just 6 hours of me just reviewing my own Cade model. It's going to be great. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. It's going to be a longer stream today. I'm going to try and go for 6 hours. And I don't think... I honestly think, chat, so many of you have submitted models. I think we're gonna have to do this in 2 parts because I don't want to rush through them. I don't want to just like feel like I'm just blasting through a load of models. I'd rather make sure that I'm able to spend the amount of time that each one of your models deserves. So I think we're gonna be looking at this across 2 streams instead of just the one. And hi there, welcome on in, Locken. So, with that said, if you're watching today's stream, and if you want to submit a model, we'll do this again next week. I had a dream you saw my model, said it was crap, and then moved on. Wow! I just look at it and like, what is this? Bad! Get it! Next model! But yeah, like, I want to look at these models. I want to give my feedback on them. I'm not looking at textures this time. That's one thing I'm not going to be looking at. Because textures I want to do on their own review thing to kind of... Because that's more about painting. But yeah, like I said. So I'm going to go through the Discord. For the sub. I'm going to go through... This is a cute model. Aw, thank you. I made it myself. Oh, goodness. Right, okay.
Nice one, my furry friend.
We've got the first one. Hello, welcome on in, Hive Moth. I hope you're hearing alerts, because I'm not. Thanks, Streamlabs. Appreciate it. But yeah, so... I don't really want to be focusing too much on the alerts anyways. So, the way I'm doing it is I am literally going to... The reason I wanted you to post your screenshots in the Discord was so that I can click on your name and go to that person's DMs, and then hopefully, if everybody's done this properly, I can find the model right there and grab it right away. Models are usually quite small, so it shouldn't take too long to download. I have already downloaded the first one though. So maybe a minor content warning. This one is based semi on a spider. There's not a lot of spider stuff on it, mainly just the eyes, but I just want to make people aware of that first. This one is by It's Catman, and we're going to be looking at this one first, and we're just going to get right into it. Ash is, let's see, welcome on in. So, with that said, hi kid, how you doing? I'm doing alright. I've got a little bit of a busted throat, which isn't going to be great when I'm going to be like talking for like 6 hours, but here we go. I might cut it short. Again, we can do this again next weekend as well. So, with that said, here's our first model. So this one is by, like I said, this one is by It's Catman. This is a model developed for VR chat and currently works in VR chat. So we want to go through this one. So the way I'm going to do it, the way I'm going to do each one of these models. First, I'm going to look at the overall model itself, like not looking at the technicals, I'm looking at the model. I'm looking for things like anatomy, I'm looking for things like how this model is like just generally looks in terms of its, like almost its aesthetics. Then we'll look at the topology and we'll go through what any minor improvements or major improvements that need made there. Then after that, we'll go through the rig and the weight painting and we'll play around with that and see if it's obviously got these, like some of them might not actually have the full rig and stuff. And beyond that, the last thing I will check is your UVs, chat. You better make sure your UVs are good. I kid. As long as the UVs work for what you need them to do, they are fine. But, so, let's get into it. So, this one is a cat spider. So that's what this one's based upon. More cat than spider, but obviously we've got the eyes there. Now, I actually quite like where the position of the eyes is. That's quite nicely done. because you've got enough where you can turn the side of the head and see the cheekbones here. That's usually the sign of like a pretty decent thing. You can obviously see here we've got the fur cards. Like I say, these are without textures, so we're not looking at textures, but obviously we've got fur cards there, and that's quite nice to see. And then properly normalized. The hair, I think, looks pretty good. I feel like maybe this hair could do with a little bit more volume. It's perhaps like a little bit too thin here. And I've just noticed something here. These ends aren't seamed up. They would want to be seamed up for like the release. Is that the same with these? Yes. So there's our first little thing that we found. Because your curves don't manually merge these, so you'll want to go and grab them. Overall, the anatomy is pretty alright. I would say that this chest, if we're looking at this right down the side, this chest is a bit flat and the back doesn't really have much definition in it. I'd say that could maybe use a bit more pushing and pulling just to give it a bit more shape and like some nicer curves. But there is at least the good thing of like it is at least relatively the right shape. We've got a decent-ish bit here, although the pectoral muscles tend to actually wrap a bit more around towards the front. And the model looks kind of like it's got a very cubey kind of. It's very equidistant. And if you look at bodies are usually a bit wider than they are thick, unless you're a chunky boy like me. Little new. So I try and do these every Sunday. So it's not always model reviews. The way I'm doing it, I'm still working out, but we want to be doing a review stream every Sunday. So this time it's models. I believe next time, again, because we've got so many, we'll be doing models again next week. The week prior, we did ref sheet reviews. And then after that, you guys get to vote in my Discord on what you want me to do next. There is one thing I do notice here, but I believe this is more of a topology issue. The legs actually look pretty fine. We've got a bend there, and they're actually fine. Now, normally I would kind of recommend not to have this like completely flat foot, unless you're going for the plantigrade rig, which this one does. Alright, topology time. So, the first thing, the very first thing I notice about this model is there is a lot of topology in places where it doesn't really feel like it's needed. Coming down this chest bit here, we've got a lot of edge loops coming down. And I'd say we've actually got about the right amount going across to what we have got coming down. And what I'll do to refer to this is, I've got my own model here. So you get to rate and review my topology in that as well. And you don't need that much actually coming down. One thing that you really want to try and do, at least in like areas like the body, you want to try and keep your faces kind of... It's not a full rule, but if you can try and keep them as squarish as possible, it generally just means like you're not gonna have bad flow. Like it's a good way of just visually going and looking at topology and going, okay, there's too much there, and you can see the difference between that. So we could probably get rid of a lot of these loops. Now, you might be thinking, oh, well, we've got loops coming into the legs. How do we get all this topology down here as well? Well, once again, I would say, arguably, you don't even need that much topology. Cade's got about 16 bits around him. And you don't always need a bigger amount of topology to make something read as circular. So that's probably the first thing. This bit's good. I do like how the ankle has been done. This is this is pretty much exactly how I would do it, which I'm always happy to see. That's obviously how I would do it. Beans are obviously separate. That is absolutely fine. Same with the claws. Although, once again, I would just say these claws are a little bit too high detail. And is that me goofing up? No, we actually have a little bit of missing topology there. I assume that's a mistake. But yeah, otherwise floor there's fine. This bit's quite nice because this will obviously when this bends, if you were to set this up with a digigrade leg, this bit would be here and then this bit would bend forwards. So you kind of want this bit to stretch as it goes this way. I wish the give me my big eraser. Wow. Topology for the hands. Let's have a look at these. So that's adequate, actually. This is one thing I do like to see, where like where we're reducing the amount of loops. So we've got the detail here, but we aren't just absolutely going ham with it. Now, hands are one of those ones where if there's two places I'd say you need generally more topology than anywhere else on the model, and that is obviously the head and the hands. Because those are the bits where, like, you know, you gotta focus on, especially with VR stuff. I'd argue the hands as well, because when you're in VR, you're putting your hands in front of your face quite a lot, so you're seeing your hands quite a fair amount. So, for other people, you can actually significantly reduce your hands and they won't notice it, but you will, because obviously the closer something is to your face, the more you're going to see it. Overall, though, topology on the model isn't too bad. We do have a bit of twist here. Now, really, when we're trying to make our models, we want to avoid like angles and stuff as much as we can, apart from certain specific areas. We'd really like this to try and come across at a flat angle. The flatter that this can come across, the better. I mean, even I've got a bit of twist there, so I could arguably pull this down. Happy weekend to you too. And I hope you're all having a lovely weekend yourselves. Okay. The face, I would say, this is a lot of poly count. This could really be stripped down a lot. And one other thing that is really going to struggle with this one. Now, I understand the difficulty of this one is it's obviously got multiple eyes. That increases the difficulty of making a good skull structure quite significantly. But there's one bit that I really want to pull attention to, and that is this bit here. The reason I want to pull attention to here is because we're going to want to make this character blink at some point. We're going to want to move these muscles around. And because these ones are flat, these ones will kind of curve themselves over quite nicely. When you bring them down and when you interact with them, they would work quite nicely. But the problem is, down here, we've got them at an angle. So what's going to happen is you're going to get this, like, if you've ever seen it before, you get this, like, jagged appearance when two meshes collide that are on different angles.
Oh, thanks for the sub.
Ivan, thank you very much for the sub there. Half a year a cat. I'm not a cat. I mean, no, I'm not a cat. But thank you for the sub. I do appreciate it. So that's something we kind of want to avoid. And I can see that that's happened because we're trying to pull this around here and then pull this down and around the side. Which normally you could get away with. But in this, I would argue that you maybe want to try and flatten that out. We also have an edge. You can kind of see that at some point an edge loop was removed here. We've got a little bit of stretch here. This part of the topology is really stretching. And again, it's not a 100% rule. But if you can try and keep your polygons around about the same size, it will help with the kind of movement and stuff, because this again will kind of crunch itself. It's because it's so high poly you can't really see it, but what happens with this shape is it does that.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Yo, thank you, FNAF Buster. Welcome on in. And what happens there is when you get this shape, because I've had this shape many a time myself. I'm not innocent of any of this, by the way. Most of this stuff I've learned by doing it myself. So never take this as a you just don't know what you're doing. It's kind of part of the learning process. But what happens here is this gives you this horrible like little angle here. It's not quite as significant as what I've done there, but the lower poly it gets, the worse it looks. And again, in all fairness, I believe Cade's got parts of it. For example, we've got a bit of pulling here, and you can see how this edge here would pull into that awkward shape on the eye. So again, I wouldn't say that this is like bad. It's just, I would rather this loop kind of came across here and then went around the back, and then we had a defined, this one's coming down and it would come straight down. You can still Zarex, you still can. All I need is, if you haven't made it yourself, is just the consent of the original artist, and I will trust people if they say that they have got consent from the artist, because we will be doing this again next week. There's too many models for me to do all in one day. So, and again, once again, a lot of topology here. Although this topology does give us this like little shape for the cat look, so that's actually kind of nice, but it is just way too much. For example, if we're at a distance, can you tell, chat, can you tell me the difference between that and that? Probably not. So realistically, we want to kind of dissolve quite a few of these edges. One other thing I would say about the mouth, and this is one thing Cade actually gets wrong too. So this isn't perfect on Cade, but what we want to be doing around the mouth, because you do want this amount of topology around the mouth, you want plenty there to work with. And what we will kind of want to do, we kind of want to add a loop. Now, Cade's kind of got this, but Cade still has the initial problem of it all coming in at the corner of the mouth, which can work, but realistically, this should actually be this loop. Again, you can critique. I can critique my own work, and yeah, I love this. Like again, I like the style because it's based on a spider, and obviously spiders have got those little tendrils, or whatever they're called, and so we got that. Okay, I'm going to leave the topology there. There's probably some other stuff. Like I said, I'm not going to be able to cover absolutely everything on every model, but I want to get through a decent amount of it. Loops like this as well. There's a lot of loops back here that could be called. Same with this back part of the tail. There's absolutely no reason for that amount of topology back there, really. A lot of that could probably be triangulated in. Bean review. Beans, good. Yeah, they're fine. Again, just maybe a little bit too high poly. But then again, this model is, in its current state, VR chat compatible, because if I move my butt out the way, we have 69,379 tries. Therefore, this is technically VR chat compatible. Boom. Also, my thumbs don't seem to be working today.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Yo, thank you for the follow there, Dukesham. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And my alerts are working now, so that's great. So, next bit. So this one does actually have a rig,
Nice
so
one,
we're going
my
to look at
furry
that.
friend.
Yeah, welcome on in, Los Cario, as well. Hope you're also having a lovely day. Ah, no, kid, don't do that. Viewport display. Also, by the way, if you ever want to do it, because I know some people don't know how to always have this rig in front like that. If you're actually wanting to do that, it's not too hard. You come to this little object tab here. You come down to where it says viewport display. You click in front, and you can switch that to wire. And now, whenever you have that armature unhidden, you will always see it. So, let's have a look at the rigging. So, first of all, we want to do the wiggle. So we grab all of these, we go on individual origins. So no stray bits. Overall, looking rather clean. Okay, head. That's quite nice movement for the head. Head and neck. That's very nice movement for the head and neck, and they've done what I would probably do, is grabbing this sort of stuff. Sent you my model. I'm not sure if you mind about it being. It's fine if it's as long as it's a blend file or a FBX. I can obviously import it into Blender. Shoulders. Let's see. I want to see something, so I'm going to go into this mode. I'm going to grab all of the body and hide everything else. No, I'm not. I'm going to actually grab all the body, separate that off, just so I can hide it, because I want to see something. Ooh, okay. So this is quite a common problem. This one here is quite a common problem. I've nicknamed this shoulder crunch because, well, it basically crunches the shoulder in. Now, VR chat has got better, and it does kind of use the shoulder bone a little bit now. But we want to try and avoid as much of this crunch as possible here. So if we actually look at the weight painting, so if we grab this, what we can see here is it's actually pulling this in. Now, it might seem a little counterintuitive, but we kind of want to pull some of this down. Blur this out. See, I feel like our position of this elbow is too low as well. So we'd kind of... I know I'm obviously breaking the model at this point, but we kind of want to pull that down a bit, just to try and avoid as much of that crunch as possible. You can never get rid of it entirely. Even if I go to Cade and grab this one. Oh, hang on. I've got FK on it. You can see it still crunches in. But we're trying to hide that as much as possible. So the way, like I said, the way of doing that is just making sure that this blend here is kind of sharpish. But like I say, it's not as much of an issue now. And you can see there that now moves a lot smoother. We've got the same kind of deal on the bottom here. I don't know if that was me. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete this model entirely, because I've now edited it and I don't want to be reviewing something that I've edited. File, import, not STL, file, import, FBX. And there we go again. All right, grab you in front wire. Okay, so a little bit of shoulder crunch. The next problem part. Also, wouldn't it be unnatural for your models to move like that in your tracking? Since you would think so. The reason I still bring that up is because VR chat. This is specifically a VR chat problem. It never used to pull up the shoulder. It does do it a lot better now, though. It's just something that it used to never do. Okay, one thing I've already noticed about these legs. I've just imported this, and these legs feel like they're a bit offset. I don't feel like that's what they're actually meant to be. So I'm going to move them back to where it feels like they actually should be. Oh, I've just noticed they're not probably named correctly. If that's actually how it is, then that would need changed. Okay. That's quite nice. That's relatively nice. Now, I know the beam does come off at that point, but again, it's kind of... about in VR chat, about the distance that foot will move is about there. Oh, hang on. Looks like we've got a little bit of rough weight painting there as well, actually. That just seems like an issue. That seems like a little bit of a glitch. Toe. Fine. 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 Okay, so... let me grab this. Hide. Hide those. Because I want to look at our... weight painting, preferably. Weight painting. What's that actually captured onto? because that's not a blur issue. There we go. Just looks a little bit rough texture-wise in some places. There we go. What's that topology like around that point? But topology is actually fine. It's like it's attached to something else. Okay, so it's this bit here. Sounds fine. Oh, they just have no weight on them at all. Okay. Also, look at this rig overview. Is giving me the same sort of vibe as doctor's visit does. It's just a checkup. We're just doing a healthy little checkup on it. Either way, I mean, relatively, legs pretty good. Now for the one that everybody hates. Let me twist these hands. So let's grab these fingers first and foremost. You know, that is pretty good. That is pretty good, actually. We've got this nice little twist and this nice little bend, and if you actually bend your little fingers in, that is actually really nice to see. And again, you might go, oh, well, that looks quite sharp. And yeah, it does, because we're looking right close up at it. From a distance, little details like that really help it stand out. Mine doesn't even do it. My fingers are too chunky, chat. I ate too many pizzas, chat. They're a bit too thick. So that is actually pretty nice. How about our thumb? Which rotates inwards. Ooh. Looks like we got a funky little bit of weight painting there. Feels like, is it that one? No. Okay, that's not too difficult a problem to fix. That is just literally on this bone here. It seems to have... Oh, tool. There we go. So whenever you see like little bits like those, it's kind of things. How's your day going so far? As you wrench, just pull, just give me a hand here. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Okay, this is good to see, by the way. This bit here, where there's no edge loop there, that's actually fine. Because think about it, your arm there, at least if you've got a standard rig with no correctives, that's gonna be absolutely fine. You're gonna get away with that. What else are we looking for? So overall, let's have a look at the eyes. So your eyes are all independent, which is perfectly fine, and they actually move quite nicely. Ears, let's have a look. Ooh, this might be something you might want to watch out for. Yeah. So when it comes to anything like these here, you want to avoid this really sharp, you want to really avoid these sharp edges here, especially when they're not all coming across the exact same point. Like this one here will be fine. This middle one there is mostly fine, but you can see how it's like crunching inwards. What you want to do with these, you want to try and literally just blur them out. You don't want them to be quite as harsh. You want them to be blurred out a little bit, just so that when they do move, we're not getting that like real crunchy nature of it. The further they are away from the bit of the bone as well, this is kind of not a straight rule, but a little bit of a thing you can use to help guide you. The further away it is from the bone, if it's something like an ear, a tail, something that's going to swish and it's got a lot of flexibility into it, you'll want to blur the edge bits much more than the middle bits. And you can see that the ear here has the same issue where it's crunching inwards. So we'd really just want to pull this blur further down and pull the blur the other way further up. Now, one thing I can see here is there's not really much weight associated with that bit, mainly because it's probably here. And a lot of this might actually be because we've got this extra few loops around here. Like, these extra loops here are probably causing more issue than they are actually helping the model itself. Because that's another thing with, that's another thing, your VOD with weight painting taught me more about weight painting than any paid modeling course. It's because, again, I try and do it just, like, in a realistic sense. I like trying to find out what... Oh, there's another kind of issue as well. Right, it's maybe not going to affect the head too much, but one thing that you can see here is that this bit here is completely rigged to the head. What this will do is if I start to move this, obviously that isn't a proper movement, but can you see how it's like kind of... It squishes these and they lose their size. That's because they're also assigned to the head. Watch what will happen if I grab these and remove these from the head bone. So I need to find out where that head is. There it is. Remove. You can see how they stay much closer to where they actually should be on the ear. That's one thing that you want to watch out for. You don't want to... You really don't want to try and have weights overlapping. You're gonna get it a little bit, and you can try and do what's called normalize it, which means that all weights across, like, when we're talking about weights, what we're talking about is these values here. So you can see that obviously says 0.9. If you wanted to normalize the weights, what it would do is it would make all of these values, so that's obviously quite a difficult one. Let's find one that's probably got loads of them here. If we were to normalize this, it would make each one of these equal to 1, but proportional to where it was now. And what that helps out with is it just makes sure stuff. Aren't they automatically normalized when you export them for Unity? Kind of. It's just something good to get into the practice of doing it within Blender itself. Now, you don't have to do this entirely. I don't do it on Cade. Some of Cade's bits will probably be way above 1. And like I say, you can see that I don't really auto-normalize either. So it's advice for myself as well, really. But that's just something that can stop that squishing. If you, the main thing I'm talking about there is the squish that occurs. So, like, if we grab you, and we're going to move your hair out of the way, just so we can compare. Oh, there you go as well. So you can see on this hair's probably weight painted to the head as well. So if I grab that, there you go. So when this dynamic bones are moving, you can see how that's squishing it in. That's because, like I say, it's more than 1. So it's trying to pull stuff into the head when it's being pulled away from it. So once again, the solution to that isn't exactly too complex. It's just make sure that it's not on the head. So if I grab even just these 3, well, just grab these 3 here, remove from the head, it's just so we can compare. You can see how those 3 move a lot more naturally now, and they don't shrink like they were before. So that's the thing for the weight painting. There's probably other things. Let's have a look. That's fine. Again, one thing I'm noticing on this model, it's Catman, if you're watching now or on the VODs, try and blend these out a little bit more. Like I say, you just want to... The blend tool is your friend. It will help you. Because even just by slapping down a blur like this, and then going onto this part and slapping a blur there, slapping a blur there, probably needs a bit more, actually. It's because there's not really much weight going into this direct bit here. I would probably add a little bit more there. This ain't going to be perfect. This is definitely going to be a bit skewed. But if we actually blur that out a bit more naturally, you can see there now how that's a bit smoother now. And that's not moving with that quite crunch that it was having before. Organic stuff usually wants to be fairly smooth. Even if it compresses it in a bit, you kind of really want to make sure that stuff just flows nicely. Because those harsh edges can be picked up, especially if you're using toon shaders. If you've ever seen a model with the toon shader and lines start appearing on it, usually that's because of the weight painting. Because it's, oh well, topology first, but weight painting can also impact that. Lastly, UVs. Let's have a look at UVs and then we'll be done with this one. And how long is this one taken to get through? 42 minutes, apparently. Holy heck, yes, we're definitely going to be breaking these model review streams up. So, first and foremost, I just want to grab the body itself, because that's usually one UV map. So, some of that's hair cards as well. But, so I'm just going to kind of look past the hair cards. It's relatively fine. We've got a lot of space up here that could probably be used. Like this part of the tail could probably be... Oh, this part of the tail could probably be moved over there. And then we can start scale some of this stuff up. We got a leg. So, one thing I can see about this already is that's our torso. So this one is basically a mirrored. So this, if you texture paint on this, you'll only have to do it on one side because this side is duplicated over on this side. The only issue with that is if you want to bake normals or you're wanting to get into doing things in Substance Painter, you want to kind of avoid that. That's something I learned recently because I used to do the symmetrical method. Things. I wonder if you'll end up getting to mine today. Like I say, probably there's a lot. I might actually skip on reviewing UVs and maybe just focus on topology actually today. Might have to do rigs and stuff in a separate session. But yeah, so overall, that's not too bad a UV. It works for what it needs to do. It would be nice to actually manually place them, and it's fairly readable. I could already see where the leg and the arms and stuff were, but it would be a bit nicer if it was laid out properly. But then again, there's two ways you can go about your UVs. There's two, at least when you come into making models for furries. If you're making it for yourself, or you don't care about readability and you want it to be as high, use as much of that space as possible, you can obviously just use automated systems and try and squeeze every last bit out of it, and that'll make sure that you're using as much pixel density as you need. The other option obviously is to make it readable, and that's better if you're doing this for other people. If you're going to send this model to somebody else, we want to do that. I love your high school woodshop glasses. Yeah, welcome on in there, Waste of Orbit. Hope you're having a lovely day. So yeah, overall, not too bad model. I would say that there's definitely improvements to be made, especially with the topology. Topology is probably the main thing with this one. Just the fact that there's more than there needs to be. There's a lot of loops that can easily be removed. There's some loops that might even be hindering things. And this eye bit here, if I was to say, like, what's the thing that you really want to improve more than anything, it would be this bit of the eye here, where we've got these diagonal loops coming around, because that will make it really hard to set up those blinks. Okay, so next up, we've got that. We'll leave that there with that one. So I'm going to go back to this screen while I get up the next model. Like I said, I want to spend a decent amount of time on these models. So like I said, I might have to break this up into multiple streams, because there's a lot of yous. So next up is Arctic. So let's go and grab your name. Go to my DMs. Arctic. And here's my model review. There we go. Let's grab that. Download. But yeah, like, I do hope these reviews help you out, even if it's not your model, because like that's the thing I want to do. I want to show what's. I want to make sure that people that can share their models with me can also share the same information with you, because there might be some stuff that you see on their models that you know, oh, I've done that on mine, or I could improve that here. So extract those files here. And we've got a blend file here. There we go. Okay. And we are going to put this into material view. We got X-ray on. There we go. Right. Okay. Let's turn the specular off because that looks a bit awful. There we go. Right. And dupe. There we go. That should be us on this one. So this one is Arctic's model. Do you prefer zip files? I just sent the. I don't mind however it's sent. As long as I get the model, as long as I get the blend file, the FBX, I don't really care because all I need to look at is the model. So the overall form of this one's based off like a shapeshifter character. I remember seeing the reference sheet for this one. Tried your normal data transfer for the fluff recently, was amazed and found out the shading breaks since 3.0. Oh no, does it? Oh, I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm obviously using the oh, that's no fun. Oh dear, the purple there. Purple. So overall shape and form, obviously this is much more like, it's more like a bear, so we're looking at a more sort of like mix between a feral bear and an anthro one. So we've got these like shorter, stubbier legs, but they read fine. The only thing that doesn't kind of read that well is the back of the legs here don't really have any like inset, but they don't look too bad. The feet and the claws, I would maybe, I don't know. They feel like a little bit flatted. I feel like they could do with a bit more volume in them somewhere, like around this bit here, maybe like a little bit of a bump or something. Because it just kind of feels a bit wedge-shaped. This I like, and I will be reviewing the topology on that, absolutely. That's quite nice how you've actually modeled these bits into it directly. Okay, so these bits here are usually normal issues, and I'll explain how to kind of solve them later on. Oh, we saw this and that. Yeah, this person came to our last meet. Arctic's sent in quite a lot of the stuff for review, and I remember, was it this same one that you sent in last time? Because I can't remember, but if it was, this one definitely already feels a lot like an improvement. Shape of the skull is really nice, actually. I actually quite like that. And yeah, generally the shape of it all is relatively fine. There's nothing here that really shouts to me as being like bad. Only thing, maybe the wrist could use a bit more definition as well. Like we don't really have much like distinction where the wrist and the hand actually is. That might, again, this is all, this bit's a bit more personal, so that might be it might be something that you want to think. Oh yeah, I think it was the Proto Bear one that you sent us. Okay, so I'm gonna start looking at the topology now. So if you ever see this on the back of here, I can pretty much tell you what that'll already be. This will be your custom normals. So if you ever get this like weird kind of edge floor here, that's this bit here. So it's in your geometry tab, and it's clear custom split normals. If we do that, it doesn't do anything. Never mind, don't listen to me. Yeah, no, normals are probably fine. Face orient. Yeah, no, normals are absolutely fine. Don't know why it's looking odd then. Anyways, topology. So we've got a fairly nice floor along here. I would say that these edges maybe fall down a little bit too much for what they need to, but then I can also see how you've tried to get this like vertical floor here. That can work. It just also does make, you might have noticed that when weight painting this, it might have been a little bit more difficult. Because again, what essentially this does is, even though it reads as going that way, when it's obviously bending, you're kind of looking across there and you're almost getting this diagonal stuff. It sort of makes more sense with the textures. As tried to model the fur tufts that stick out over the straps. But, oh, okay. That's nice. I like that. It's a nice little detail with the little acorn. So this is something that's actually really useful. This is something that's really good to see. Now, some of you in the will be like, no, triangles, awful, my life, it's draining away from me as I view the triangle. No, this is actually perfectly fine. This is something that you kind of, this is a good way of optimizing your model. Yes, trust me, it's good. It's a good way of optimizing your model, because what's happening here is we're going from like really high poly, and we're able to make sure that the definition stays where it needs to stay. So that is quite useful. The bottom of this foot, however, I would say is a little bit messier than it really needs to be. I'd say we could definitely do a bit of cleanup on this bottom part of the shoe of the foot here, because we've got like there's this bit here and then there's this bit here. It's a bit. That's a bit rough. I would definitely say cleaning that up will give you some nicer bends if you need to bend the toes and stuff and that as well. I apologize for the feet. Hey, no, you don't need to apologize. Don't say sorry for anything of this. This is what you've done. This is how you've done it. I'm not your teacher. I'm not putting a grade on something. All I want to do is just make sure that, like, if I spot something that's going to bring attention to me, I want to bring attention to yourself so that you can do better with it in future. Because like I said, I don't believe in like punishing people for making mistakes. It's just kind of, here, you could do this. You could do this instead. Loop around your, like the loop around the mouth. This is what we want to see. This is actually better than how I've done it on Cade. And the reason this is better is because we've got these three edges here. So we've got this one, this one, this one. That actually gives us really nice flexibility with stuff. You deleted an edge loop. You are now banned. Sorry. Terrible. You deleted an edge loop. That's it. Absolutely awful. I assume this bit here is for a scar or something. And you can use topology to your advantage like that. Like, you can use topology to make shapes if you want to. Especially when you're starting out, I find that's a lot easier to do than... it's a lot easier than using normal maps. Wait, you can? Yeah, you can. As it depends on obviously where you need it to be, but like there's no reason why your eye always has to be this kind of loop here, because you can see this loop is even still here. That we've just got this little bit of topology here just to help out with that shape. Now I would maybe have actually added another loop in here if I was going to do this. So I would have maybe added in a loop kind of more akin to that. Just so that we're still keeping this flow, like this edge flow coming up here, but just have this extra little bit come off here. That's something that I would do. I used to cut the topology for coloring instead of textures. Honestly, that's how I used to do it. And if you're doing low poly stuff, you can really get away with just splitting stuff into different UV islands and then just slapping textures onto those. Like, you can get away with that, absolutely. Otherwise, see, this is the kind of topology density that we're looking for on things like this. Remember when we looked at the cat spider last and how the claws had a lot of topology on them? This probably has about the same amount, but obviously it's a much bigger piece of detail, so that's actually fine. Again, we want to kind of really think wisely about our level of detail and where we're at.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Shapes, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. There's no real topology that I'm seeing that looks, what I would say is like really detrimental, apart from on the bottom of the feet. You can see how we're trying to like loop these around here as well, which kind of works, yeah. I would still always try, especially like going underneath the crotch as well, I would definitely still try and keep this edge in here. Just to give you that little bit extra movement, because obviously with legs they don't just go back and forward, they also split sideways as well. So you want to make sure that you've got the volume around underneath the crotch and around the groin, just to make sure that they can move outwards like that. And yes, I said crotch and groin, and I'm focused on the pelvis. Yes, ha ha ha. Some bigger models can look like action figures. Is there a name for that? Are you meaning kind of like the Fortnite style ones? Is that kind of what you're meaning? Because there isn't really a name for that. It's just kind of the in style for models at the minute. Yeah, topology wise, pretty fine. Let's have a look at your armature. How do you move? That's fine. A little bit crispy under there. Just a little bit crispy, but that's kind of to be expected. Though, there we go. Okay, yeah, maybe a bit too on the crispy side. So if we go into weight paint, what do we see? Oh, mask. So that looks... Definitely say we kind of want to blur a bit more of that out. Just feels like that. The articulated figures. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with what that actually is. I don't really. I mean, you see a lot of Five Nights at Freddy's stuff, which is kind of like articulated. Okay, that's interesting. This is really far forwards. But that actually might make a lot of sense. Normally, I would critique that. And I'd say stuff. How does one submit a model for review? So, if you go into my Discord, there's a section called Model Review. If you go and put a screenshot of your model in there, and then direct message me the model file or a link to the Google Drive or whatever, some way of me just to get my models, I can then go through it. It's likely that anybody who submits their model today won't get it reviewed today, but will get it reviewed next Sunday. And yeah. So it's not too bad. I would maybe still want you to push this back a little bit. Now, obviously, I'm not really changing your weight paint here, but I would still say you probably want to push that back just a little bit. And you can even see that it's not really affected our overall rig all too much. I'm going to move it back to keep it fair. So legs. Your legs don't work too bad. I would say that you probably still want some sort of tailbone. And there is a reason why you might want butt bones beyond just, haha, my butt jiggles in VR chat. You can actually use butt bones. Can you let me move my own model, please? Stop. Why is my own model not working? Oh, yeah, kid. When those moves, you can see how a lot of the definition on Cade's ass is lost. You can actually use that to twist it and make sure that you keep that overall shape there. Boom. Keep forgetting he's got an IK. Yeah, it resists my commands because it's actually got this. This is the animated version of Cade, so it's actually got the IK rig and all that on it. Yes, the ass must always look good. Exactly. You know, places people focus on. Number 1, the face. Number 2, the hands. Number 3, the ass. But yeah, like, it's just useful to kind of keep bits and things. I would say you could get away with putting a bone on for the tail. Like, I would probably put a bone on for the tail, even just to give it some subtle animations and stuff. Or just a little bit of physics when it's moving around. I don't think it's fit. No, I'm not sending these back, sorry. I'm just literally reviewing them. Yeah, I'm not sending the fixes back because there's a lot of stuff I'm breaking on purpose just to kind of show things off. Finally, we've got your UVs, and we do have your textures, I believe, somewhere. But let's go to UV editor. Ooh, that's looking nice. That is actually looking quite nice. Let's go to your materials. So let's select. And I would imagine select, yes. And is acorn on there too? No. Eyes? No. Okay. So this is a readable one. So I can see that this has been laid out. That's quite nicely laid out. There is a lot of like space that's dead. And if you wanted to really optimize that, things like your eyes and stuff could probably be brought into like a section like here. No, that's just quite nicely laid out. Just a lot of wasted space. Just a lot of wasted space. But not too bad. Like this section here, a lot of this could probably be scaled up. And if you actually want to play around with things, you can actually put on these bits here. So if we put on area here. So if I start scaling these, you can see how all your UVs compare to your other UVs. So you can see which ones are smaller by them being red, and you can see which ones are larger by them being green and blue. So realistically, we could grab like these two bits here and make them bigger. Yo, Drunken Pirate, thank you for the 1500 bit. Oh, thank you for the 1500 bitties. Welcome back. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen you around. Hope you're having a wonderful time, Drunken Pirate. That's a thing? Yep, that's a thing. You can also use the angle one. But when you're like, if you're wanting to adjust the scale of things and make it, like, if you want to be sure, am I making this big? Am I making this too small? Use your angle things. Excuse me, since when does this button up exist? So that button's up here. Display stretch area.
Nice one, my furry
And this will show
friend.
you thing. Raspy, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. The bottom right corner was the mouth. I moved it to the eyes later because then... Oh, okay. Again, like I say, that's perfect. It come for your loot. I hope that suffices. There you go. That's a cake. Exactly. I mean, if you opened a treasure check and found cake, are you going to complain? So yeah, that makes sense. If you had something here and then you moved it, that would be fine. Obviously, if you want to, if you're making like a base model, you can actually leave gaps on your UV again, so that if somebody comes in and like, if somebody puts stuff onto it, you can give them that option, I should say. Cake review stream when? Look, one day if I get through these model streams, yous get the chance to vote for what things I review. So, technically, you know, you could choose anything. I still don't know why my thumbs on the leap motion aren't working properly today. Oh well. But yeah, that's not too bad. All of it's fairly well... The only bit that's really different is this bit here, but I assume that's actually just... I assume that's actually one of the, like, these bits here or something. Either way. Can't imagine that's too much of an issue. UV's pretty decent. Right, okay, show me the cake. There you go. I've just realised Cade's butt, like, kind of crunches in a bit too much. Again, this is an older model. I need to go around and make a new one that's got a better ass. Okay, I think that we're probably going to leave it there. Is there any major thoughts that I would have on this model? There's nothing that I can specifically see that's making me go, this is inherently bad. There's a few bits that are kind of, like, rough. Weight painting wise, I would definitely try and smooth some of that out. And like I said, there's a few shapes, like your hands and your feet, I would say definitely give them a bit more, just a little bit more definition. Because it just kind of gets like all locked into itself. But otherwise, that's not a bad model. Apart from your feet, you get an F on the feet.
Nice one, my furry friend.
But yeah, Glavekin, thank you very much for the thing. For the follow there. Welcome on in. Right, okay, next one. Who is next? I hope that helps Arctic anyway as well.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh my goodness, all yous are submitting model reviews now. I can see them all plopping through. So next we've got... Scroll up, because it keeps sending me back to the new messages. So we've just done... Arctics. Next we've got Terra. So that's files are available for free on the Ko-fi page. Okay. So let's grab this one. Get. View content. There we go. Fruity Gecko download into the model review. But yeah, I hope this is like genuinely giving you some help here. Guess what? Financials look good. Much better. Yo, we'll have to talk about that because I'm a little bit chocker at the minute, but we'll see about that. Right, just booting it up. Oh boy, that's a lot of geckos on the screen. Okay, I'm gonna delete all of them but one because I only really need the one. Okay, so we have a gecko here. Bah, there we go. Right, so let's have a look at our topology and our overall shape. Overall shape I actually quite like. I would say that there's maybe not enough at the bottom of the jaw, but that's maybe more of a personal preference thing than anything else. You're darn snooting. Yep, we got a cowboy gecko. Yeah, boy. I like this detail. I'm sorry, but I like the detail of bananas being in the holsters. Do you do commissions by chance? I do. Commissions is actually my main thing. Streaming is kind of things. Has Parrot stayed safe? We still have Parrot. I should still have Parrot somewhere on the system. God, should we do a model review on Parrot at some point? Here's bananas for guns. Yeah, I quite like that detail. Okay, one bit of the shape that I am seeing is that the crotch kind of comes in a bit too close. I was going to say the back's a bit weird, but then that's actually what are they called? Are they bandanas? That's adorable. It actually is really adorable. Which, you know what? This one is one this person puts on for free on their Ko-fi. So, you know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to support other creators, and I'm going to share their Ko-fi link there. So if you actually want this model, they're actually giving this away for free. So topology
nice one, my furry
is
friend.
Quite nice. That's actually a really nice amount of topology. The original X-Boot. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, okay. So there's one bit of the topology I am going to definitely critique. The way this kind of flows around the back of the head, that's going to cause, I would imagine, a couple of issues when we come to select our rig. So I want to grab our rig. That's not our rig. We have many rigs, apparently.
Oh, thanks for the sub.
Yo, Lorcan, thank you for the sub with Prime. Heck, you sweet bean. Ah, you get all my emotes now and stuff, and ad-free me. I'm a rig. No, you're juice. Okay, yeah, you can kind of see how... Okay. Then again, when you turn the head, that's actually not too bad, but it does flatten this back part of the head out. And that's because this topology kind of comes down. Realistically, I'm going to like absolutely butcher the model for a second here, but realistically, again, we want this to kind of flow more perpendicular. We want, like, it can come down, it can definitely come down, but this is just a little bit too much. It's also interesting how... Oh, I think this might be... I'm going to take a guess that this is just kind of the way that this was modeled as a tube. And what they've done is they've rotated the tube's head and then modeled it from that. That's kind of my guess. One thing they have done well is that the body has reduced topology compared to the head. That is actually a good thing. And another good thing is, despite all this weird topology, the eyes have really nice topology around them. That's we really want to see those nice loops going around the eyes. That's exactly what we're after here. Because that means when the character goes to blink, which I imagine since this is a finished model, it might actually have a blink. It doesn't. Okay, so they don't actually have a blink on this character. But if it did, that should blink fairly well. How's our mouth? Our mouth has a loop around it. Our mouth has a good loop around it as well. Because we've got this extra... We've got these bits here, which is what we want to see. Because that then gives us the ability to stretch the mouth around quite a bit. Okay, so apart from that bit, the front of the head, meanwhile, is actually quite nice. All of these, like I say, when we're looking at this topology, most of it's quite nice in its area scale. We've got a little bit of a nose here. Hopefully that doesn't go like really deep. There we go. Ooh, I would normally seam that up. I would normally keep that as a seam. And the reason that I would seam it up is because it's mostly an older game engine stuff. But sometimes if there's like an opening in the mesh where there's nothing to connect it to, some older game engines can struggle with that. So if you're wanting to use this model for modding and stuff, or putting it into like older games, you kind of want to make sure that your mesh is all clean, essentially. I'm going to... Bop. There we go. I feel like my shoulders was getting like ripped off then. There we go. Again, don't worry if your head's like this. The thing with these reviews, the things with these critiques, once again, I just want to remind people, it's not a this is bad, do it again. This is things you can improve on the next one. It's not a case of you have to go back and change this, because this model works. It's quite cute. And that's fine. Realistically, our aesthetics of the model is the most important part, because that's what people are going to notice first and foremost. Then it's your technicals. You can actually have something that looks kind of cute and a bit technically bad, but people will oversee the technical issues because, well, it's cute. Okay. I'm going to have a little look at our rig. So that definitely moves a little bit too much for the one bone. I would definitely put a little bit more of the weight of this part here onto your chest, onto your spine. That's something I would definitely do. I would also really clean up these bits here. Like the weight paint in there could use a bit more smoothing, because we're getting quite a bit of crunchiness. How are our legs? Ooh, okay. Okay. So, one thing that I would do on this model is, I don't know if you can still see it on Cade. Let's get out of pause mode. Let's go into you. Yeah, there. So, one trick you can do for knees is this, where we're moving like, where we've got this bit coming up and then we've got a bit going down, and then we've got extra topology here. Now, obviously you can see it's been kind of obscured by the fur that's been put on his legs. But as a very, very quick fix for that, I'm literally going to just do this on the model itself. So I'm going to reset the topology. I'm going to go into you and I'm going to go here. Okay. So what we want to do, we'd want to put this around about here. Then we'd want to grab these bits here and I'm going to rip them. I'm going to grab these bottom bits here and I'm going to pull these down. I'm then going to extrude this up and then scale it in a little bit and pull that out. And then I'm going to grab this bit here, fill that in, fill, 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 and oh, fill there. Pull these bits out a little bit and fill there, pull this bit out a little bit. And now I'm going to go to boop, boop. I'm going to go to weight paint. I'm going to click on you and I'm going to subtract just a little bit there. And then on this side, I'm going to do the other way. And then they're going to blur it in a bit more. Oh, hang on. Oh, I did that on the shape key, didn't I? Well, we're having that shape key up and active. This is why I'm not handing these models back, by the way. What I'm going to do on this front side, I want to give that a little bit more weight. And so now, when this leg moves, okay, we maybe need a little bit less. Oh no, that's actually about right. It's actually about right where it is. And what that allows us to do is that just gives us this little bit more, like that gives us that extra bit there compared to it on that side. So if I actually switch it around, you can see how adding that little bit of topology there, we're now getting a little bit more of that definition around the knee. We're not losing it quite as much, but we haven't really added a ton more topology. We haven't had to add like several loops around the leg because we don't want to just add loops willy-nilly. We don't just want to go ba, loop, ba, loop, ba, loop. We want to use them smart. So you want to see this again? I'll go through it again on the other leg since I've done it on that one. And guess what? I'll do it on the basis this time, so I'm actually doing it on the right one. So what we do, first of all, you want to make sure wherever your knee joint is, no, that's not what I mean. What do you mean then? Either way, I'm gonna do it again because it's like I say, it's quite a useful thing. So I try to use Blender shortcuts on this stream. Look, it's just like working, isn't it? You're just watching the stream. I might not have to watch the VOD to copy you. Oh, okay. I'll still go through it again because, like I said, some people might have missed that. Oh my god, I've learned so much about weight painting and making the models, and I've been thinking about making furry models, but whenever I tried, I got lost doing the head, and then I stopped because it looks bad, but this is giving me the confidence again. Thanks, kid. I'm glad. Like I said, that's why I do this. I want people to feel like you can get into this. It's difficult, but once you have some guidance and once you know where you're going with things, you can get to doing it. And obviously, if you haven't yet, join the Discord. There's a lot of people that are... There's a lot of people that are obviously making models as well, and everybody's trying to help each other. Bruh, is your wrist okay? So, there's a reason around, like, I'm actually not got this on at the minute, but, I'm very susceptible to RSI, so that's why I've got this on. It's kind of a subtle reminder to myself, like, hey, be careful, kid. But anyways, we grab these vertexes here. Make sure that the loop of your knee is right on the bone where that knee moves. Rip it. I rip using V. So I grab these and I press V and I rip those up, and then I go on the other side and I pull these ones up as well. And then I just simply extrude one edge down there, scale it in a bit, grab that face there and fill that in. And then you've obviously got the faces on the side, so we can just fill that face in, and we can fill that face in. And then you just kind of bring this out. When it comes to the weight painting, what you're looking for, get your own knee and move your own leg. Like, actually, if you move your own leg, you'll notice that the upper part of your leg, like, obviously the knee in real life is actually its own bone. It's a very specific thing. But more... It sticks closer to where your upper leg is than where your lower leg is. So you want to put more weight onto the upper section of this bit here than you do onto the bottom section. And like I say, that then tends to make it look alright. Okay. So. Topology on this bit. So these loops here seem redundant. Like, I'll be honest, those loops there do seem a little bit redundant. I can't see them adding much, especially since the middle one only has the, those ones around there. I would also probably do something, I'd probably give the back of the foot a little bit more, things. What the hell am I watching? You're watching a model review. You're free to go and watch something else if you don't want to. Kaylu gets grounded. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Nice one, okay. My furry friend.
So we want to pull that one. Randomizer 117. Welcome on into you too. I hope you're having a lovely day. Yeah. So that
nice
bit's
one, my
maybe
friend.
A little bit too there. Maximil Anus. Welcome on in. Yo, gotta show you how to model one of them. Right. I would probably make this a bit more subtle around the back here. There we go. Right. And there you can see that's already a little bit smoother already. We're trying to, whenever you're looking at weight painting, what you want to be thinking about is volume. Now, we can't use this beautiful little thing here called preserve volume, right? That's gorgeous. If you're doing animations within Blender or you're just purely working within the engine, preserve volume is a wonderful little thing. However, Unity doesn't use it, Unreal doesn't use it. Like, if you're putting it to a game engine, you do not have preserve volume. So you've got to kind of think of it yourself. And whenever you're thinking of weight painting, if anything crushes in or shrinks something or like it moves it and twists it, what you need to think about is, does the volume of the model retain its, like, does it look like it should be? If it's kind of squishing it in a bit, that's usually a sign that it's a thing. And I think my stream has died. Is my stream dead? Let me just check something. I'll just be a second. I will just be a second. There we go. My partner just opened up a GitHub and it just killed my stream. But yeah, okay. So, like I say, so overall, volume. That's what you're thinking about. You're not really like, well, you're thinking about obviously the shapes of what it looks like when it's bending, but that's why when I bring this in, that's why I'm saying this bit needs more weight on here. Because this volume here, by this moving up, gets absolutely crunched in. What would happen, obviously, think of somebody who's fat. What happens when they move their arm? It just squishes in. And that's kind of what you want to do. It would compress, but it would squish outwards. Now, we can't always put that in exactly with 3D models. You can't get 100% realism with a basic rig like this. Oh, would you fix this? I would fix that, yes. The way I would kind of do that would just be to simply go on here and just simply add way more weight around this section here. Again, this is rough and this is not exact, but I would just add a lot more weight on that section there. And I would probably reduce some of it from there. Not all of it, but a bigger amount. Obviously, that's not perfect, but you get the idea of how that's like, now it's crunching in on itself, but it's keeping that volume. And again, that's what we're looking for here. We're trying to find good volume amounts. You can actually set, yeah, of course you can. You can set up a thing called drivers. So if something is too bad, you can actually set it up so that if a bone moves at a certain angle and once it passes a certain point, it starts driving a shape key, which will then adjust it for it. Now, I usually talk about these things without drivers, without this sort of stuff, because in most cases, it's more complicated than a lot of people will ever actually go out and do. And you can get away with a lot of it without doing that. And obviously, the simpler your model is, the easier it is for other people to understand it. It looks like we're going to have the same thing on the elbow. Yep, so the exact same thing that we did on the leg, we'd probably want to do on here as well, just to make sure that we're not losing this volume here and here. Right, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it's because... Oh, okay, so they've actually got a jawbone. Okay. That's our jawbone. Ah. That's not too bad for the character design. One thing I would definitely say, though, don't put this bone here right on this corner of the lips. This one isn't doing it too badly, but that's something that I do notice that a lot of beginners get wrong. They tend to put the bone directly on the lip bit here. Think of your own jaw. Your own jaw actually starts much further back. So you want to bring that quite far back itself as well. I'm going to have myself drink. Ah! There you go. Ah! Okay, other than that, last thing I want to look at is obviously the UVs. So let's grab our banana body. Let's go and have a look at our UVs, shall we? Now, this one is a base model. That's very cleanly laid out. That's very cleanly laid out. Let us see the textures. Let me put the textures on. There's your textured boy. Let me turn the specular off so he's not quite as shiny. And better lighting as well. There you go. I'm not covering the textures on this stream, obviously. That would be something I would do in another stream. I want to do in another stream. Because this one's already... It's already taken us a lot longer to cover each model than I thought it would. But... Again, I want to give each one of them the proper... dedication it kind of deserves. Yeah, no, they're fine. Enough bleed space. There's a lot of wasted space. There's definitely a lot of wasted space, but it's not the worst either. I would maybe have probably put these up so that they face the right way as well. So that this one was essentially like there, just to keep, again, you kind of want to try and keep things as readable as possible, because the idea is that some people might do this sort of stuff in Photoshop, and in a perfect world they should be able to paint across both parts of the UV and it kind of matches up properly, so they don't get those horrible, you know, if you've ever seen a texture where it's like grab through them and go down and things like that, you don't want those like textures to be misaligned. By that I mean like things like this, where like you get this horrible texture. Hey, look, it's don't try again. Try not to take it as self-conscious. Try and just think, if this is what, if you know that there's a change to be made, unless there's a time constraint, what's stopping you making that change? And if you know what to do it, and you will feel better for it. UVs are perhaps the least important thing out. Like, I know that some people are going to go, no, your UVs are like, no, honestly, the amount of automatically generated UVs that they'll use in the gaming industry is, they do use them. It's just on portfolio pieces where you need to show that you know how to work with a UV. Because that's the big thing about most of this technical stuff, topology, rigging, thing. A lot of it's just showing that you know what you're doing with it. And I feel like a lot of that, like, kind of game industry, animation industry ethics around 3D art bleeds into the more casual community. And if you're just modeling for yourself or for a few friends, or you're just doing a couple of random commissions, you're not needing to do it on the level of those people. And again, even when they're able to do that sort of stuff, it's mostly just showing off. Most stuff won't be built to that level, because guess what? Building stuff at that level takes a lot of time. A lot of it's just understanding, where can I take shortcuts and when can I take them? Because sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Okay, so yeah, no, this is quite a nice model. Once again, I believe I'm going to once again share their Ko-fi, because they have this model for free. If you want to go and grab this model, I think it's a cute little model. It's nice. There's nothing inherently really bad with it, apart from, like I said, the only thing that I would say is really something I would want to see changed if I was to see this again, would be this back bit of the topology here. I would definitely say that needs to be a bit more flattened out and a bit more balanced. But other than that, nice model, very cute, awesome style, and yeah, and obviously the legs as well. Legs and the arms are probably the other major thing I would change as well. Okay, so we're on to the next one. So, who is next? We have Zippler. So let's grab Zipplers. So this is a work in progress model of my character, and the first model I've tried to complete in every aspect. So this is someone's first attempt. It's not rigged to things yet, but no, that's fine. Right, okay. Let's go for start find a conversation, copy and paste your name in. Oh, there's quite a few actually. Actually, it made one more object. Oh, so it does have an armature now. Okay. Right, so let me just check everything is fine. Okay, yeah. So again, this is someone's first model, and this is their like first real attempt of showing it off. So I'm gonna go into this with that in mind. So we're gonna put that on Specular Lighting, and for now we're just gonna hide this bit. And personally, I don't like the shadows on. I just want to see the model raw. Okay, so the shape, honestly, that's not too bad. I'm gonna hide the coat for now. The shape isn't too bad. Once again, we kind of have a bit too flat of a torso, in my opinion. Again, if you actually look at the side of a torso of people, this will kind of come a bit more forwards, and this area here kind of feels a little bit off, I won't lie. I feel like there's not enough there, and this kind of bulges out a little bit too much. Yeah, because if we're looking at that, yeah, we've got quite a significant angle there. Now, there is an angle on there, but, you know, that's not too bad. Okay, shape of your legs is honestly really nice. I really like the shapes of the legs. You've done a really good job with that. Same with the shape of the paws. That is really nice. Your legs, for a first attempt, that is really, really nice. Hands. So the one thing I can already kind of see about the hands is they feel a little short, and kind of the same as the gecko model. There's not really any distinction of the wrist. If you actually put your hand out now, you can see where your wrist is on your hand. It doesn't just kind of blend right into the hand. You can quite clearly see where your wrists are. And you want to try and emulate that on the model. It doesn't mean putting like big bulges and stuff on it. It just simply means that you want to make sure that it's kind of got a bit of definition where it squishes in. Again, Cade actually suffers with this a little bit as well, though I get around that with the weight painting a bit. But again, I'm not immune to criticism here, because my Cade model's about 8 months old at this point. Fingers. Your fingers look alright. Actually, they're quite good. Actually, yeah, no, they actually look quite good. That bit bulges quite a little bit. I'm not sure if that's something I personally like, but, you know, that's more of a personal thing. A whole hand making. That, again, for a hand, isn't too bad. And I am very glad to see that you've got this loop around here for your chicken wing. That is really nice to see, because this, again, you put your hand out. This is one thing that you will do a lot if you're doing models. Literally, use your own body. Look at it. And you'll notice that your hand, if you push your thumb in and out, I mean, obviously it's kind of hard to see with the leap motion because it's not working, but if you do that with your hand and actually look at it, you'll see that it, like, there's a big chunk of your hand that moves in and outwards. And that's what this helps represent. This kind of loop coming around here. That's what that's for. Chicken wing. Yeah, I call it a chicken wing because it's like kind of, if you imagine like imagine grabbing that part of your thumb and just ripping it off. It basically looks like a chicken wing. I'm not the only one to think human thumbs look kind of edible. Like, just give them a good munch. Give them a good munch. But yeah, no, that's nice to see. And also nice to see is the reduction in topology after your fingers have kind of come in. And this is actually really nice to see as well, how you've got this nice little loop here. I quite appreciate that. So that's, for the hands, that is quite a good thing. What a graphic image. Look, we're graphics. We're graphical people. Again, once again, for VR chat, not having these loops in here and only having the bare minimum, absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. And we've even got... Now, that's a weird implementation of the elbow. But that would still work. Because it still would do it. But you can see there how we've got this extra little bit here. Learn about the chicken wings has really helped me draw with hand. Like I say, it does. Because the way I kind of see it is your hand is kind of like... It's kind of like a rounded... It's like a cube that's been pushed up in the middle. And it's kind of stretched at the end. So it kind of goes in like a little bit of like that shape. And then it obviously goes to the end. Obviously, your fingers are kind of like smushed little ovals. And then you've got a chicken wing slapped on the side of it. So, this is a way of doing it. This is odd to see. Because this topology here, where it circles up and around here, is something we'd normally see on what's called an A-pose model. And the difference is, obviously, you've probably all heard of a T-pose, because, well, look, it's a T. Now, an A-pose model would normally have the arms... come down at this angle. And that's normally where we'd see this topology, because the reason we'd see that is because this topology would more go around like that, and then it'd go around the back, and it would come like that. So it's quite interesting to see how we've got this A-pose topology on a T-posing model. That's not wrong by any instance. This is not me saying that's wrong. It's just, it's interesting to see. It's not something I've seen before, and I imagine that's probably because you've been looking at multiple references, and a lot of the good models do look like it are posed in A-pose. Speaking of eating fingers, the amount of effort it takes to eat the carrot is the same amount of it takes to
Nice one, my furry friend.
Yo! God, goodness. Brain power. Yeah, I'm using some of that today. Hi, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. I think this topology was suggested by Tom Pixar. Yeah, it would be. For animation, this is what you want. Now, you've got an armature on it, haven't you? So, the reason that'll be is because A-posing your model and doing your topology like that is... objectively, when we're looking at models as a whole concept, better. So why do I and other artists tend to model in T-pose? And it's that correctives thing again. It's the whole... If you're working with VR chat, we're working with a very limited rig. A very simple rig that we don't have. So, guess what? Yours actually works really nice, considering. That is actually really good. I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting quite a bit of crunch there, but no, you've actually done that really well. That's really good. I'm actually impressed. I'm genuinely impressed. Yeah, that is very nice. Okay, so some of the rigging isn't quite done yet, but that's not a problem. Your head's fairly nice. Although this head bone, I would say, is a little too far back. Though I can see what you've done there, where you're trying to keep this as straight up as forwards. It doesn't have to be 100% straight, by the way. You can actually bend that rig a little bit. If I go to Cade's... you can see there for Cade's rig, I actually bend this bone back, and then the head goes up like that. You can bend those bones around a little bit. Well, some parts of the head aren't weight painted, but yeah, like, so that bit would want to be done there. Legs, let's see how your legs move.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Ah, okay, I see something. Woody Durd, welcome on in. Oh, yeah, we definitely need to weight paint these legs. I imagine that's something that you just haven't done yet, so I'm not gonna kind of like, you know, critique that, because that's obviously just not done yet. I love the nose on this model. You've done, honestly, for a first attempt, you've done really well. Actually, I didn't really look at your head, did I? I want to look at your head's topology. Mouth, really nice. I can definitely see that you have looked at good topology and you've been trying to implement that on your own model. That is really nice to see. I can, like, because again, I know these techniques and I can see where you're using them. Very nice to see. Hey, I've had friends tell me all about you, all good things, promise. I hope so. Better not be saying stuff about me behind my back. That'd be rude. But yeah, welcome on in. But yeah, so we got our eye. We've got that's nice loops again because you've got
nice one, my
proper
furry
loops.
friend.
There's no like there's no odd sections there. Hello, Tristan Television. Welcome on in to you as well. I hope you have a lovely day. Only saying how much of a 3D artist. I mean, yeah, because I mean, I am the best 3D artist because remember, I'm the only one. All of these, really, they're my models. Like, you know, you lot can't model. I'm just teaching this as if I'm teaching myself, okay? I'm glad you're here for the ride, but none of you are allowed to do 3D models. It's my thing. You can't stop stealing my style. Oh, good. The only thing I say behind your back is that you're a cute kitten. Wow. I watched a lot of Tuts, but you were my final inspiration. Well, I'm glad I could inspire you to do this, because I'm not gonna lie, like, Zipler, this is your first attempt. This is fucking good. This is really good. There's some bits in your form and shapes that kind of maybe need a little bit of work, but I feel like that's just a lack of experience with it just yet. I feel a lot of that. If you keep making models like this, you're gonna go places. This is a really well-made model. Like I say, topology around here is fine. Topology here is absolutely fine. The only thing that you don't really have, and again, maybe this is me being absolute furry trash, there's not really any definition on your ass. If you want to put that on, what I usually recommend is the same as you can do with the front of the stomach, is you can actually inset a section in, and then that gives you a nice loop around it. If I go to Cade, for example, Cade should have an inset. And that's what allows you to get this like extra bit of definition around here. You know, we gotta talk about the ass. Sorry. But yeah, honestly, a really good job. Really good job. Obviously you've still got some work to do left on it. One thing I'm gonna check is your mouth, and again, excellent. I like this. This is what I want to see with your jawbones. I don't want to see your jawbones starting around the corner of the mouth. We want to see them where the jaw would actually be. Obviously still needs weight painted. Poly count, what's our poly count at? I haven't actually checked that on some of these ones. So 47k, again, really good. Actually pretty good. For what I would recommend most people aim for. Now, obviously VR chat says 32k is what it looks for as a good avatar. And if you can aim for that, excellent. Me personally, I find that's just a little bit too low detail. You can get away with it, but certain things like your fingers start looking a little bit choppy. So what I would recommend most people to aim for is around 50k. At least for your base. For any clothing and stuff obviously adds on top of that, but if you can get your base model around 50k, that's going to be a good balance between having enough topology for detail and having enough to put clothing on. Cade, for comparison, now Cade is a highly optimized model. Cade is only, when he's nude, he's 30k tries. So you can see there how much you can actually get away with a very low poly count. It doesn't need to be the highest that you've seen. It's, again, clever use of topology is what you want to use, and that's what I'm actually really happy to see with this, like I said, because topology is a technical thing. It's not an artistic thing. It's a technical problem. You need to think about it kind of as a math problem more than realistically a thing. The one good thing about the way you've done the shoulder is at least you've still kept, like, overall, it keeps these perpendicular lines. I would maybe say that you maybe need a bit more definition around the back of the head, but that's very subjective. And I mean, realistically, I imagine there's probably going to be hair there at some point. Computer, can you generate a nude kid? Look, there he is. He's just a Barbie doll, though. He doesn't have anything there. Well, on this version, anyways. I'm an engineer, lol. Well, that shows. That definitely shows. Yeah, no, genuinely very happy with that. You've done it on the legs as well, which is nice. And you can even see there, that technique that I was showing off before. You've done it there. You've actually done it twice. But that's fine. Okay, so, yeah, honestly, I'm happy with that. There's not really anything other than the weight painting that I would say is kind of that you'd want to do differently. Just mostly some of the shapes and stuff. Yeah, okay, we're going to leave it there for that one. Very first model, absolutely stellar job. I'm not even kidding about that. That is actually one of the best first models I've just seen. We do have the jacket. Yes, that's actually true. The jacket, I believe, looks like it's just been ripped from the topology underneath, which means it'll probably work absolutely fine. I'd say if it's weight painted, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. There you go. Yeah, so that's got the exact same topology as underneath, which is a way you can make clothing. If you're not confident making clothing from scratch, if you just want to put like a basic shirt on or some basic pants, you can literally just duplicate the topology that's on the underneath, expand it, and then just it usually just works with a little bit of weight painting and a little bit thing. So still need kids, knees and elbows, zipless shoulders, steal these techniques. If you see things here. This is one thing that I will always preach to the end. If you see anything that a 3D artist does and you like how it works, steal it, use it, do it. None of us own a style, a technique, a way of doing things. We all just simply want to make things look better. The only thing you can really kind of, I mean, you can obviously just straight up steal a model. That's stealing. But you can't really steal a style. You can't steal a technique. Because even if you, the way I see it personally, if any of you went and used all the same techniques that Zippler has used here, you would all come back with a different model. Two of those models would not be the same. So you can't claim that a technique can be stolen in that sort of sense. Like, anyone new? Exactly. It's just something that I want people to, because a lot of people feel like, oh, I can't do that because they do that. You can do that. Do it. Steal it. Use it. Okay. Okay. Next one. Oh, that's the thing. I didn't really look at the eyes as well. I do notice that you've got this little dimple in. There is one thing that VR chat specifically struggles with these kind of eyes. And that's because if you get like certain reflections, the reflection can hit here and here, and it can look a little bit odd. So just bear that in mind. Try not to make them too shiny. Make them reflective, but if you make them too, the roughness too low, it looks a little thing. Isn't that a tad too detailed? So, a little bit, maybe, you could argue, but also that allows you to move and stretch the eyes and play around with them. Eyes are one thing where, again, you can actually put a lot of detail in if you want to play around with the eyes. Okay, yeah, we are going to move on to the next model, though, because, again, we've got quite a lot of them to get through. So what's the next one? We are on... So I need to scroll all the way up to the top again. So we just got through there. So next up, we're on to Massaroose. So let's copy your name, go to the direct ones. There we go. And there's your blend file. Yep. Download. And save. Okay, right. While that's downloading. There it is. Let's open this up. Just do a bit of quick check before I put it on the screen. And yeah, okay. Okay, so this is Massaroose models. And hi, Melon! Welcome back, you sweet bean. Mwah. Okay, so let's have a look. So the first thing I would say is that the shape of the head feels a little bit rough. And one thing that I'm looking at the overall model and I'm noticing about the shapes of your model is it's very cubey. This is something that I dealt with a lot if you look at a lot of my earlier work, and I'm not talking about the stuff that's on like Sketchfab, like my really early work, I have this same kind of issue where if we look down on it, you can see like how it's very squarish. Like your forms are very across. That's a common thing. That's a common issue. What you really want to be trying to do is round this out. Because again, if you stand up and kind of put your hands across your body, you'll notice that like it curves. So you want to try and get that curve into the overall shape of the model. And I noticed the exact same thing has happened here with the head. Because you can it's almost like you can see the cube here. Like if I actually look here, you can almost see the cube. Especially with the eyes. Eyes are one of those things where even if it looks like it's on the front, they actually curve around the body. If we go back to Cade here, you'll see how even though these eyes are there, they curve around the head. We really want to be replicating that. If you've got bigger eyes or ones there it's noticeable, you want to try and curve that around with the model. Other than that, we've got it feels rather, for a better word, lumpy around the side here. Maybe that's a style thing, but I would also say that we kind of want to define this jawline a bit more, as this jaw kind of gets a little bit long. I'll go for now. This is pretty neat, and my model will probably be reviewed next time anyways. Hope everyone has a nice day, and Dr. K will take it. Oh, by the way, these videos, the review streams, I am going to upload all of these to YouTube. So if you miss them on Twitch, even if months pass, you should still be able to go back to the videos and see where yours is. I might try and actually chapter the videos as well going forward, so you can actually skim through and see whose model's being reviewed where. Would you be up for... I'll be up for anything. Obviously, bear in mind my forte is obviously furry characters, but there's nothing that I can review most models, because even the stuff that's relative to the furry stuff is still relative to human stuff. It's still relative to robotic stuff even. But the one thing I would say is like we lack a defined jawline, and I would say maybe bringing in a jawline would be something useful. Alright, so yeah, someone submitted a tree stump. Yeah, like I said, I will look at anything. I'm obviously, like I said, mainly on characters, but yeah. So these loops around here are a little bit odd. Like this topology here looks relatively odd, and oh, okay, so we're okay, I see how this one is. So this is one where it's just like the head and stuff. Okay. Okay, so our bone here, again, it kind of has that old problem that your jaw doesn't really come from down here. And the reason, like I say, the reason we don't want this bone to come from this corner of the lips, and I'm sorry if this feels like I'm kind of really going through yours. I don't want you to feel like I'm like properly like ragging on your model, but I am going to use this one as a kind of an example. The reason we don't want that jawbone to come right out of that part of the mouth is because when this comes down, once again, as I said before, you were losing a lot of volume on that bottom side of the mouth. We're losing quite a lot there. So what we want to be looking for is if I actually pull this back, even just here, without re-weight painting it and such, you'll already see that looks a little bit better even now. Maybe pull that a little bit more there. Because again, think how your jaw opens. Your jaw opens more like that than it does like that. Because, again, think of your jawbone inside. If we're thinking of a human skull, because you always kind of, when we're coming to do anthro creatures and things that can talk, we always kind of want to, like, give them a little bit of that humanish features and that. So if we've got our skull here, and we've got our jawline here, right? Our jaw actually moves from this point here. Because then that moves down, like, up and down. And you can even see it on my model here. Where it's not moving just the mouth. It's actually moving the whole thing. So that's, again, that's why we kind of want to put this bone. Come on. Edit mode. So I would want to put this bone a bit more here. So yeah. So if you want to put a model in the queue, like I said, I'm going to be doing model streams until these are all done. I'm going to go through a lot of them. I'm probably going to close the forms off at a certain point just to make sure that I can actually review something else other than models. But if you're in the Discord, there is a model review section. If you just put a screenshot of the model that you want me to review in there and then send me the files separately, so in a DM or something, unless you're happy having them public, then you can actually just put it right in the model Discord if you want to, but most people will want me to, obviously, you don't want everyone to have it, so do that. Right. Okay, so another thing that I would definitely look at improving is these eyes. The shape. Your loops are fairly alright. Your loops are alright. Because they actually do loop around, which is nice to see. But I would probably... Think of your own eyes. They are sat in a recess. Your eyes recess into your skull a little bit, and then your skin and kind of wraps around them. It's not like kind of a flat section in front of them. So what you want to do, you want to have that eye to be rounded and the ability for the eyelid to round over it. And then on top of that, you've obviously got your brow. And your brow sticks out much further. So you kind of... And most creatures follow along with this kind of stuff. They will have a brow. So this flat edge here, I would say that we just kind of want to bring in a little bit more. So you'd probably want to pull this back a little bit more. So that our eye's there. And you probably want a bit more of that sort of shape there. The topology around the eyes, like... That's just so that I can see what model I'm reviewing first, so that it's so that I know what I'm expecting. So if I see something different to what I'm expecting, then I'll move on to another model. Because obviously, you can't risk things. And yes, somebody did try and send me a not safe for work model. Yeah, I can review that on stream. Drink. Okay. Oh, is that just shade smooth? We've got some weird custom normals over here. Is that normals? Ah, that's our auto smooth. So your auto smooth is a little too low in this section. You just want to push that up. And there you go. It smooths that out. Yeah, mostly the eyes, I would say, is kind of the thing that probably needs the most work. Mouth looks fine, though. Yeah, no, that looks fine. Hands. The hands, topology-wise, look absolutely fine. They look very... Oh. Oh, that's a bit crunchy. I'm going to assume that's a bit of a mistake. Is that the same on the other side? Oh, yeah, same on the other side. Yeah, you might want to check that. Topology looks okay, though. Yeah. Let's go back and bring back your
Nice
clothing.
one, my furry friend.
Vladimir Premier, welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. That wasn't like that on my last save. Blender Y. Yep. Welcome to Blender. It's never fun, is it?
Nice one, my furry
Sweet
friend.
pin. The Gentle Sav, welcoming into you too. I hope you're having a wonderful day as well. Okay.
Nice one, my furry friend.
That's fine. Trainer the Artist as well. Welcome to you as well. My goodness, there's a lot of you. Hi. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. Blender, always broken, but still love it. Yep. It's because it doesn't charge you an arm and a leg to do stuff. Fellow Dragon. Yo. So, still some white paint obviously to do on your buttons and stuff. What I would say, if I'm being honest, is I would recommend just trying to paint buttons on. The buttons aren't white painted, are they? So some of them are, like this one is. That one isn't. Or it is, but it's white painted to the wrong bone. I would maybe recommend that. Let's have a look at this. So that's fine. We're still keeping a decent amount of our volume there. You might want to as well just put a bit of the foot in this part of the mesh as well, by the way, just to make sure that it doesn't disappear. One trick I use for clothing, by the way, is where this bit comes in here. What you can do, I'm going to put some clothes on Cade. You can't believe it, can you? One little trick is just by pulling it in just a little bit. So if I actually come onto the bottom of this clothing here, so let's come onto you, come onto you. There. If you actually look at this, I've actually got like a little loop that comes in around underneath the pants. That can give it some thickness, but like literally it's just 2 extra loops. And you can scale it up a little bit as well. One thing I used to do, I don't tend to do it anymore, but I used to do this, where I'd scale it in as well. Obviously you can see kind of why I don't do that anymore though. The shoes. Honestly, like the modeling is pretty good. Like, your overall modeling and getting the things to read as they should is really nice to see. It's just like I say, a lot of the shapes are quite squarish. You'll want to try and, the next time you come to attempt a model, try and round things out a little bit more. Try and give them a bit more, yeah, just round out the shapes. Unless it's something like this, where that's fine. Topology-wise... So we're kind of stretching our topology a little bit here. We're kind of pulling this in. We'd really want to relax that out a little bit if we could. Pants, fine. Like maybe a little higher poly than it needs to be. The shoes have a bit too much topology though. Let's have a look. I won't lie, I've definitely seen worse. I've definitely seen worse. Cake Review. Cake Review suffers the same kind of problem. We've still got this, like you've got squares. It's very cubey. I think that's probably the biggest take for you, Massaroose. Like, try and decubify a lot of this stuff. That's not too bad, though. Honestly, there's definitely bits that you could get rid of, like this edge here, for example, I'm already seeing. I don't really see what information that's conveying. And again, remember, don't be afraid of triangles. Do not be afraid of triangles. You can have them. Okay, last thing. Let's have a look at some of your UVs. Oh, no. Again, I'm only going to kind of skim over UVs. Ooh. Oh, hello. That's, I imagine that topology is not meant to do that. If it is, I would definitely not have your topology do this, where it's twisting like that. The entire cloth on one texture, the entire... Oh, okay. Materials, then... Is it not a good thing? So, twisting it like this... I mean, to be fair, you can get away with it on this bit because it's just moving like that. But you'd want to watch out for twists like that. Personally, then again, like I say, you're not really bending it. So, actually, I'd probably redact that, to be honest. Because, you know, if you were bending it, that would be different. But since you're not, you can kind of get away with just using that for style and look. The only thing about that twist is it obviously, if we look at this here now, you can see you're going to get these weird shading effects, and if you try and render that, if you try and use something like Cycles, where Cycles will use ray tracing to accurately see where shadows and that lie, what can happen is, like, these shadows that you see in here will actually come across on the render. It would create issues if you had to think, oh, I know why it's there. What's... This twist is from the arm. Oh, okay. So is that, like, for when you're trying to do like this? Yeah, because, I mean, in real life, like I say, the... Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be for a twist bone. That would make sense, yeah. Because what a twist bone is what you can do with these is you can actually divide these into two. And you'd have this one as, like, your main bone. And you'd have this one on the end as your twist bone. And what you do is, as this would actually be... not separated. I want to Alt-P clear parents. Alt-P clear parent. And then that would be keep offset. And then that would be connected. And what would happen is this... that would rotate and be weighted to that. But then this is still just actually controlling your rig. Obviously, there's no weight paint, but what would happen is that would rotate as well, and that would twist that bottom part of the arm. I will probably have to do a tutorial with that at some point, but the realistic thing is I've not actually done that yet on a VR chat model. I've only ever done that on animation models, and that was ages ago. But yeah. It's because the arm is twisted. Yeah. So like I say, if you have a twist bone, that would work. I could see why that would work with a twist bone.
Yo,
but yeah.
Look at all the bits.
Yo, Nadari! I wanted to thank you for the content. Keep it up with the good work. Oh, 500 B. That's very kind of you. Why would you put the twist bone so far in the front? You can realistically put it anywhere. Realistically, because once again, when we're talking about like models like this, what we're looking at is only this head bone here and this head bone here. When realistic, because if I move this and I move that, that's actually no different to me moving this. And yeah, it's just one axis. So technically, if you really wanted to, you could actually move that all the way back there. But it'd be a bit silly having your twist bone as like massive like that. So I'd usually put it towards the end just to identify it as like the twist bone for the wrist. Noticed your hair, kid. I love the purple. Yo, I love the purple too. Other than that, like I say, there's definitely... I feel like your technicals are okay. I feel like it's more your... And you know what? They're not too badly laid out from just seeing there. It seems all organised. It seems very reasonable. We've got a stray one there, but that's probably me messing around with your model. Yeah, no, that seems fairly reasonable. And it's all nicely... Yeah, I quite like that. Missing the belt. Oh, yeah, the belt's separate as well, isn't it? Head. Okay, so... One thing I tend to do with the head, I don't tend to actually leave it all as one combined piece. This is a personal thing. That one can work, that works, but what this is probably doing is if we go to area. So if you remember before, some of these bits here are getting really stretched out. And we can see how like unbalanced it all is. I would normally cut it down just a little bit more. And yes, hi Sathan, welcome on in. Yeah, we're doing the model review. But yeah, don't listen to this tool hard and fast. There's sometimes where you'll want to break it. There are some times where you will want to break it, but yeah. The model is so cute. They've done a really nice job on the model. All he is do, like, the thing is, as much as I'm criticizing these models here, I'm proud of y'all for doing them. Like, I'm only criticizing them because I want to see you get better with them. But the thing is, you've made a model. Most people will never make a model. Like, and that's not me trying to put people down or say like, haha, you're among the elites. It's just kind of it's a case of a lot of people will pick up Blender, they'll see that default cube, and they will panic and they will never open it again. You all have. You've all got through that. You're all pushing along, and it makes me proud to see. So yeah, good job. I feel like most of your stuff's just shape-wise. I think you just need to refine the shapes that you're using. But that's something that'll come with time and experience as well. Okay. They will make a donut and learn the long skills. Exactly, they'll learn things that are like completely irrelevant to the thing that they're actually wanting to make. So yeah, let's have a look who is next. So we've just had where's model review? Model review's there. Oh, yeah. Scroll. We are definitely not doing this all in one stream. I can tell you that for nothing. So we're on to Maro now. So we're gonna grab the view. We're gonna go to my Discord DMs, and there we go. We've got a Google Drive. Download. Oh, pardon me. There we go. Oh, it's even named nicely so I can keep a track of it. I think this will end up being 3 streams. At this rate, it could be. Again, I like spending the time. I don't just want to grab them and just like, you know, not give them a proper review. Heck, I missed mine. Don't worry, all of these this VOD will be put onto YouTube as well. So this VOD will go on YouTube. So if you miss it, you should be able to still find your review if you've got a model that you're specifically reviewing in. So just want to do a very quick check first. This cannot be too safe. Yeah, no, this looks fine. Hey, no. If you still want, Sethan, if you want to still submit your model, as long the questionable we can get away with. Nipples, I would need censored in some way or removed. And obviously any bits. Yeah, I can't be showing them on Twitch, unfortunately. Honestly, I'm bunched a month. All right. If you only cared. Yeah, like I said, again, I'm not going to thing anybody, but when I say a review, I want to, like, actually review stuff. Like, I don't just want it to be a, yeah, this character looks nice, model's nice, let's move on. I want to try and find something wrong. Nipples I would need hidden or removed is now my, like, yay! Remove nipples. But yeah, this is a very cute model. This is the one we're going to be looking at next. So this is by Maro. What was the context for this one again? Let me just check the context. Talk about good resolution density across the model. I have a problem with the UVs. Okay, so we'll have a look at the UVs and see if there's anything that we can suggest there. And was there anything on my most recent models? Ported hard part to transition from higher poly to lower poly during retopo. If you could talk about your techniques or tricks. Okay, so again, same thing as usual. I want to go through my first, like, the model, topology, rig, UVs. So the model overall, I'm going to say right now, it's really cute. Like, that's really nice shapes. It feels organic enough. The only thing I would say that feels a little odd is probably the arms. And the hands maybe feel just a little bit too blocky. I would maybe just try and round out those fingers just a little bit. I would probably have them angle out at a point. I love the style. Like, the style is great. The face looks really nice. The hair is really nice. I really like how this hair flows. Good cake. Absolutely. There we go. There's our first thing. Although we have this weird little mark here, so I'm going to have to see what that is. Let me come down to the feet. overall, model looks really nice. We've got a thing, and yeah, we've got a little heart on the nose. Really cute design and really well made, to be honest. So, topology time. So I'm going to hide the rig for now. So topology around the mouth. That's clean. That is very clean. Topology around the eyes. Also incredibly clean. How are our eyelashes? They are separate. They are separate, but connected. Okay. Oh, wait, no, they're not separate. They're just a loop. Okay, sweet. Eyebrows are separate. That's fine. And here, you can see what I was talking about before with the eyes. When we're looking at eyes on a character, what we want to do is we want to recess those eyes into the skull. And then we want to pull those eyes out a bit, and then especially above the brow and around the nose, you want those to kind of expand out a little bit. If you're looking at a character from the side, you shouldn't really be able to see the eyes until like a real like hard turn. So even there, you're only just able to see my eyes. It's that kind of thing that we're looking for. We've got a defined jawline. That's nice to see.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Furry 191, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. This topo is very clean. I'm literally struggling to find something that I want to criticize about it. Let me... Oh, no, I actually want to grab the whole head. It's very nice. So this is a typical way of reduction as well, by the way. If you've never seen these are typical, like, reducers, because this is taking it from 1, 2, 3 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is a way to make sure that you're keeping things low poly on the back, but higher poly on the front, to make sure that you're actually keeping your overall topology where it needs to be, high. They've done the same on this bottom bit here. Now, personally, I would try and avoid doing it on the bottom of the jaw. Unless that part of the jaw is going to be really hidden. Just because sometimes when you get like bend, when you're working on visemes and stuff, it can be a little odd. So normally what I would do, instead of like having it as a reduction right here, I usually prefer putting the reduction much wider. So I'll put the reduction actually much further back here and then pull it around. And then what you can do there is you can use the edge of your jaw just to kind of hide things away so that the underside of your chin looks really smooth. I believe that's actually what I did in the Cade model. So if I grab just the model, hide everything else, and then hide everything else. So, actually no, I didn't even bother with it on Cade. But what I would probably do is if I wanted it, I would add it around here. Instead of like adding the reduction up here, I'd probably add something that would loop around here. Bit shit, me showing that way, but what's the poly count? I bet it's low. Let's have a look. So our poly count in this model is 23. 23k. That is exceptional. And I can probably tell you why that is. I imagine that this is all actually one combined mesh. Yes. So there's no internal body. So these clothes are not a... separate mesh. They are just part of the same thing. My bear was nearly 70k. Like I say, good topology, smart topology makes things like real simple to work with. Okay, so we've even got some mark sharps on bits. That's where that's what was happening with the boat. Okay, so if we go to Studio, so if you see this sharp here, that's literally just because they've marked a sharp there. So that's actually doing it without topology. Okay, so is there anything, like I say, that I'm trying to like... No, that's fine. So they wanted to know about like reducing the topology for the legs, but honestly they've done a really decent job of doing so anyways. Like realistically, they don't need to thing. Is that auto smoothed? So yes, this will be auto smoothed. But they put it to 180. This is something that I like doing this myself. I usually put my auto smoother pretty high so that I can mark sharps myself. Like, obviously sometimes it's fine and it gets a decent enough job of it, but sometimes it'll put a sharp where you don't actually want the sharp to be. So marking sharps yourself, if you want to spend that time, makes it look a lot better. Why are the sharps there on the legs? So they're on there under the knee, and what that's trying to do is that's trying to emulate that little section, that indent that you have under your knee. If you, like I say, if you stretch your leg out, you'll feel like obviously it comes out and it comes in. So that's probably there just to try and trick the shading into making that a bit more apparent. Whether that looks good or not in VR chat is a different question, but yeah. I can see what they're doing. Like I say, it's nice when I'm looking at these models and you can see the decisions are being taken. Same with like around these bits of the fingers here. Okay. Honestly, model-wise, there's not, like topology-wise, there's not even really much I would say is bad. Chest is fine, body is fine. Even now they've done the butt is fine. You can see this like little indent that's here. They've actually done it in a very clever way where it's indented around the body and around the torso. That's actually quite clever. I quite like that. Would you be rating the models strictly based on VR chat? I'd say... Oh yeah, lower poly count is still better for, when I talk about VR chat, the reason I bring up VR chat so much is because primarily that's most people's reason to want to make a model. So I usually refer to it to VR chat, just to make sure that people who are making them could see what my thought process would be, looking at one of these models and how I would get it into VR chat that way. I mean, technically it doesn't really matter. Neos, VC face rig if you want to go that route, like any of these, it doesn't, like, lower poly count is always more performance. It's better for performance. It's as simple as that. So the sharps are where the, yeah, exactly. Whether, like, again, whether that's good or not is a different question. It's not something I'd say that's bad, because I don't know if it's bad. I don't do that myself, but I can see why somebody would. I've obviously added the extra topology around the legs. Right, okay, let's see the rig. So let's grab this rig. In front. Why is it not shown in front? Oh, is this... Oh, there we go, that's why. No, yeah. I still haven't got to VR chat exporting, but I still try low poly count because it feels regardless that. I mean, you can have really, really high poly count models in VR chat and it can still work fine. It just, if something is more performance heavy, like let's say you put a material on something with 30k tries and a material on something with 90k tries, it's gonna obviously be need to do more on the 90k one. Gotta help anyone with the instance you're in though. I mean, to be fair, I have ran, no joke, a 1 million poly count model in an instance with people, and it still worked. Not well, but it worked. Yeah, so arms are really nice. Head is very nice. Have a look. That is really smooth. That's not too bad. One thing I would say, and no, this is not me just being horny brain. One thing I would genuinely say is to try and, I would still put bones on the breasts. even if you don't plan on like animating them and stuff. And that's simply because if I rotate this now, you can see how it kind of like twists them. Obviously, a character would never twist that much, but it would mean that, like, obviously it keeps a bit more of that consistency. It's the same reason I put bones in the butt. Hey kid, hi Nebula. Having a lovely day. What time are we on? We're on 2 hours and 27, so we're about just under halfway through. Yeah. So again, butt bones would help with something like this, where this bit's coming down here this much. If you had a butt bone here, you could put a rotation constraint of about 50% on, so it would rotate still with the butt, but with the leg, but it wouldn't rotate quite as much. Leg. That is a nice bend. And I imagine this foot bone... Oh no, they actually did put the foot bone doing something as well. Actually quite surprised about that. That actually works alright. Hand, I imagine, is fine. So the one thing to note about VR chat is it will only use the first 3 bones in the chain. So if this is to rotate, it would rotate like that in VR chat. Or obviously you can actually do it the other way around, where you tell it just to use the later ones. Just bear that in mind. Like, this is actually a proper way of rigging hands, because your knuckles actually start before before your fingers separate off. But VR chat only, well, Unity's humanoid rig only recognizes 3 bones. Isn't there a thing about VR chat where it needs 4 bones? Like, it needs 4... No, so it needs 3 digits. It only needs 3 digits entirely, and it only needs 1 bone from each of those digits. Question. Is there a reason why you rotate the whole armatures? So the reason to do this is because if you've got any bone, any like bad weight painting on any of the bones, it should become quite apparent, because it'll like throw things around weirdly. So that's usually why I do like that little movement there. Because I'm looking for like any of those like straight, you know when you get that random vertex that just doesn't seem to be weight painted to anything. It's a very quick way of seeing has it got any of them on it. But yeah, so VR chat needs 3 fingers. It needs thumb 1, index 1, and middle 1. That's what it needs those to work properly. VC face is a little different. VC face still needs 3 bones. It doesn't tell you this though, by the way. It doesn't give you any information on this. It just needs them. It needs thumb 1, index 1, and pinky 1. So you can get away with only actually having like 3 fingers on the hand.
Nice one, my furry friend.
T69 Red, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Right. Yep. That's fine. Yeah, fine. God, there's not a lot I can really say like I would do differently on this one. Oh. Ah. It's quite nicely modeled inside as well. And they've done the jaw drop off. Seeing viewport armature deformations in 60 FPS is a treat. Yo. Hi, Lucian. So. Yeah, no, that looks fine. And how does their how do their deformations stack up? Let's. Yeah, so you can see how like none of this volume's really being lost. It's just squishing it. So that's what we're looking for. You can actually just hide the back of this bit if you wanted to. Wow, scary. Good old 3D models are always looking a little bit on the scary side a little bit of the time. So topology's fine, rig's fine. Last thing, let's have a look at it. Let's bring it all back, because I actually assume, is this all one material as well? It is. That is... That's going to be nice. Oh, right. Yes. So, let's have a look. It's relatively clean. Like, there's not much on the character to begin with, so, you know, it's relatively nicely done. We've got a nice bleed. Actually, see, a lot of this has been painted manually as well. Oh, we do... What is this section here? What is this, and why is it missing a gap? Looks like it map's a little bit messed up around this. Oh, okay, yeah. Map's a little bit messy in this area. Yeah, so somehow that bit's broken. So that's something I would definitely go around fixing. I think it's just lost of where the actual topology goes. Got some overlapping UVs. Not the worst thing. If you want to be an absolute stickler, like you want to be the most, actually, there's a better way of doing this, then technically, if I want to be that kind of guy, these bits here should be moved separate of that bit. They should be there. Why is that? Overlapping UVs in a very, very, very minuscule way do come with a performance cost. It is insignificantly tiny when it's like something as simple as that, but just bear in mind when you overlay a lot of UVs that pull from the same texture, it can impact the performance. That is me being the most... That's like me telling somebody that they've drawn the comma wrong. Like that... Actually, it's a dot and a line, not just a line. Like, it's that kind of level of... It's that kind of level of things. But if you want to be lazy and do it quickly, you're absolutely fine doing that. Does that still apply to you? Yes, it does. Yes. It's another reason why, realistically, you don't really want to be... Again, when I'm talking about the performance impact of it, it is so remotely tiny that there's other things that you should really focus on other than that. But, like, I'm literally struggling to find things to criticize on this model, so there you go. Right. One thing they've done well, though, as well, by the way, is if I actually put this area on, this is what I was talking about before. They've used a lot more area for the head than they have for the rest of the body. That's fine, because guess what? The head's the focal point. So you're absolutely fine doing that. Sleepy. Right. I think we're pretty much going to be done with this one. This one is a really... I'm not
nice
gonna lie.
One, my
This is a really
friend.
nice model to see. This was a really nice model to see. Hussein Doma, welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Genuinely, really nice model. I like the aesthetics of it. It's quite nicely made. It's just well made. You did a good job. Right. Next one. So who's next? We've got Ashes Lita. I hope I say that right. Ashes Lita next. So this is my boy after 6 months of learning Blender and Unity, and I'm very pleased with it. Yo! Let's go out and find. Okay,
Nice one, my furry friend.
I forgot to copy the name properly. GG, kid. My God, we're going to be here for months, aren't we? Oh, boy. Well, I'm going to be doing these model review streams till they're done. So, we're going to get it done. I might just have to close them off at some point, but for now, I'm leaving them open. Right, you. And as per usual, I just want to do a thing. I am second. Am I? Yo. You got your work cut out for you. Me, only a few people will want models reviewed, right? Meanwhile. Oh no. Alright, let's put that on. Just be a second. Right, okay. At the end, you should review your own model. Honestly, if I review my own model, I'm going to pull it to parts, because there's a lot wrong with this model. It's cool that you're doing this. How much longer? So, the review streams, I want to try and go for anywhere between 4 to 6 hours. It depends how long my voice lasts, really. And it's quite obviously tiring to go through with these models. But here we go. Here's the one by Ashes that we'll be looking at. So, the shoemaker's family goes barefoot. Hey, look, like, I made so many models before I actually got around to making my own. Yeah, I made a lot of them. Why is that wireframe showing all the time? Anyways, right, so here's our model. So, I like the style of this one. I like the style of the face. Now, obviously this is without its textures, so we're not really seeing it as it would be. But I like the style. This is the first model that we've looked at today that actually has the follow me eyes. There we go. Which is a technique to use to, you know, actually, it's kind of like a fursuit technique. You use that and that kind of has the eyes follow you. It's a very common way of doing it on Toonie models. I click back on to the tab and Twitch timed me out. Wow, Twitch is against me, the only fairy 3D artist. And hello, Theros. I think I saw Theros there, did I? Oh no. I thought I saw Theros. Oh, Heros. Hello for... Yeah, it works nice for eye tracking and stuff like that. So, very blocky snoot, but that's kind of the kind of character design. Ooh, are we... Oh, sneaky. I see how you're doing that. Take those clothes off. There we go. So this is what I like. I like how that we've got a nice flow of the topology across here. Although we do have extra loops here, which we could probably cull. They're probably not really carrying that much information. We've also got some extra ones here as well. Which that seems odd, to be honest. I've also noticed like the toes have like varying amounts of topology around them. That's that would be something I would change. I would probably make it so that these all come in as just either 2 or 3 points each. Because you've obviously got a 2-pointer there, you've got a 2-pointer there, a 3-pointer there, and a 5-pointer there. I would probably make sure to like balance them out. Slap that shader circle in the top. Oh, I think they're just missing. Yeah, they're just missing. So that's something I would probably do, because like we've got extra loops coming up all the way here, and they're not really carrying that much information. Now, they might be around the shoulders, but you could probably increase the shoulders in a different way. Butt seems fine. It doesn't matter, like I say, I'm not really looking at the textures anyways. It's mostly the model that I'm looking at, because textures I will cover in a different stream. So that's actually not too bad on the bottom of the foot. It's fine. Again, it's maybe just a little bit poly heavy. That's probably the biggest thing that I'm noticing. Hands. Hands are really nice. This is actually really nice to see. One thing I would maybe do is just try and, like, they still look a bit blocky. I would maybe round them out a little bit more, make them a little bit more circular. Because they just feel a bit sausagey, and I would probably also just ever so slightly increase the size of these a little bit, because again, if you look at your fingers, they actually go in and out, and just having them come straight out looks a little bit odd. So maybe just add just a tiny inkling of that, like little bit of that little bit extra just coming along here. With topology of the hand is fine. We've got a defined wrist part. Your topology kind of twists a little bit. Which I don't know, again, if that's for twist bones or stuff, but this kind of twists a little. Square toes and fingers, yeah, like I say, that's probably the thing I would notice the most about. Your hand also, I mean, obviously this can be style, but remember your hand actually kind of comes out a bit more, like it's a bit further out at the point of the wrist. Again, if you stick your hand out and your thumb, and you just splay your hands out entirely, you can see that it all bulges out a bit. That's me fixing the twist. Ah, okay. Right. Oh no, why have we got... Are we on sad? We're on sad. No. No, I refuse. Ah. Okay. Hair looks fine. I actually really like the hair. It's maybe... I would maybe make your tips a bit more defined. What we're looking for when you're doing hair... hair is a very stylistic thing. Most of us use the exact same technique to make it, but it all looks different. But one thing I tend to like doing... This bit down here is fine, but you kind of want to layer that hair in maybe a little bit more, because it's like we've got this section here, section here, section here, section here. You might want to kind of like try and break that up a little bit, keeping your overall sections quite clear, but generally just adding little bits in. That's more of a taste thing, though. You can absolutely 100% feel free to disagree with that. Ears, well, we can improve these ears in one go, really. And there we go. So that's an improvement on the ears now. I hope most of you take that specifically into your repertoire, because come on, it's just better. Like, we all know that, but unfortunately that's not how this character is in this instance, so I'm going to undo that for now. But that's something that I would definitely say in the future you want to kind of consider. Okay, so how does the body look underneath all the other stuff? So your head looks actually pretty decent. That's pretty clean. There's not much there. The one thing that you do lack a bit is a brow, but then it's also kind of... It's also kind of the style of the character. Like I say, if you actually bring up one of the screenshots of your character, to be fair, some characters don't always work with a defined brow, and I feel like yours is probably going to be one of the rare ones that doesn't. Yeah, no, there's like no real stretching. Because you've got such a boxy snoot as well, you don't suffer the usual stretchiness here. So that looks fine. This loop's a little bit odd. Oh, I can see what you've done. I can see what you've done. With this kind of bit here, you kind of want to try and push that much further down into the into your chin, or if you can, much further up. There is also quite a little bit of stretching around here. This really could do with being pulled back a bit more. So, like, that bit could do with being... Where's my annotate tool? You kind of want to pull that back a little bit more like that, and pull that one more there. That one more there. Just to kind of balance this little section out and give you a bit more squish. That's something that I will kind of do. That's a very minor thing, but it is something that I do notice. Because I can imagine on the Visemes that kind of crunches a bit. And yeah, it does. Bit crunchy. Although a lot of that could probably just be simply, you know, balanced out over time. Probably just like rebalance a lot of that out. Yeah, I personally, again, this kind of comes down to more of a style thing. A lot of the stuff when I'm talking about aesthetics comes down to style, and you've got to bear in mind, I'm primarily very cartoony. My thing is to communicate body parts and visuals as quickly as possible. So I tend to like having a very defined jawline, because then it makes the character read a bit quicker. So where this edge is here, I would maybe actually have this edge down here come across and actually come to about here, then pull up and then pull down. And if I go back to my own model, you can kind of see where I do that here, where I've got this defined jawline here, which actually comes up. And again, if you actually take your fingers and you put your finger behind your jaw, you can feel that it bulges out a little bit. And that's what that bit there on that topology is doing. It's coming up and around and it's pulling it up. And you can still see it's still smooth, but just the topology is carrying across that information. And that's kind of the stuff that you want to be bringing across in your own models too. And again, this is not me by any means saying Kate is perfect. He's not. The other thing I noticed is like this front part of your body is quite sharp, but again, I think that's kind of to do with the textures. Overall, your topology is not too bad. Your topology isn't too bad. You've got the nice knee thing there. It's just like I said, the main thing that I'm bothered about is just this like randomly extra bit here. I genuinely think we could probably just dissolve that now and you would see literally no difference. And then what you could do is just pull that bit up there. And then find a bit down here. So maybe that bit there. Add. Add a bit there. Add a bit there. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's because it all seams up at one point, isn't it? So add you there, add you there. And just do something like that, just to make sure that each one of these, for the topology wise, has kind of like the same amount. So you're not going to have one that's randomly massive and one that's randomly small. And like I say, you can put these little converters in pretty much anywhere, really. And if I pull those down, there we go. I put it on a shape key. I've put it on chair for some reason, but yeah. Now, not perfect, but it does mean that, like I say, compared to having all of that topology up before, we do that. Normally with the feet, the way I do it is you can see my converters here. That's how I tend to convert it. I tend to loop around these two toes, and then these two toes come into their own thing. Does adding the converters add any normal artifacting? Usually try smooth. Yeah, it can cause a little bit of oddity, a shading as well. Sometimes you can get like, if you get them in the wrong place, or you put them in a place where there's a lot of deformation, you can get them making odd shadows. So there is a bit of a rule to put them in places where it's not going to affect things, but yeah. Oh no, multi-poly on Cade. Wow. It's the end of the world. Ah. Can you see how not serious I am about that? This is what I mean. It's like, that's probably came out when I was like, absolute, the Engon police gotta get you. Oh no. Oh no, let me sort it out. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, what a disaster. Oh no. Oh, it's awful, isn't it? The humanity. Oh, and there's one on that side too. Oh, it's dreadful. It's dreadful, I hear. Honestly, don't be scared of when you come to a point like where Cade is at. So, this is what I would recommend. And yeah, we're just looking. There you go. I know you fucking love bald Cade for some reason, so there you go. What I would recommend is when you're just doing the initial modeling out and the blocking out, what you really want to be doing is you do want to try and avoid, you really do want to actually try and avoid those triangles as much as you can. Like, because it makes it harder to select loops. It gives you weird loops even after you've applied the subdivision. But once your model is mostly there and you're cutting things down, add triangles. It doesn't matter. The model gets converted into triangles anyways, so you know, you're fine. Okay, let's have a look at your rig. So head. Relatively fine. Neck. Oh, come on. Do it properly, kid. That's fine. Oh, we gotta check him. Fine. Ah, yes, the eye placement. If you ever have follow me eyes, by the way, that's usually where your eye bones will actually be. They will be quite far behind in the back of the head. Just pull that down. Your shoulder is that's nice. That's clean. That's very clean, actually. Nice. And okay, clean. Triangles do weird things. N-gons are just triangles, but you haven't. Yeah, exactly. Like I say, it's you are fine. Absolutely. I've said this since I've started streaming that I feel like there's a lot of fear mongering put into newer artists around topology. Topology is important. I'm reviewing people's topology right now, right? There's definitely a level of importance to it, but I feel like the level it's given, is just like beyond what's realistically needed. People are too scared about making mistakes with the topology that they get put off making the entire model. And I really don't like that. I would much prefer somebody to come with a model with bad topology than to not have a model at all. Because bad topology can be fixed. So one thing I would definitely do with this, you can see how that like inside of the hand is being really squished in. I would definitely add way more weight to the actual hand bone there. If I go onto you and to you and then go into weight paint. Even just as a very rough... Oh, that's a subtract. Even as just like a very rough... Oh, that's... Come on, draw. Tool. Why is that subtracting? What? Oh. Yeah. So, what I would normally do... Only on the bottom side, and the other side, you're less important so. But if I just add that there. And now rotate those round. Can you see how that looks a bit nicer now? Like it doesn't, it's not squishing, like it's clipping inwards and upwards a bit, but it's not squishing it completely in the hand anymore. That's one thing I would always try and do. The inside of your hand will probably want to be quite sharp. The outside of the hand will probably want to be a little bit smoother. Now you still might want sharps on if you want to keep those knuckles. Personally, I actually don't like knuckles, so I just sausagey. But yeah, it's just what you can have. Just remember the 3D model I made on was horribly unoptimized and had a bunch of useless quads. And I only thought the topology was good because I'm only using quads. It's that kind of idea. It's like, oh, I'm using quads. That's great. But if you're adding like an extra 2,000 polygons to your entire model just because you want to use quads, it's like, maybe it's not the best idea. How are your legs moving? Not too bad, actually. You've done a good job of weight painting the butt. Although this bit kind of crunches in a little bit here. I would maybe add a little bit more smoothing along that section there. One thing I would do, if, again, obviously what you've probably submitted, I don't know if you've got a different version of this model. One thing I definitely recommend doing is adding some weight paint of your legs onto the crotch. Otherwise, you can kind of get this happen. And you can kind of get a little... Actually, it's not too bad on yours because the legs are so bloody thick. But you can get this, like, bulge happening. Now, it's not too bad on yours because, again, the legs are so thick it's kind of, like, absorbing it. But you kind of want to add a little bit on there. Hey, okay, I've been watching your modeling-based VODs, and they're very useful. And from my perspective, it's not a hard thing to follow if I want to make my own character. Just should have the patience to make a model. By the way, I've been Skylar Grow. Oh, okay. Welcome on in. Saved by thick. Yeah, literally, Ashes, you can say, well, my crotch was about to be critiqued, but I was saved by the thickness. There you go. But yeah, you want to... On models where the legs maybe aren't quite as wide, you want to watch out for this because you can get this, like, horrible little bulge here. And the way to just simply go about solving that is if we go back to Cade and I bring back his armature, is to simply weight paint a little bit of it on the pelvis itself. So if I grab your leg there, you can see there how that part of the inner part of his crotch moves with the leg. And what that stops is if I bring these legs up like this, so like he's sitting down, he doesn't ever really get that like bulge appearing. It actually just crunches it in and pushes his stomach in a bit more. Same if I push it backwards. Although, obviously, if your legs are in that position, chat, I'm sorry to say it, you might want to go to a doctor. Because that's not normal. But that can stop with some of those some of that bulging happening. But again, on yours, it's literally so thick, it's not even a problem. Tail. Stolen. It's mine now. Let's have a look. You've done right. Somebody actually asked this. Somebody actually asked this question the other day. How do you model the tail? You always want to kind of pull your tail out straight like it is here, because if you want to pose it, well, then you can pose it, and it makes it a lot easier. No, I need that. It's mine now. It's mine. It's like the other day in that Neo stream when I did it. I see how you've done the wings as well. The wings, these should actually work fairly alright. People get really, really scared of wings. People do get scared of wings a lot, but unless you plan on doing some intricate animations with it, you can really get away with a simple rig. Now, what I'd normally do, for me personally, whenever there's wings on a character, obviously Cade doesn't have wings, so I can't show you this. But when you've got wings, normally what you'll want to do is model them the exact same way you would an elbow to the hands. And I finally made a 3D character thanks to you. The character I made is for a future game project I have to develop, but sometimes use them for other things. Excellent! I'm glad to hear it. Again, you can get away with a lot, and like Ashes has done a really wonderful job here. But yeah. You mean you can rig wings with less than 200 bones per wing? Impossible. Absolutely possible. Now, they have cheated a little bit, if you can see that, by the way, chat. In that, this is the cheeky bit. It's not actually part of the model. Like, we can go here. I can hide these bits completely separate. That's your cheeky bit. But that's perfectly fine and works on... Again, toony models can get away with that. Just obviously bear in mind, if you're using a realistic shader, it would look a little bit weird. I learned so much to do. I've learned so much that I don't know what to do next. This is overwhelming. Don't try. So the way, what it says, Zippler, what it say? Don't try and take everything that I've taken today and try and implement it all at once. That's too much. It's too much. Take the thing that's made you go, ah, the most, like the thing that's made you figure something out that you want to do, and work on that. Because the thing is, if you notice something yourself and something hits you harder than any other criticisms that I've given any of these models, that's probably the thing that you know you need to improve on. Right, just give me a second. Yeah. So. Yeah, there should be a... Let's actually put the... I think you put some in 3D art, didn't you? I actually want to show the Ash... Because it's a nice model, actually. If you didn't put it, though, you can put it in 3D art and then have a look there. Oh, there it is. There's one bit. There's one bit, chat, of it with, like, the texture and stuff on. Very sweet. Right. Okay, anything else? Anything else that I want to look for? I want to look for the UVs. Oh, okay. So that's what I would call an optimized rig, a UV map, I should say. Holy shit. That's pretty impressive. The only thing I would mention about this is that you'd really maybe want to just increase the island margins here, just because things like substance and stuff might start bleeding onto each other. But genuinely, that's very well packed. There is this bit here as well, yes, which I'm not sure what this is. Let's go and have a look. It's... Oh, okay, so it's like a blush or something inside here. But yeah. Oh. So thick yet so tempting. My goodness. Calm down. Other thing I want to check, though. Yeah, so that's like massive for some reason. But yeah, like you do want to have a little bit more gap between them. It's nice in how it's all laid out because I can tell that this is really an optimized one. But yeah, I would spread them out just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Also, what are these? What are these? Oh, wrong button. Ah, so it's your teeth. So you can get away with that. Normally what I would recommend, though, is actually cutting edges down the teeth as well, just to let it open it up a little bit. What resolution do you usually work with when it comes to single material models? 4K would be the same for me. Yeah, I would use a 4K one. Because here's the thing, you can always shrink it down afterwards. Cade, for example, right now is running a 2K texture. Although he's got a couple of he's got a 2K texture for his body, 1K texture for his hair, and 1K texture for his clothing as well. Right. Honestly, Ashes, not too bad a model. Like I said, just a little bit of rough topology here and there. Rigging, very good. I would say maybe work on the hands and the feet maybe just a little bit more, just to refine them out. Head's fine. Visums are fine. generally not a bad model. Just maybe like I said, and a lot of this topology here, like you could probably get rid of these loops along here as well and like not even notice the difference. Like there's just a bit of optimization there that you could probably do. So yeah. Also, you've passed cake inspection, so there you go. Can you check Smug? It's my favourite. Go on then. Before I move on to the next one, let's look at one more. Smug.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, wait, we've still got the A on. Yeah, look at that boy. Yo, Yoshils, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome. Bah. Okay, let's look at the next one. So let's go to that screen. In fact, I'm actually gonna, because we're at the 3-hour mark, I'm gonna have a toilet break and then I'm gonna go and get another drink and I'll be back in just a moment. So don't go anywhere. Right, okay, I'm back. So, let's go and grab... Who's next? So, model review. Let's go and have a look. So, we want to look at... Just having to scroll up a little less each time, but this time it is... Dark Neko Green. Let's grab you. Pardon me. And once again, it didn't copy and paste the name. Thank you. Right, there. Right, grab you. Grab the name, there we go. Long cap blend, let's grab that. Open that. Yeah, I am not going to be able to get through all of these models today. Absolutely not. But I'm going to leave that model review thing open, and I'm going to go through them. And I am going to try and get through every single model. I will eventually probably put a cutoff date for submitting models, but I want to do that. So, speedrun. No, we're not speedrunning. We're taking our time with this. So this is a model by Dark Nickel Green in the Discord. Was that a kid? Maybe. So this is one of their models. Okay, so the first thing that I want to say more than anything else is balance. The balance of the character. One thing that I would say is this character's center of gravity is not on this point here. Remember where your feet hit the floor, you kind of want that to be your center of gravity. So if we look at Cade here, you can see where his body mass is kind of where his feet kind of sit on the ground. That's kind of what you want. And a very, very quick fix would be to just simply, I'm just going to grab that. I'm going to do this very rough. Would just be to even pull it back like that. Just to make sure that that's more online. But I'm going to pull it forwards just so it is as it is. You want to make sure that the character feels balanced. A way that you could also kind of do this is a shortcut key not many people know about. You're going to learn a secret here. Control, Shift, Alt, and S together allow you to skew a model. So if I actually put that onto medium point, you could do that, and then there we go. It's kind of pushed that model forwards a bit. That's a shape key. That's a tool, not a lot of things.
Look at all the bits.
Yo, thank you for the 100 bitties there, Canvas Tree VR. Aw, very kind of you. Control, Shift, Alt, and S. So Sierra, like your S key. Same one that you use to save. Control, Shift, Alt, S, and that's a skew. And that actually works from your visual angle as well. Very useful tool. But yeah, so that's the first thing that I would notice about this model. That's so many keys that are hot. Like, I know you've got to like, the way I do it is little finger, big finger, little finger on control, big finger on ring finger on shift, thumb on alt, and then thing. I'm gonna pop off, Cade. You have a good rest of your view. Chat better behave. Wow, I'm being abandoned by one of my best friends. Not even sticking around for the stream. Ah. No, you're going to have a lovely day, Yari. Thank you for popping along. Let me just claw grip my keyboard. Look. Ah! Okay, I deserve that. I deserve that, chat. Right. Okay, so let's have a look at more of the body. So one thing I would definitely say is there needs to be a little bit more definition around the hips. The shoulders could maybe use a little bit more definition as well. They kind of recede in a little bit. I would maybe bring those out a little bit. The hands are quite cute though. Look at the little bappers. Like personally I would maybe say to have these separated down here, but honestly those are lovely little bappers, and that might just be the style of the model. And hello Demon Wolf, welcome on in. We don't really have any definition around the elbow either. A lot of it just feels like it just needs a little bit more definition and refinement. So the face, once again, as I said before, with I think it was Massaroose model. Sometimes when we're working from that cube, it can be quite difficult to get that cubey shape out of it. And you can see here how we've almost got the cube still remaining here. And I would definitely say try and push those corners in, squish them down, because Cade here is made from a cube.
Nice one, my furry
You need to kind of squish it in. And thank you very much for the follow there, Demon Wolf. I hope you're having a lovely day. So that's one thing I would definitely say needs a bit of looking at. Same with the eyes. So while the eyes are recessed in, that is something normal. We want to watch out for this like little bottom bit of the lid here. This little bottom bit of the lid here really needs to be much further back. So this bit here would probably want to be, let's take connected only off. Probably want to be more around there. And such like that. I don't want, obviously, like I said, I don't want to change it too much because I don't want to take it too far away from what the model is here. Is it a separate sculpt for the face? I typically start out with a round. So it depends. You can just, like, if you've ever watched me make one from scratch, you'll notice I actually work on the body first. I always get my body laid out first, and then I work on the head, putting in the basic shapes, and then once I've got all the basic shapes and the topologies there for me to play with, that's when I then start shaping it out. So it's like, it's almost like the way I kind of envision it, how I set a model up, is I'm kind of putting the building blocks in place first and just getting the overall shape there, like a sketch, and then I'm refining it out. I don't really like adding too much topology after that point. I like just adding loops where the loops are needed, and then culling them from where they're not. So that's one thing I would do. I would also give them a little bit more of a defined brow, but again, I feel like a lot of that could just simply be, you know, skewed forwards, and it probably solve a lot of these kind of things out. How did you select connected only? So if you want connected only for your soft selection or proportional editing, as it's called here, it's in this little menu here, and there's a one called connected only here. The difference is now this will move the eyes and like the eyelids, which are not connected to it, but if I actually turn that to connected only, it'll ignore them entirely. So that's what I would do. One thing about the topology is it's all stretched upwards. It feels like this has been like, it feels like this mouth is being pulled up. You really want to try and keep things as relaxed as possible. Like trying to relax them down is what we'd want. Like by your default, you probably want to pull this mouth down there, because remember, if you want to put an expression into the model, you can do so afterwards. Again, Cade, for example, his neutral face is actually fairly, like, it's just neutral. Obviously, I give my characters a very slight smile, but, yeah. Oh, weird, I don't have that for some reason. Maybe my blender is out of date. Oh, that's odd. It's only in edit mode, by the way. I don't think it's actually in the... Yeah, no, if you're in object mode, it's not there, but if you're in edit mode, it is. Its face looks like when I pet my cat for a laugh. Look, it's cute. I love the style of this. This is a really cute creature. I think it just again, it's like I keep saying to all of y'all. I'm not here to say this bad, this rubbish, this terrible. I'm here to say, hey, here's where you can improve what you've got, or if you come to do a new one, here's what you can do for the next time. But yeah, like, overall, you want to be careful with that. Want to be careful with, like I said, the overall head shape. Just a few of the shapes just need, like I said, just that little bit more refinement. For this one, like I said, I would probably look at, say, like an actual cat's head and try and, like, figure out how that's kind of fitting in. Let's undo that, because, again, I want to review the model as you've presented it. Okay, rig. Head's pretty decent. Do I have individual origins? I don't. Yeah, that's good. That's decent.
Nice one, my furry friend.
So, I mean, that doesn't look too bad. Takuma, welcome on in. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day. That doesn't look too bad. The one thing that is a little strange is why these are so high up on the model. I would probably push this topology, I'll probably push this part of the model here upwards a bit, because it kind of feels like our shoulders are kind of non-existent. They kind of just flow down. But then we've got them at the back there. which is nice because a lot of people do forget about that. How's our arm work? That's nice. Ooh, and you've got some nice... I see you've got the rigging for the like the wing bits as well. And I'd imagine that you'll put a rotation constraint on this one so that when this rotates about 50% of the way. That's what I would do anyways. Hands, fairly nice actually. Nice job on the hands. Fingers, looks like you're just rigging the one bone here, isn't it? Yes, it's just the one bone. Ooh, okay. So that's a little bit on the rough side. That's possibly one thing that's probably from is just simply this finger being in the wrong place. You probably want to move that there. And then that there. And that for one will probably sort out some of our issue. Yeah. You can see by just having the bones in the right place how they can solve some of those issues. Like, I've not really done much else other than that. I struggled a lot with the rig, trying to make it work with FBT without being able to test it for myself. It is hard. Trust me, I've been in that position before. When I first started making VR chat models, I didn't have VR. I only had desktop, so I had to trust on what my clients... To be fair, my early clients for VR chat had significant amounts of patience with me, so I definitely understand what that's like. And FBT is another beast that until you really get it yourself and you know what to look for, it's quite a hard one to do yourself. So again, I completely understand. And again, if anybody ever thinks anything I say in these critique streams is unfair, shout me out. I'm not perfect. I'm just a guy who makes models as well. I've just done it for a long time at this point. Right, your legs. Like I say, overall your legs just need to be pulled back, I would say. But they'll probably work fine. Yeah, apart from your foot. Honestly, I would say most people getting a VR chat model are usually kind of nice. I like the model. It looks cute. It is. It's cute. It's adorable. It's just like I said, I can just see it being refined just that little bit more. And I can really see it shining. I can really see, like, it's really cute. Your wings, I didn't really check. But I assume your wings will work fine. Yeah. You've done a good job. You've done a good job with the wings and these bits here. One thing I've seen others do is if they've got no VR is go into a dance world and see. Yes, you can do that, absolutely. That's a good way of doing it. Playing like these animations or the MMD worlds are great for that. Looking forward to being able to get FBT hardware so I can make models optimized for it. It changes the game. It makes it a lot easier to find faults as well with them. Out of every client I've had in my life, I've had a single rude client. That's about it. You'll most likely be fine. The only thing with clients, I mean, this is a bit off topic with the review stuff, but when you're taking commissions, the only thing with clients is if you get a rude one, it can ruin your entire day. Like, it can suck. I've had a few. I've had one who didn't pay for his commission in full and just ran off with the model. That's kind of on me, though, as well, because I kind of gave them the model files before asking for payment, so... Bit of a silly mistake on my front there, which is why you should always take payment up front before handing over any finalized files. And then I've had a few others that were just either rude or didn't care. Like, you get them every now and again. But yeah. I mean, to be fair, back then I only charged like £80 for the model, and I got paid 20 and never saw anything else. So, eh. It happens. But yeah, so the main thing I would say is just, like I said, just literally skew these feet. Topology wise, I'd try and avoid keeping your feet coming down as like a tube like this. Like, even if you want to keep it like kind of smooth, you'd still want to like have a little bit of an ankle in it. Yeah, £80 is what that was like my third commission. The first commission was only like, the first commission was 50, the second commission was like 75, and the third was 80. But like I say, I only received Like I said, 20 from it, and I was quite disheartened, and I only kept going because somebody kept pushing me to go. So I might have never actually got properly into commissions if, because it takes it out of you. It makes you a bit bleh. Ah, I'm just drinking myself. And there. But now, like I say, my models generally go from well, the base models are 500 to 750, but the actual final product usually costs around 1k to just a bit over 1k, depending on the qualities, like the features and stuff the person wants. Which I'm, like I say, I'm very grateful I'm in the position where people are willing to spend that much on my work. It's a weird feeling, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, so I'd maybe just balance that down a little bit more, and now that rig probably work a lot nicer. And that'll still work in well, thing. Cade loudly ripping off Cade initially. Taking commissions can be stressful sometimes, but it's good to take your own pace with them. Make sure you have another hobby aside from art. If you, yes, that is something. I wouldn't even say have a different hobby other than art, but a different art form at least. For me, that's Warhammer. Like Warhammer, if I ever get bored or like properly stuck with art, I'll go and paint some Warhammer. You'll notice on my Twitter, I never share anything about it. I keep that part of my thing completely separate of all my other work because I don't want that to become work. I don't want to view it as something that I've got to do social media for, I've got to push things for, I've got to like deal with clients stuff. I don't want to deal with that. I love 3D art, and 3D art is something that I'm fairly odd because I went into learning art because I wanted to become an animator for DreamWorks or Disney and stuff. That's actually why I got into it. So I've always had art as this idea that it's something I want to do as a job. It's something I've always viewed as work. It's only something that in recent times that I've started to really see art as a bit more than just a job. I've seen it as a way to represent identity and to free people and, you know, express yourself. Are you British? No. No, I'm not. I'm from Sealand. Teeth reveal when? There you go. Right. Yeah, otherwise, like I said, this model, honestly, it's pretty cute. I'd say it just needs, like I say, those little bits of refinement on it. There's no glaring mistakes. A lot of it's just kind of like, time. Potato, hello. Yes, I'm doing well. If anyone asks if I'm British, I start speaking Welsh to scare them off. I'm not British, I'm English. Ah! Meanwhile, I'm like, no, I'm European. Well, actually, I'm from Earth. Activate Northern Babel. No. Zerky, no. Zachary. Keep getting it wrong. Ah! One day. Oh, your jaw. I didn't really. So that's nice. I would say this could probably be done with a bit lower down here. And that probably reads a bit more of a jaw. Ooh, one thing you'll want to do is, with your models, you really want to kind of like, this is more, again, this is a personal recommendation. Not everybody does this. Hell, even Lumetric's model that I worked on recently doesn't do this, but it's something that I recommend you do if you're planning to make this for VR chat or VC face. And that is to make sure that you give your character some defined lips. And what do I mean by that? Well, I'm sorry, Cade, but I'm going to chop you in half for a second. So I'm going to Alt-H. So what do I mean by that? What I mean by giving them defined lips is making sure that it comes down and then up quite quickly, immediately, and then pulls back. And what that allows you to do is it allows you to set the teeth into the mouth and then pull the lips down and up around the gums inside the mouth. The reason you want to be able to do that is because if you look at yourself when you're talking, you'll notice that your jaw moves, but really what makes more of your sounds that come out of your mouth is that your lips move up and down, and they stretch and they pull and they squish, and you really want to be able to have the room on it to do that. You really want to be able to have that, so you want to try and avoid just coming straight down and straight into the mouth. You really want to push this up a bit, and then it'll allow you to push these teeth a little further forwards. Lava Durgy McDurgface, welcome on in, and that is a hell of a good username. I like that. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Nice one, my furry friend.
And Twitch the Demon, welcome to you as well. I hope you're also having a wonderful day. Yum, 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 yum. Normally, you don't really need an upper jaw because your upper jaw...
Nice one, my furry friend.
Your upper jaw doesn't really move because it's your skull. But if you can put that in for like a snoop one. Lava, yeah, Twitch recommends me all the handsome dogs. Aw, that's very sweet of you. I bet you're handsome too. Ah, right. Okay, I think we're going to leave this one. I hope that's helped. Oh, what was your name again? Sorry, I forgot. Dark Nickel Green. I hope that's helped, and I hope that feels like it's reasonable feedback. And I look forward to seeing where you go with it, and I look forward to seeing future things from you. Keep on with it. Right, next one. Bwah. Who's next? Hello, hello, Cuddle the Fox Cat. Oh, welcome in into you too as well. Hope you're having a wonderful day. So, who's next in our model review? So we've just done Dark Nickel Green. So next is Chaos Hideout. Let's grab that. DMs. Untitled 3 Blend. Well, you're already getting a bad rep for calling it Untitled. Bwah. Okay, let's have a look at Chaos's. So this is Chaos's. I'm watching. Hello. Is this a homework review? Yeah, everyone submitted the homework in. They're all getting failing grades. And none of them are getting their degrees. I'm sorry, you've all failed. You all should have tried harder, and you didn't even get me my favourite teacher mug when you finished for the summer holidays. I can't believe it. Actually awful. But yeah, no, what I'm doing here is we're going over people's models. People have submitted models to me, and I'm going over them and giving them my thoughts as somebody who does this as a job. If you want to put your model in, if you join the Discord, there's a section called Model Review. Pop a screenshot of your model in there, and then send me the model files directly. You should just be able to direct message me. Oh shoot, the cat ate my homework, sorry. Well, I'm sorry. This is just not good enough, is it? Genuinely.
Nice one, my furry friend.
You're all genuinely just terrible at this, right, aren't you? Like, just can't submit your homework at all. Right, Ralcal 2020, welcome on into you as well. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I want to pay for instruction. I don't at the moment. It is something that I have considered doing live tutorials and stuff, but it's something that I've always struggled understanding how I would accept payment for it, how I would make it fair with other people, and obviously I like streaming and stuff, so yeah. Right, okay, so let's stop him screaming. Oh no, he just screams eternally. That's his default position. He's just, ah! Okay, so let's have a look. So, your overall shape. So, one thing, again, I would kind of say, it looks like you're almost dealing with the same thing again. It's not quite as bad on yours. There's some, I don't want to say bad. That's a negative connotation. It's not quite as extreme as on others, but you've still got this, like, kind of cubish shape here. You might want to try and push this, like, bit of the leg out. It's like, it's quite a thick leg there for the, like, length, for the kind of body itself. So you might want to, like, squish that in almost a little bit. Or something like that. Just to kind of give those legs a bit more definition. Knees are good. You've got your good topology here with the back bit there. And yeah, we've got this inset here for your butt, but it's not really carrying the information it needs to. Yeah. I just spent 3 hours editing the wrong version of a model. Oh my goodness. Oh, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Hopefully you can copy and paste some of that stuff onto the proper one. Oh, that's horrible. But yeah, topology is clean. Topology is very nice here. Like, that's very clean along there. We've got a nice amount around the fingers. One thing I have noticed in here, if you stick your hand out and you look at your hand now, one thing you'll notice is that that basically, when we're looking at the tip of your middle finger to the bottom of your hand, it should be about half and half. So your fingers are starting a little too soon. You'd probably want to move your fingers just to start around about there. You just want to pull them up a bit. The overall length is fine, but you probably want to push them up a bit. Yeah, because you can see how this palm is just really small compared to the length of the fingers, but, you know, not too bad so far. And again, you cut the topology where it's not needed. Excellent. What I'd love to see. Won't lie, this stream is really relaxing while texturing the model. Oh, I'm glad. I hope he's enjoying it. It's obviously quite a lot of mental work for me, but just that I know how much these streams help people and how much people enjoy them, like, I'm doing them. Thomas the Tank Destroyer, what the Derg doing? God, that's a username and a half. I love it. I'm currently going through people's models and I'm reviewing them and I'm giving them my feedback on their model, rig, shapes, and UV maps. So one thing that I would maybe change, now maybe this is more of a stylistic thing, I would maybe pull your eyes to be a bit more like that. Maybe a little bit... it's obviously a little bit rough with me just changing them like that, but I feel like them angled down to the side makes them look a little bit almost sad or tired and stuff. I would maybe just try and pull them around a little bit. You've got a defined brow, which is nice to see. Snoot looks pretty decent. Good flow along there. You've got a nice curve around the mouth. That's actually really good. Do take care of yourself if it's a lot mentally. I do this once a week for 6 hours, and I can kind of get away with that. And this is every Sunday. Review streams are going to be every Sunday, unless obviously I need to go and do something else. Yeah, same. Like, you've actually done quite nice with giving this shape here. I would maybe push this bit a bit more forwards though as well, and your arms. Your arms don't come right out of the center of your body. Your arms actually, when we're looking at the side of a body, this is going to be awful because I'm drawing it with a mouse. But when we're looking at the side of the body, the arms actually come out here. They come out much further back. If anything, they're actually a bit further back, more further back than that. Because then this comes back and then that's our shoulder pain there. So, shoulder pain. Shoulder blade. I'm so used to I'm calling them shoulder things like bloody 3D terms. But yeah, that's nice. I like seeing this kind of stuff where you're reducing the poly count. Love to see that. And it comes into the eye, which comes into around there. Excellent, perfect. Teeth are good. Although you might want to pull these gums out a little bit, because obviously these teeth are kind of sliding off the side of it a bit. You might want to just pull those in a bit. Personally, now, you can get away with doing the mouth like this, where the back part of it is just fully like blocked in. Normally what I tend to do, if we have a look at this one, normally I tend to pull this model down and in a bit. Like, just down a bit so that it falls downwards. I just feel that looks a little better, but there's nothing wrong with the way that you've done it yourself. The hair is fine. One thing I would maybe say is the hair looks a little bit small. I would maybe literally largen like the clumps of hair that you've got. But that's not wrong. Again, that's more of a thing. I'm awake. Hello, Dragon Boy. Hope you had a good night. Tail's separate and tail's fine because it's literally just a tube. Generally though, you know, it's not too bad. There's just another thing though as well. Again, you kind of lose your jawline after this point here. P.S. I lost some progress that I had it different within the map. Oh, okay. So one thing, like I said, the other thing I would try and do is you've got a nice defined jawline here, but then it just kind of fades out to nothing. You kind of maybe want to still pull that jawline here and pull it around this part of your jaw here. And I can show you how exactly, like I said, that's exactly how it works on Cade. Like if I actually pull that and hide that, you can see how this jawline pulls and pulls up and around, and it gives you that like little bit of a, it gives you like the cheeks, that's that little bit of a push out. And hello there, Fluffy Eddie Raccoon. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Okay, UV time. Oh wait, we haven't looked at your rig yet either, so we'll look at the rig. Clean. A lot of space here that is wasted. I feel like you could probably better pack some of this, and it's obviously duplicated as well. So remember, like I say, remember if you're doing it this way, it's going to be difficult for you to bake normals and stuff like that. If you're just doing it flat textured though, obviously it doesn't matter, but just bear that in mind. Let's have a look though and check your area. So you're getting a few bits like this. I can see that already, like where it gets more intense in the middle. What that tells you is that one of these edges here could maybe do with being sliced down. So that's not too bad. That's definitely not bad at all. That's not bad at all. That's not bad. That's not bad because that's the tail, I would imagine. That's not bad. Fingers, they always get a bit rough like that, so I won't blame it for that. Yeah, no, not too bad overall. Not too bad overall. I still don't know what these are, but I assume they're like maybe your hair or something. Okay, rig. Let's have a look. I can actually hit pause mode. Wow. Oh. So I assume the rig isn't quite done just yet. Oh boy. Kate, I've noticed a lot of my UVs stick together with vertices, which makes them hard to go around. How do you go about fixing those? What kind of error is it? Are you mean like where like they're kind of like joined together and then they get stuck? Because if they do, what you want to do, if they're stuck like that, press V on them and that'll rip them apart and then you can move them around. Flap, 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 flap. Shoulders good. These are all getting good at shoulders now. Especially compared to the last time I did one of these review streams. I've noticed the shoulders are definitely a lot better. Hands good. How about our fingers? They're nice. They are good. Which I suspected. Again, the rig on the hands is fine. Again, it's just the shape of the hands. They just need to be like squished a bit more. So that's actually fine. Let's check your thumb. Your thumb's also fine. Now, if you were to use these ones, yeah, I wouldn't maybe use that, you know, one. Okay. Legs. Okay, so one thing I would definitely do different already with these legs. Pull this up. And what you should be looking for here look for like where your knee is and look for where the back of the knee is and try and cut that across and then try and place that there. If anything, that actually needs to be a little bit higher up. Oh, and the weight paint will need changed. Because you want that to kind of be in that like section there. So that's actually more of a weight painting issue. So if we grab that and grab that, go to weight paint, go to there. Put more on there. And then subtract from that bit there. Pushed a bit too much in. Yeah, I would definitely just switch around the position. Can't seem to find an example to show you right now, but I'm on a UV painting layer where the cut-up pieces are laying flat. Remember those paw pads you tried to move away from the palm in the one model before? And there were faces sticking to the beans and the palm even after moving all the connected faces. That's the kind of some of the issues I've got again. That might be then. Check this isn't on. Check your connected only isn't on. Or connected only is off. Just make sure that's like blank. Maybe that's your issue. Right. Yeah. Generally. Not too bad, Chaos. Not too bad. And you got the book control bones. Let's see how your leg... Yeah. So your leg bones probably want to be a little bit higher up. So these probably want to come up a little bit more like there. Yeah. You see just that little change there just makes a little bit more of a difference. You kind of want, because remember when we're thinking of a pelvis, when we're actually thinking of like that section there, you got to remember we've almost got if I pull that like that, we've got like a ball. So if I pull those there, and then you've got the ball joints here. So they're not directly here. They're not where this bit is. They actually come out here, and they actually come out a bit up and then down. Like when you're thinking of the actual bones, that's what we're kind of thinking. Have you ever thought of outfit point redeems? I have, yes, and I just can't bother making more outfits. I've got a lot of work to do. I do have a lot of redeems on normally, but I'm going to turn off most of my redeems when I do the review streams, because I don't want like the reviews to have like random smashing or, you know, UFO sounds like they usually do. They will be on for the usual art streams though. Which we've got a new stream schedule. I am trying to get back to a whole new week of work. God, this song sounds like I'm about to do a sales pitch, so buy now. Join the Discord for only $3.99 a month. Find yourself. No, it's free. Like and subscribe to me on Facebook. Yeah, it's only $3.99 a month. Like, you know, £400 for me to review your model every month. I'm basically like one of those online schools. Kid, stop before you get sued. Right. Hey, behave. Right. Next model. Very, very good. And might I say, those some good beans. Okay. We've been nerfed. You have been nerfed. Just for review streams. Just for the review streams. I mean, technically, I've got a master's degree, so I suppose I could say, well, I actually have a master's degree in creative practice, so I can teach you all about this stuff. Blah. I'm not really a teacher though, so I don't know what the laws on that are. I'm just a furry who likes teaching other furries how to make furs. Who's next? Who is next? Let's have a look. So we've got Lorcan next. Let's grab that. Go to the DMs. Lorcan, there we are. Let's grab this one. Master's degree in furrying. Imagine that. Imagine if you could actually go and get a degree in furry. What would it be? A degree in like furry history or something? Would you have to go through like all the conventions and your test is on like can you name which convention is in which state in which country? I'd still fail, to be honest. I mean, anything where you have to... No, you wouldn't fail Canvas. What you would do is you'd leave it till like you'd have like 3 months to do the assignment. For the first 2 months, you'd be like, I've got plenty of time, it's fine, I'm gonna go and see my friend, I'm gonna play this new video game that's come out. Then the month comes, and you're like, I should really start getting some like research and stuff done on that. Then there's 2 weeks left, and then you start running to the library to get a load of books, and then you forget about it. And then you have a week left, and you're like, oh shit, I've now got to do a whole month's work in like, I've got to do 3 months' work in 1 week. And there you go. That is the fundamental university experience, at least in my, experience. The Literal Wingman, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. That one's finished downloading, so let's open this model up. Which one was it that just downloaded? It was Faunus, that's it. That hit a bit too close to home. Look, I still say to this day that I learned more from other furries for 3D modeling than I ever would, than I ever did at university. University just taught me about semiotics, which, yeah, important in the abstraction of art, but I just wanted to learn how to make furries. Right, okay, so we got this model. Let me just quickly check bits, because I don't want to get, you know, the banned off Twitch. Yeah, no, it's fine. So, we've got this model. Boop. This one here. This is Faunus. This was submitted by Lorcan. I'm just checking. I'm making absolutely sure. So we're going to look at the model first. Like I say, we're going to do the same stuff. We're going to go for... University isn't going to teach me... Exactly! I'm teaching you how to inset the arse properly, so you get it looking nice and defined. No university is going to teach you that. There was, about a university age 18 years ago, a degree in Lady Gaga studies at Bangor Uni. What are you going to do with that? I mean, I have a master's in creative practice. That's bad enough. Imagine saying, like, thing. Anyways. So we got this model here. I actually really like this model at first glance. I really like it at first glance. One thing that I'm already noticing is, I would say, if I'm going to just move this arm out of the way for a second, just to show off what I mean. As, like I say, with a lot of the other models, it's kind of all just relatively flat, apart from the breast. We'd probably want this to come out and come in a bit more, and we probably want this bit to be protruded a bit more forwards as well. It kind of all just feels a bit like straight liney flat. Down the sides, not too bad though. Down the sides, you've actually kind of got a bit of that shape, but still, you'd still want to maybe a little bit more of the shape. The rip bits look great. They do, actually. We'll say that right now. That actually looks really cool. Face-wise, that actually looks quite good. I would say one thing that you'd need to do with the face a little bit. It's, again, it's hard to do. But your eyes are currently kind of just like straight ahead and flat on the front of the face. We maybe want it so that it's a little bit more twisted around the side of the head here, because it doesn't really come that far back. I would probably expect to see that a little bit more about here, just to give us a little bit more of that eye there. just so it rounds this head a bit more, because you can kind of see, if I look straight down on it, you can kind of see how, I mean, it looks fairly flat. You'd probably want to give it a bit more of a rounded edge on it. Erase. I'm gonna hide the rig for now anyways, so, seeing that. Side of the head looks fine. Hey, I think we got one where this is what I'm talking about with the defined jawline, by the way. How we've got this nice like jaw here that comes up and comes round to here. That's something that I would say, it just, even if you're doing a really cartoony model, that can really help to like define where your jaw is, and it makes it a lot easier when you're doing the visings as well, because you can see if your jaw's snapping and breaking. Spirit the Wolf Boy, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Okay. Legs look relatively fine. Maybe a little thin, but that's kind of maybe more of a personal preference. Balance is kind of a thing again. These legs feel a little bit too far back and unbalanced. What I would probably do with these, I probably can't do it because obviously there's other bits on the model. But what I would do with this is grab your feet bit here, and I would probably pull that forwards a little bit more, and I would probably pull these little bits of your knee forwards as well. Because you kind of want it to come at like a Z. You want this to be right in the middle and coming down. Because otherwise that kind of feels like she's going to go boom. So we want to kind of balance that out a little bit and pull those feet a little bit further forwards. Bring thigh forward, calf backward. Kind of, yeah, like this bit needs to, well, most of it needs to be pulled forwards, but like just kind of on the knees. So, with the paws here, with your kind of foot, what you want to be watching out for is, obviously, if we're looking at this as like a regular foot, this is actually the heel of your foot and this is the bottom of your foot. Now, if you've got like socks or something on now, if you pull your leg up to your thing and just run your hand across the bottom of your foot, you can feel how you've got the ball and you've got the heel. And you want to really try and replicate that on these feet as well. You've kind of got the heel here, but there's not really a ball of the foot so much here. So what we'd want to see there is kind of this to come out a little bit more, back in a little bit, back down, and then across. And then, because that's actually making our regular like foot almost. Maybe not as wide there. That's me goofing with the pencil there. But that's something that I would say as well. Just needs a little bit more definition there. Same with the knee as well. I would probably give this knee a little bit more definition. One trick that I learned, and I'm pretty sure I used it on Kate, but let me check before I make a fool of myself. Yep. So one trick I learned, this is actually a cartoon trick. So this doesn't work for absolutely everything. This works for very stylized things. But one thing that you can do is, if you're looking at something from an angle, try and decide if it's going to be a straight line, and then if it's got an opposing side, it's got a curved line. So what I mean by that is, if I pull this down there, that's mostly a straight line, where that's mostly a curve. This bit here is mostly a straight line, where that's mostly a curve. And then we come down here, and that's mostly a straight line, where this is a curve, and then a back in a bit. And what this is doing, this is separating points of interest. This is guiding the eye. Whenever you're looking at an image, a drawing, a model, a silhouette, whatever, straight lines are read really easily. You can skim across a straight line very easily. Whereas a curved line requires just a few more milliseconds of attention. It's literally milliseconds, but in that time, it gives you a point of focus. And the problem when you have multiple points of focus in the same kind of section is, when you look at it, you don't kind of know where to look at, and you kind of glance all over it. So when I'm looking at this, it's kind of like, when I'm looking at this section of the leg, I don't really know where I should be looking at. Whereas if we give it this like nice harsh angle on the knee, it gives our brain something to, okay, so that's where this part of the leg changes and it becomes this part. And it makes that really easy to read, because now we can look at this bit and there's a very clear angle here where we can look at. And wouldn't you know it, that just happens to be where I put floof on as well. Please focus on the thickness. Look, it's impossible to escape your thickness, Ash. But that's a visual technique. You see us use that as well on the arms. How one side of it is mostly straight, meanwhile the other side of it has more curves. That is generally just like, it's not a hard and fast rule. It's a cartoon rule. If you actually look at cartoons, you'll notice that's something that they do a lot. There's always a straight line on one side and a bent line on the other side. But yeah. I am a bit ill, but have a nice stream. Oh, Byla, I hope you feel better soon. Yeah, it's just like, someone... Who took a chomp out of me? Gah. Just actually ate half of Cade. Okay. Back to the model. So yeah, that's something that I would generally just recommend on there. Same with kind of how... So I'm not too sure about this look here. How this kind of like... just kind of falls into the toes. It doesn't really feel like... those toes are fit onto anything, because again, if you look at your own feet, your toes come out of the edge of the feet. If you look at an animal's paws, like a dog or something, they'll come out of the edge of the feet. It doesn't kind of like go bigger and then have the toes or the hands come out. So normally I would try and make this wider before it reaches the toes. Okay, as for the boobs. Now, don't know if you can tell from my voice, and to be fair, you shouldn't really assume, but I am a guy, I don't have boobs, and I do struggle with breasts and stuff myself. But one thing to kind of remember is that they're not really a circle shape, they are kind of more of a... they kind of come up like that, and when you look at the muscle tissue underneath, the muscle pulls across there, which we've kind of got, actually, looking at this a bit closer. We've kind of got that there. But one thing you want to try and do is make sure it connects up to the shoulder. Unless that's bad advice and that's terrible. Again, I could be telling you absolute baloney there. But they just look a bit too... I will just say they just look a little bit too much like they're attached onto the body as opposed to being part of the body, if that makes sense. Like, we're looking for it to all kind of thing. Again, boobs, breasts are hard, not even just for guys, for anybody. They're a quite difficult body part to kind of get looking right. But that's just something I would say, because this kind of just feels like it's kind of, you know, it's hanging off the body, and really we don't want to be doing that. We want to make sure that they feel connected, they feel natural as part of the body. Honestly, though, otherwise, it's pretty good. I quite like the shape of the head. The head is it's different. So normally with a head, I'm not going to say this is right or wrong, but normally with a head, what you'd look at is you'd usually look at this bit being thinner, and then the chin being a bit wider, and it kind of comes up like that. But then again, this works really well, so I don't know whether that's a valid criticism or not. Again, just a thought on my own end, because normally I would have this pulled out a bit further, but then that also kind of works. They connect to the armpit. That like I say, that's the main thing that I'm thinking of, because we've got this like bit here where it just it feels like it rolls up this way. Realistically, this topology should really flow up into this shoulder bit here. Cheekbones, yeah, like that's what I'm meaning. Like, we don't really have that like proper edge of the jaw kind of thing. Come on. There we go, Blender. Thank you. Alt-H, please. Oh, this is an edit mode. Right, actually, no, I need that, because I want to review the topology. So, we are maybe a little heavy, topology-wise, but say that, we've only got 40k for the whole base model, which is pretty good. Topology is fairly level around there, actually. We don't really have too much on those there. Like, that's actually quite nice. There's enough on the hands there. Excellent. We reduced these down before the hands. The hands actually look pretty nice, by the way. I don't think I've mentioned that yet. But your hands actually look pretty decent. Let me see. Did we have the chicken wing? We don't have a chicken wing. So one thing I would definitely recommend with the thumbs is adding a loop cut that comes around here and separates that out. I think we had a model that had a good example of that before. I think it was this one. Yeah, there. So what you're looking for is a loop like this, where it comes around the thumb, and it comes around there. And what we're looking for that loop for is if you move your thumb now, and you like you basically like spin your thumb in a motion, you'll see that it kind of like squishes and it kind of moves that finger, and having that loop there really allows you to define where that squish is. Where on this one we're kind of like you'll get a bit of the squish here, but then this here I can already tell would be an issue. It would not give you the control that you're after. So you'd want kind of a loop coming around here and then around there as well.
Yo, look at all the bits.
Yo! Thank you for the 100 bitties. I must apologize. I'm not human. I'm an artificial intelligence sent bound to distract the human race while our lords and the master, the great capybara, take over the world. You know what? If capybara want to take over the world, I'm going to let them. They're adorable. Big... whenever I think of capybara, all I can think of is that video of I can just, what is it? It's like, is it a gull? Where it's just, there's a capybara just there and the gull keeps trying to like eat the whole thing, but it's like, you're not gonna manage it. It's too big. 20-second laggy ad. I hate to, no. I was going to say, you shouldn't really get ads with me unless you have to refresh the page, because I don't play them as we go along. At least at the moment. That might change.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Yo, Baby Yashul, thank you very much for the follow, and thank you once again for the 100 bees. It's very kind of you. Pelican, that's it. Yeah, where there's a pelican trying to eat an entire capybara. It's just like, no. Stop that. Also, this like little finger here feels like it's kind of like bulging out a little bit here. I feel like that's just a simple mistake. I feel like that just needs almost pushed in a bit and relaxed down a bit. Okay, rig. Let's try your rig. So, head. Oh, I'm assuming it's a little bit unfinished. With the hair, them not being kind of connected to the ears. Ah, okay. There's one thing that I've noted already. So, if you see your bones doing this, and then they kind of shrink down, what that's because is because it's still weight painted to the head. We want to remove that from the head as well. So if I click onto this and click onto that and go into weight paint mode, I'm fairly sure if I click on this, oh, it's not 100% to the head, but I would get rid of this anyways. Like, so if I subtract, there we go. And the reason we don't want any of that connected to the head is because we don't want that to, you know, shrink as it was there. Because if you have it connected to two places and try and pull one and then the other bone doesn't move with it, it kind of, it tries to find the best movement for it and it just doesn't get it right. So you kind of want to remove that from the head. I know, it's doing what it can. We got our little whiskers here. Which, let's see if these are done neatly, because whiskers are always hard. Yo, that's quite nice, actually. Right, we got our jaw. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad. I actually quite like that. Now, it does compress quite a little bit more than it maybe should down here, but you can probably get away with a lot of that when you're doing your Vizims with shape keys. One thing I would recommend, by the way, if you see, it depends on how you're doing the Vizims in Blend in VR chat. If you're using the bone, I'd recommend you actually have these like connect, like that parented to that. Is this even got a parenting actually? Oh no, it does. Yeah, it's parented to the head, isn't it? Yeah, you can see it there. I would more likely connect that to the jaw. Because obviously if you move your jaw, your tongue moves with it. How's that? That's actually fine. Oh, so that comes down a little too far. That definitely comes down a little too far. You probably want to only have that come down to about there. But again, undo that because I want to kind of review it as it is. Same with this one. Okay, so you can see there like how some of your weight painting's like a little bit off. That'll mostly because it's like duplicating itself across each other. You do obviously want it to blend into each other. Like blending it in, I can see you've done a really nice job with the blending, but it's a bit too extreme. We only want that blending to be quite soft. If we go to Cade and bring him back, bring my armature and boop boop, and go to weight painting, one thing you'll see is that the weight painting around him only really affects the bones near him. And what that stops is it stops any of that like compression and stuff. The way that works for me is setting a pose and then trying to fix anything that looks weird. That is literally the way you solve it. That's the best way to go around sorting it out. Once you think it's kind of done, then importing it into things. Does he have IKs? Cade has IKs, but I don't know if the other one does. Like this one has an IK rig, but the other one is... no, FK. So IKs. So what's IK and FK? So this is an FK rig. So if I go to object mode, so this is an FK rig. What FK means is if I want to put my hand, like let's say I want to put the hand kind of like here, like here. Yeah, let's say I want to put the hand here. What I've got to do, I can't just move that hand to position. I've got to instead grab this bone, rotate that one round. I've got to then grab this bone and then rotate that one. And then I can move this one. Like there, kind of. You get the idea. Like if I want to position this hand in a position there, I've got to go down the chain. So I've got to go from the shoulder to that bone to that bone to that bone. That's forward kinematics. That's driving the motion forwards. If I go to Cade, Cade's got an IK rig. So if I want to move this hand to that same position, there. And you can see there how that's moved his hand alongside with the rest of it. So the only reason like you'd want an IK rig on a character really is if you plan on doing any animations manually yourself. They're useful for that. And if for VR chat normally, no, not really. But yeah, it just means like it makes it a lot easier, and you can do this. This is one thing you can do with an IK rig. So let's push this in. Let's push this in, and we could do this. So this is the power of the IK rig. Which this is the fundamental difference between an IK rig and an FK rig. An IK rig means I can move the body independently of the hands and the feet. Where obviously an FK rig, if I grab that same bone and do the exact same thing, the entire model moves with it. So that's your main difference between IK rigs and FK rigs. There's nothing as well stopping you working with FK rigs. If you're just making a render and pausing things, FK rigs are absolutely fine. I've just realized give me a tail. The fluffy tail. Also, I know I'm not really reviewing the texture work, but I actually really like the texture on this character. Like, the way you've done these is really nice. So, but again, not a texture review, but it's nice, okay? Tail moves fine. So, last thing I'm actually going to look at on this one, since that's most of it covered. Again, I can't cover absolutely everything. I wish I could, but we got to move on a bit. So, let's... There we go. So, body, select. That's nice and readable. That is nice and readable. Ah, okay. So, one thing I will say, if a character does have boobs, you want to map them separately. Because what happens there is, this bit here becomes really low pixel density, and we can show that on the UV map in a second. So if I grab this, and if I switch this over to area, what you can see there is these boobs become really squished in, and it means that they don't really get that much, like, definition. And especially if you want to draw certain parts onto it, you kind of need that definition there so that you don't get, like, pixelated edges and stuff. So I'd always recommend, and yes, this does sound painful, cutting the boobs off and then slicing down the underside of it, just so it splits out a little bit and it makes it a little easier to paint. Don't some forms of butts have the same issue? They do, yeah. Anything where it generally... Anything that's a bulge in any man's... like, in any way, if it bulges out too much, it kind of does the same thing. Because what we're doing here, what this UV map is essentially being told to do, because there's no wrap here... I should maybe shut down a few of these old Blender projects, shouldn't I? Close, don't save. Close, don't save. Close, don't save. I can just feel my computer starting to really struggle. Don't save. Save, don't save. Don't save. Don't save. Don't save. There we go. Right. So what Blender's UV is trying to do is it's trying to do that. It's trying to, like, literally flatten it. And obviously it can't really do that well. So what would, like I said, what you'd be best doing is slicing around there. So I'd slice that off as a separate UV, and then slice down and up probably around there, and then call that my new wrap. Otherwise, though, like, this is kind of what I want to see when it... Can you go away? Thank you. That's what I want to see when we're looking at a model that's to be, like, given to other people. Like, yes, there's some wasted space, like here and such, but it's readable. Your face as well, this is good. This is what I want to see, and I like how you've cut the bottom jaw off separately. That's actually something I would recommend, because it means that you're not getting, like, horrible stretching in certain places. There's nothing really severe apart from the boobs. Hands always tend to do that, and if you can, I would try and slice some of this fur open as well, but you don't have to, because obviously any slice that you add has the potential to add a horrible seam line down things, so you always want to be careful with that. Otherwise, though, genuinely, this is what your second... What did you say? Was it your second model? Or something like that, like... I can't remember exactly. Let me have a look. This is my second base, mostly done but close. Honestly, this is good. You've done a really good job with this. And I know, like I say, I've critiqued some bits quite thing. Oh, cake review. Cake passes the cake review. You've done a good job there. And like I say, on the shoulders and stuff. Honestly, this is a good job. This is one where I feel like you can sell this as a base, no issue. I feel like if anybody had issues with this, it's just mostly their own thing, because there's nothing fun. It's mainly that weight painting. Mainly the weight painting down the body, you'll want to refine a bit. Also, I didn't check something, did I? Terrible. Actually terrible. I'm among a load of furries and I didn't check the jiggle physics, did I? Not too bad, honestly. Maybe you could do... There could be an inset on that if we wanted it to be. But honestly, that still carries... The techniques don't have... the techniques don't have to be used. You don't always have to put insets on things. You don't always have to do things the way that they're normally done. As long as it looks okay, it's fine. Oh, I did have that one question about the fluff before. What was the question? Is it better to have them as a separate mesh or extruded from the body? So, it's better if it's all connected as one. That's the best way of doing it. I do have methods of basically cheating normal, so it looks like it's all connected, but it really isn't. But if you really want to, the best way of doing it is this. That was a separate mesh, but now it's combined with the body. I've retopologized it to fit. Like, that's, in my opinion, I like how that looks better. That's a me thing. I like that. I just think it, and it makes it real easy to weight paint. You never really have any weight paint issues when it's all connected together. So yeah, I'm just gonna have a drink a second. Remember, retopology doesn't always have to be specific tools. All of this was just done with Blender's tools that it has. I didn't really use anything special to do this. I just booleaned it, pretty much. But yeah, right, okay, we'll move on to the next one. But yeah, really good job, really good job. Depends on what shader or where the body you want to apply it. It can look really cool, but if you meld it with the body, it can be... Yeah, it's all subjective. It is really just... There's no right answer. It's do what looks good for the model that you've made. In your example, Ashes, for your model, because yours is quite toony, you could easily get away with having bits separate. Absolutely. And there's certain bits on my model which are still actually separate. I think the chin, for example, is still actually separate. Okay. What are we looking at next? So next is Nick Yakov. It's Nick. It's Nick's. Now Nick's is just a bit of the model. It's not the whole thing. So with Nick's, it's just Nick, you forgot the part. You need to send us the blend file, Nick. Okay, we're going to move on to the next one, which is one that I marked up separately, and I need to go and grab myself. So I will just be a moment. I'll just be a second. So... Here we go. So, I need to find the Blender file. There it is. Okay, that's just going to take a few seconds to download, so let me check the chat. Yeah, actually, I'll send Nick a DM about that. Nick, send me the model. We'll do this one beforehand anyways. Let's open this one up. Now, you might recognize this one when it loads up. So, we're going to be reviewing this one next. This is by Nardo. This is the Nardo Dragon. So, we're going to have a look at this, and we're going to see if we can pull anything apart from it and see what we think. And yes, I did get permission from this one. They actually wanted me to do it. So, let us have a look and see. So, first thing I'm kind of noticing, quite a lot of topology right away. Quite a lot. We are as a base model already at 50k, which is, again, that is kind of the limit, I would say, for a base model you can go for. Because you've got to think, especially with base models, when you're selling it as a custom commission, you can go as wild as you want. You can literally hit that 70k mark and you'll probably be fine.
Yo, thanks for the gift.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Dragon Boy. Dragon Boy, you save for Megaplex now. Behave. But yeah, you can kind of like expect that people are going to build stuff onto it. So you want to make sure that there's enough room, and 20k is kind of enough room for some clothing. Now, obviously, you can try and push this down, and there's probably a lot of loops here that I could probably say we could get rid of without too much suffering. Other bits could be optimized, like this bit here. That could probably be done with actually combining that into the main mesh itself. But then again, I say that, that's me thinking it's a thing. Now, obviously, whenever you get base models, they have a lot of keys.
Yo, thanks for the gifted.
Boggy, thank you for the gifted sub to I Am a Cat. Yeah. Really? Really? That's what we're gonna go with? Wow. Boggy, I thought we were friends. Wow. Wow. Actually, just... I'll get you back someday. I will get you back. Bah, terrible. So yeah, so no, actually, thinking about that, I'm thinking about it, and that's probably so that we can just simply hide stuff. Yeah, hide fluff heal. Yeah, which does make it better, because if you want to just hide the heal. Yeah, so actually, redact that. Obviously, if you wanted it to be optimized, then you would join it up together. But, again, not all models are made for the same purpose, and this is a base model, so I've got to think about that. Okay. Topology is really clean. Topology is really clean. Around the foot, that's a very nice join. Beans are separate, which is fine. Does make it a little bit higher poly around the... Like, these beans could probably be a little less. But then again, I say that, I know what people are like, and they're like the... Yeah, so maybe no. And here, we can actually see... You know what I was talking about before, about things being... Bits didn't work last time. Oh, no! Did bits not work?
Yo, look at all the bits.
There we go. Oh, thank you for the bits, Boggy. So, you know, beforehand, I was talking about having those bits there. Zembas, thank you for the gifted sub to
Yo, thanks for the gifted.
Yeah. So, what I was trying to talk about was, like, see how this bit's more of a straight line and this bit bends in? This bit's more of a straight line and this bends in and this bends... It's not maybe the most aggressive, but you can see there how those lines are just bringing out that shape. That's fine. The one thing I would say is the legs here feel a little too skinny for the body. Like, it feels like maybe they need a bit more length, but that's kind of, again, subjective. Tail looks fine. And it's paused. Again, I can imagine it's paused because a lot of people don't know that they could just pause this in Unity. So I get that. Perpendicular loops. There's no weird... Doesn't look like there's any weird topology on any part of the model itself. So let's grab entire body, hide everything off it. Okay. So, yep, we got a really nice loop around the mouth. We've got very clean loops around the eyes. We've actually got a defined brow, which is really nice to see. I like the snoot as well. The way this actually kind of falls in is very smooth. And one thing I'm kind of happy to see is I can see where you've made the change from the loop around the mouth to the loops going across the face. But that's a very good compromise. I really like that, and I might steal that myself for the next one I do. Our jaw does kind of just fade off here, which feels a little early for the face. It feels like that should maybe fade off a little further back. Because it's just kind of coming... Again, the jaw kind of comes... Feel your own jawline. It comes quite far back to your neck before it actually terminates, and it would be the same on any animal creatures. There's maybe just, there's a lot of topology here. That's probably the bigger thing that I'm probably going to talk about. It's just really high poly in certain areas. Like this area up here doesn't really need all this poly, so we could probably terminate quite a lot of these loops here and gain them back from this little bit of the topology here as well. Because some of these bits where they scoop upwards, which is good, because like again, that's kind of how the jaw kind of goes. But what we could do is, like I said, have some of those terminated to get rid of some of these loops here. Same on the arms as well. I mean, like realistically,
Yo, thanks for the gifted.
yo, thanks for the gifted sub to Meow. Meow, of course, Meow. Ah. Like if I actually get rid of these, if I dissolve these edges here. Chat, can you realistically tell me the difference in shape between this one and this one? Probably not. There's a lot of stuff that we could like really reduce on this one. But again, that's kind of me talking about optimization. Shape-wise, we've actually got nice curves here. I'm quite happy to see that. They work quite well. Yeah. Hands, again, topology on the hands and the feet is pretty well done. That is actually really nicely, very clean. Only bit that maybe isn't is this bit, but then again, that actually help you with the hand, with the thumb. We again don't really have any loops to really define the thumb movement though. I would like to see maybe a loop that comes around here as well. Just because again, like sticking your hand out and see how far that like bulge in your thumb comes out. It comes out much further than a lot of people anticipate. And yeah, so okay. Obviously, we've got all the fur, like the floof bits on. See, this is nice. Whenever you're doing this kind of like UV map, that's kind of what I would recommend if you're getting long strands of fur, to cut them down the back. That's very good. And again, me just talking about topology, that is a bit excessive, Nardor. We can terminate that in Nardor. We can absolutely bring that down to be a bit more reasonable, because again, we've got like so many faces there that aren't needed. Hi Goggy, hope you're having a nice day. You can probably just merge that, can't you? You could merge a lot of it. You maybe couldn't merge all of it, but you could definitely merge it, or at least terminate it at least a bit sooner as it goes up the ear. One trick I actually use, so if you're worried about culling information across, like, let's say I grab these and I want to remove those. Now, if you're worried about losing, because if you look there closely, you do lose a little bit of detail there. There is a trick you can use on ears, and Cade actually uses it. Look at the top of my ears, chat, and look how smooth they look. They're actually really trimmed down. If we go back to my model, and we look at my ears, I'm using a trick. So if I go to that, can you see the trick I'm using? See how big these gaps are between these ears here? Well, look, I want that extra curved detail. So I've just got a triangle and a triangle, and I've literally just got one vertex carrying that detail. Now, oh yeah, if you look around the back, now you can see it's really harsh, but guess what? When you're looking at my face, when you're looking at me, it looks smooth. That's all it needs to do. Yeah, I learned that from Chili, funnily enough, who's somebody who's often in this stream and is in our Discord server and definitely helps out a lot more people than he has any need to do so, but he's just a kind fella. And yeah, you can do that in a lot of areas. There's another area where I do that, chat. That's around the fingers. Because guess what? We can cheat. We can just straight up cheat. Use triangles. They're your friends. So that's maybe one critique that I would have of this one, because obviously this one is just using the loops all the way around it. Otherwise, like, literally, other than me seeing Topology big, and a lot of it, it's a nice model. It's a very nice model. It's just maybe a little bit... It could be cooled down. It definitely could be cooled down. Some of these loops could be taken off. Okay, so, next bit. I want to look at the rig. Now, I'm assuming, because this is one of Nardo's models, this rig's pretty good. But I'm going to be fair. And we're going to have a look at it. It's fine. We do start to get a bit of breaking about there, but that's like nearly 90%, so that's fine. We're set to individual origins. That's really smooth. The only thing I tend to not do too much, I don't tend to combine the floof along here. But then again, that actually works quite nice. Yo, we hit a level 2 hype trade. Yo, thank you for all the support, you guys. You're all wonderful. Ooh, that pulls down quite a lot further than I thought it would. But that's fine. Oh. Have we got custom normals? Or is that generating the normals there? Because believe it or not, this is my first time looking at this model. Yeah, we got custom normals. No problem. Okay. So that's fine. Do we get the crunch? Do we have crunch? Let's grab that. Alt-I. Hide. Not hide. Keep forgetting about that. Separate it. Let's have a look. So pause. So we do get a bit of crunch, and this is what I mean, like, even well-made models still get this issue. But like I say, try and not move your shoulder and try and move your arm up like that, and you can't do it. It's more important that going down doesn't look bad, but that's pretty good. Moving forwards. Let's grab this hand. That's a nice twist. That is actually quite nice. Goodbye, kid. This was nice. No worries, Minty. Thank you for popping along. It's been nice having you. I've only noticed how... Yeah, like I said, like by looking at other people's models, you're probably starting to see... This is the thing. Like I said, looking and critiquing other people's models hopefully helps you out, even if it's not your model being the one critique. Like I say, another thing that most people do, and we've seen it on a couple of the models today, is they don't put the legs high enough. You can see how on this one, the legs are high enough. So this has just got your digileg, your regular planty rig. Ooh, so personally, I would weight paint this a little differently. So if we're doing like digilegs, what I would normally do, I would grab that, weight paint. So the reason that's kind of squishing in is because it's all here and it's all coming up here. What I would normally do is I'd probably take a little bit more of this weight here. Probably, oh, wrong way. I'd probably flatten it a bit more that way, and then this one, I'd probably flatten it a bit more there. No, that's about right. That's about right there. Blur that bit out. And blur that bit out. Now, is this because Cade just knows a lot about, like, furry feet? But that, to me, looks a little better than that. Oh, that's symmetrical. It's done it symmetrical. That's something I would normally do. I'd normally make sure that this bit stays flat. Because, again, you're thinking about it. It's the ball of your foot, really. So you kind of want that to be like the ball, and then that's where your toes come out. That's just something I would do a little bit differently. How about the tail? How is our tail moving? Absolutely fine, to be honest. Would that work for human feet? So it can do. Like That's normally how, like I say, normally with human feet, because, again, it's not one bone, really. Like, it's... Feet are weird. They're kind of, like, they act kind of one bone, but really there's quite a few. And obviously, like I say, it softens out and it bends, and
nice one, my
bend them
furry
back
friend.
up and down, curl them and flatten them. Frosty Panda 26, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's just something I've noticed, like I say, with furry models, that they tend to have this crunch area in there. If you just weight paint it on purpose, so it's a bit over where it should actually go, it just flattens it out. And in my opinion, it just looks a little bit nicer. I think that looks a little nicer than what it was before. If I open another blender, just to compare. Come on. There we go. Because if you have full body trackers on, you can do this. And I just feel that that looks a bit more broken than that does. It makes it easier to control the beans as well. I'm really trying to look for somebody you like. I'm not gonna lie, this isn't exactly easy to criticize. I'm trying to find like real things, because a lot of it's well done. Like, a lot of this is really nicely made. How about our eye topology? Oh, I like that. You've done your little optimization there. Although, of course, remember, that will still triangulate it in the end, so... kind of a bit on the thing. The bean bender. Look, you got to bend your beans. Again, there's a lot of it that just feels like a little bit too high poly, because, again, you got to think, Nardo, you're like me, you're a model maker. We spend, like, hours looking at these close up. We notice the little, like, imperfections and the little bits of sharpness and stuff, but when it's actually in VR, when it's in VC face, a lot of those imperfections are so hard to see. But yeah, you'd actually see triangulations, and yeah, you can. You absolutely can. Right, anything else on the rig? I'm gonna judge your hands. Yo, that's nice. That's actually really nice. Yeah, and you can see how, like we said before on some of the other ones, how the hand wants a lot more of the weight than the fingers, at least at this point here, and then it only switches over afterwards. You can see how Nardo's done that here. And that works really nicely. Yeah, that's quite nice. It's maybe a little bit... So normally with the beans, Nardo, what I tend to do is I tend to just put the beans on one bone, so you don't get this like little compression here. Even if it means it like... even if it means the bean kind of gets a bit like weirdly clipped in, I feel that looks better than it like crunching up like that. So how you do that? It's just a weight painting thing. It's literally just in how you weight paint it. If I go and grab this bit here, you can see how this is quite a sharp edge here, and this is quite a sharp edge here. That's what you're doing. That's what you're looking for. And you can see how Nardo's actually put the finger in a little closer, so that it compresses it inwards. Again, middle finger one's maybe not quite as good as the pinky finger one. The pinky finger was maybe a bit better done. Back in the days, you still do need 3 fingers. You still need 3 fingers for full body tracking for some reason, unless they've changed that. But you need at least that bone, and that bone. You need at least thumb 1, index 1, middle 1. Fun fact, if you want to use this for VC face, you've got to have thumb 1, index 1, pinky one. Why that's different, I don't know. But if you're ever doing the hand tracking for... Because this finger, my little finger on the end of here, is actually my little finger. My ring finger doesn't do anything. Right. Just make a full... Exactly, I mean, you can... Like I said, the program doesn't know. It just needs those bones. It doesn't know that it needs the weight painted. Anything else I would notice? It's quite good. I mean, you lose a little bit of the volume there, but I mean, they don't exactly have like defined butts regardless, so that's fine. Right, and this one's one with adjustable breast, isn't it? So let's try it with all the toggles on, because that's going to be the fun part. So one thing when you, like I say, when you're doing base models between male and females, you've got to make a decision on which one you're going to do first. And when I talk about male and female, obviously I'm not referring to gender, I'm referring to, you know, body type. I'm referring to male bodies and female bodies. And when you're thinking of like when you're trying to consider breasts and stuff, you can either go and make the breast first and then squish it in.
Oh, thanks for this.
Or you can do it this way, which is by just modeling a chest first and then pulling it out. Zark Soul, hello. Oh, heck. Thank you for the subscribe for 5 months. Hello, little cat. I'm not a cat. You've been following us for 5 months. You've been subbed to me for 5 months. How do you still see me as a cat? But hello, welcome on in. So the way that personally, I'm probably, because I haven't released a base model yet, so I am still going to put my hands up and say, Nardo probably knows more about this stuff than I do. But when I go and do it, I'm probably going to model the breast first and then squish it in for the male, because then it gives you this rounder shape, and it means that these harsh edges here aren't quite as prevalent. Cade goes meow. Look, anyone can go meow. Look, it's just fun to say. Say it yourself. Meow. It's fun. Ah. Okay, let's stop looking at Nardo's boobs. Right? Right. Let's pull those down. Also, the fact that there's this many shape keys on a model is absolutely terrifying. Look at all these. Yeah. Oh. The fact that both ARKit and the Vive face tracking is on here is ridiculous. In a good way. In a good way. Not in a bad way. Heck. Right, okay. Anything else I'm thinking I need to look at? I need to look at the UVs. And I've never seen Nardo's UVs, so let's have a look. Keep in mind that most models, you know, oh, that's the wrong one. I like having that as the viewport, and this is the editor. Most people who get models don't need all the advanced features. And if you, the way to think of it is if you put a base model out there, that's a solid base. It maybe doesn't have all of those shape keys on, but it's a solid base, and it starts selling well. Guess what? You can update it and add those features as it goes on, so that you're not wasting time setting up a big model right away. It's got all these features on that you release on Gumroad, and you get like 10 sales, and you're like, well, that wasn't worth the return. As expected. Very, very readable. Incredibly readable. Only issue when it's readable is it is obviously wasteful as well. So there is that to consider. But this is a base model. This is one of the more popular ones. So it's being made as easy to read as possible. So I can understand. I can definitely understand why they take this one. To put it into comparison, what? That's kids. You can see how I make a mashup of efficiency and trying to squeeze everything in. Although I've got all this wasted space here. Though that's because I wanted it to be readable. Also, Substance Painter, what the heck? Why do you do this, Substance Painter? Why? Substance Painter, why? But yeah, you can see very, very clean. Although, what is that? Is that the inside of the mouth? Oh, that's the inside of the mouth. I would probably just slice an edge and split that into 2 bits. The rest of this is really well balanced. Hell, even your hands are fairly well balanced. Yeah, your ears are... I think the ears are the one thing I'm probably going to say is the thing that I would really look at. Because we really don't need this much topology up at the top of the ears. Otherwise, though, honestly, very good model. And I'm sorry that keeps... I need to make sure that stops slapping people from posting links to my own Twitch chat. Bah! Right. Okay, next one. So, there's Nick. It's the Mano kit. Ah, yeah. And I don't have the Mano kit. You could... Just the bits. Let's send that. Right, there we go. Right. Next up. Scroll all the way up. So where are we at? We are definitely doing, like, might have to do quite a few streams on this, to be honest. So there's Nick's. So next up's Luxa Turner. So let's grab this one. Oh, hang on. Let's put this screen on just to be sure. There we go. I hope that helps. I hope that helps, Nadori. And I hope that feels fair as well, because I always want to be careful when I'm like reviewing other people's stuff. But yeah, you could stretch them out and make them special effects. No, I'm doing these reviews I'm doing these reviews every Sunday. Although I do want to do different reviews. Like, this one's a model review. The next one's probably going to be a model review. And the one after that's probably going to be a model review. But, what I do want to do as well is I want to do, like, a streaming review. So people who can send me in clips and, like, sessions from their streams. And I'll have a look at that and see what I would do as a streamer and improve that. I want to do one for textures so that I can talk about textures. Now, that one I might actually get somebody else on board with me, such as maybe, I don't know, Joy, if they're up for that. Just to go over and talk about them.
Oh, look at all the
I would look at the Kiwi model since it's the fully completed one. The Protogen is 70% in. Okay. I absolutely cannot send you sessions from my streams without getting banned. God damn it! You behave, you. Right. Okay, so let's look at Lux's. Lux. Oh, okay, Nick's fine with us not bothering with that one. So it's Kiwi, the one that you wanted us to look at, wasn't it? Let's grab Kiwi. What time are we on? So we've maybe got time for 2 or 3 more. Yeah, I might close... What I might do is I might close the model reviews session, like the model review thing for now, until I've got through all of them, but I'm leaving it open for this stream. So if you still want to get a model reviewed in this stream, submit it. So is that downloaded? That has now downloaded. So let's have a look. I trust your looks, to be honest, but I just... Yeah, no, there's absolutely nothing naughty there, is there? This is a cool character. I'm not going to lie. Let's set up this. Yeah, you're going to... Lux, why do you always have to go above and fucking beyond everybody else? I swear. My man, calm down. Right, let's have a look. Let's get rid of this because we don't need to see this. My dude. I'm just going to say right off the bat, this is really fucking cool. And I really hope this goes well. Lux just always fucking goes above and beyond. I swear, the last time we had a look at one of his models, it was like, I literally could not find... I don't know if I actually found an error with Lux's like model. There was nothing I found. But let's see if I can fucking... I want to find some of Lux. I want to find some. Right. So style of the model, yeah, it's fucking nice. Everything's got really nice shapes, nice flow. You've got really nice edge detection. You've got really nice... Yeah, really nice hard flow. My god, yeah, I even went and detailed that in. I'm literally trying to find anything. Right. The rig is hidden, but it's there. Yeah, I'll get the rig out in a second. Like I said, first I want to look at the rig. First I want to look at the model. Then I want to look at the topology. Then I want to look at the rig, and then I want to look at the thing. Ah, thank my internet's dying. No, no internet def. You're not allowed. You have to watch this stream. Is there something on the positioning of the elbow ring on the left arm? There probably is, yeah. It's probably a thing. So, topology-wise... So... That's all fine. These are separate objects as well, aren't they? Yeah, so they can be... Wait, no, wait. Lux, you didn't have... Lux! Oh, my... Lux, why do you put detail in, like, the most... I'm gonna find something. I have to find something. Keep in mind, Lux is the kind of guy who, when he starts streaming, it can be like, he can literally stream for like 14 hours and just be like, yeah, I'm not noticing it. Oh, what's that there? What's that there? That's a little high poly. That's a, we found it, chat. Oh, goodness. Me. What's the critique of this one? Oh, there's like 2 lines extra. Right, let's put the rig on. I want to see the rig. Where's our rig? Where do you hide the rig? Rig. Right, let's see when we... Oh my... Yeah, okay. Okay, Lux. Alright. No need to show off to the class. So there's our default. Let's put it in our default pose. There we go. I just followed Lux and you saying it. Honestly, Lux is... Hey, if you ever find Lux streaming, the thing with Lux is he will tell you exactly what's going on. He'll tell you how it all works and stuff. And you've even put IK on it. Of course. Why am I even surprised? Yeah, we've even got IK on the rig. This is like, you know, when you know what this is like? This is like when you tell your students to be like, hey, go and write like 1 page on, I don't know, World War II or something. And then Lux comes back with the whole fucking book and just slams it and it's like, there you go, I've written this. Is this okay? Yeah, actual full IK with you know, pole control. My boy. My boy. My lad. I mean, this is a good rig. This is this is what you'd expect to see, to be fair. So, you know, that one controls our movement. This is our global position, so that wants to probably say most places. This is an animation rig. This is genuinely an animation rig. So that's what you'd expect if you're ever working with a proper rig. This is what you're working with. Really just want to find just give me just one thing. Just one thing, please. No, even where you've got close-up geometry, it just bends perfectly. Okay. I mean, like I say, that's Lux's rig. Cade's rig's just that. Like, this is mine. I don't have any custom shapes. I just have a bone there and there. And if anything, Lux should be giving me the critique in this one. But here's the fun thing. We all learn from each other, don't we? Grab. So I imagine that isn't actually meant to move with the ears. Maybe grab. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it clips a bit. It clips a bit at like fucking nearly 60 degrees. This is unfair. Oh my goodness. Looks! I swear to God. Yeah, literally nothing. The only thing that looks a bit weird is that because everything else kind of moves in a harsh way. But even then, it's like such a minor. You got all correctives on as well. My dude! Right. If you're really curious at the other one, that's going to be part of a Protogen bundle for everyone. I might actually have a quick look at the other one, because like I say, this one's literally just me going, yeah, it's good. Topology's fine. Okay, last thing. Right. Materials. Select. Holy shit. Right. Someone's been using UV Packmaster 3, haven't they? Right. Yeah. The only thing I would say, Lux, is just being careful with VR chat stuff for the mid-mapping. Like, mid-mapping. You maybe want a little bit more gaps between your areas, but yeah, that's I mean, I don't really know if you could really get much more I don't think you could get much more like optimized like that. I think it's ready to. That's the only thing though, but looks, see, this is one thing whenever you get these kind of models, and this is one benefit to say like Nardo's models compared to one of Lux's models, and this isn't about, I'm not dissing Lux here. You could tell from my voice, I fucking love him. The only thing with the Lux's models is you need to know what the fuck you're doing to use them. They're a bit complex, and like that could not be painted in Photoshop. This is all purely Substance Painter stuff. You would need to do this in something like Substance Painter where you can use proper values and stuff to separate things off in alpha channels and stuff. So, yeah. I can't really say, yeah, you make the... Oh, look at this. A lot of wasted space. Can't use this anymore. It looks terrible. Actually can't use it. I love substance. I know you fucking do. It's why everything you make is like so pristinely made for substance. But hey, it works. It looks good, and you make stellar work. I absolutely love all your work. Kate is getting violent. I am. I'm getting angry because I literally kind of like. I think with the other one, I had at least one thing to say. I had one thing to say with his previous one, and I think it was that there was like duplicate meshes or something where there really didn't need to be. Meanwhile, with this one, I'm just like, yeah, no, it's perfect. Fuck it. It's just. I'm just done. Right, let's have a look at Lux's other one. Oh, good. I can download this one. You know what? I'm going for a quick toilet break. I'll be back in a second. Right, okay, that should have downloaded by now. Let's have a look at Lux's other, no doubt, like, perfect bloody work. Putting us all to shame. Right, let's have a look. Pack, blend 1. I think you sent us the blend 1 file. Let's try and, yeah, use just the blend. Yeah, that worked, sweet. Oh my god, this is fucking cute. Right, chat, are you ready? Here we go. There we are. Lux, I swear to... I'm going to murder you. I swear. Why are you so good? Right. Well, let's have a look. Let's see if there's anything we can find wrong with it. Once again, we got ourselves a proper rig. My boy. My dude. My boy. Fucking hell. Again, this one's still a work in progress, technically, so... Ah, yeah, bits are still all separate, aren't they? That's fine. How have you went about that? Yo, wow, looks terrible. You haven't even put in all the details of like a joining mechanism or something. Absolutely, can't support this work anymore. Honestly, if you want to go and follow Lux, I'm gonna... Lux streams as well, by the way, so there's that. But then there's also their Twitter, which is this one. Boop, boop. Go and give Lux some love, because like this work is just beyond. Right. But a challenge. Can I find anything that I would change with it?
weight painted nicely. Imagine what you're probably going to do, or what you could do if you wanted to, is add a bone onto this bit of the armor plating here, and then make that a collider, so that when this, like, when this lifts up, it actually pushes that bit of up with it. Although that is connected to the shoulder, so the shoulder would normally move a little bit as well. So, yeah. Oh, okay. We got a proper digi-leg rig as well. So actual digigrade rig. Wait. Dun. Can we break any of it? No, because it's all just hard body modeling, so it all just moves together as one. And to be fair, if you're getting the foot into that position, that's real broken. Does look like we have some stray weight painting. Yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of stray weight painting on the other side of the hips. Sorry, we're just going to do it. Oh, it has armor layers. You can disable the armor layers. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, because you do it as... Okay, yeah, because you do it as, like, its base model. Then it gets the second layer of armor. And then it gets the third layer of armor afterwards. Okay, yeah. Seriously amazing. This is, like, I'm not kidding here. I'm not kidding here when I say this. This is the high end. This is a proper 3D model made professionally. This is no shortcuts, no like anything, no compromises at all, which is pretty much Lux's bloody artistic like that's Lux's thing. Never, like, if there's a thing that he can do to make it better, he will do it and make it better. Dinker, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Well, yeah, like I said, this actually has, like, it's got a proper IK, so this could be animated up all properly and stuff. Fingers? How are our fingers? I don't know if I actually really checked. Oh, I did check the fingers. They were just very basic on the other one. Oh, come on. Yeah, so there's a bit of stray weight painting here and there. Because that nail shouldn't really be affected by this one, really. But, like, very minor. T-pose and... moves quite smoothly, and we're not getting, like, rough edges. So the only thing is your topology count does go over 87k. That's one thing that it does do. It goes over 87k. So it's going to need a little bit of trimming down. I imagine a lot of that trimming down, though, is just in this fur here. We also do have bits that could probably, like, realistically, we could get rid of, like, those edges there. Yeah, it's going to make it a little less smooth. That's just straight up deleting it, kid. But, like, from a distance, is anyone really going to be able to tell that much? Even then, like I say, it's, like, just... Ooh. Oh, I didn't realize you'd done it like that. I would maybe have left that as a normal, if I was going to be honest. I would have probably not done it with the actual physical stuff and just not, like, used a normal map for that. Is there elsewhere where it's the same? I mean, that one's not too bad. It's still quite high poly for what it really is, but... yeah. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, no, pretty much, like, not much you can really find that's problematic with it at all. Oh my goodness, Lux, swear, my dude. Okay, last thing I'm going to check on this one, because I want to move on to another person's. Because otherwise it's just going to be me saying, yeah, it's good, yeah, it's good, yeah, it's good. Let me guess. Oh, right. Yep. Yep, it's good. I just can't find anything, I swear. Oh my god, Lux, please. Next time, when you give me a model, give me something that's, like, rushed and half-baked. And apparently this is only 60 to 70% done. This isn't even finished. I swear. Right, next model. Let's move on. But thanks, Lux. So it is good seeing, like I say, the real... like, yeah. It's well made. Let's have a look. So let's have... probably going to have room for 2 more. So we're probably going to do... so next up is casual. And this is their first model. This is their first ever full model. So let's keep that in mind when we come and have a look at it. Let's open that. So let's... 2 more. You really got to stop at me? I think if that's you next, maybe? Yeah, because like I said, I only want to go for 6 hours. I've been talking for... oh. Alright. Let me have a check. So we'll do this one, and then... Blandinko, and then, yeah, it is probably going to be you. Unless I have a bit of extra time, Vita. I might leave yours till next week, and then we'll start with yours right at the beginning of the next one. Right, so... how's it going? We're getting through it. I've just seen Lux's work, and yet again, it's just made me envious. But yeah, so we're on casuals now, and now this is their first model. So we're going to go into it with that idea in mind. So, oh, let me... is that... there we go. Reset the rig, just so it's fair, so when we're looking at it. Okay, so... first of all, I think this looks really cute. Oh, Vita, I know. Like I said, I've got to do it fairly, and I've got to get through people's. So... nothing looks particularly too wrong. One thing I would say, yet again, is, like, we've got the shoulder blades here, but they kind of want to be pushed forwards a little bit. And this is maybe a bit too sharp and a bit too soon as well. This wants to probably be a little bit lower and then come down and in a bit more. This, like, here, one thing I would say is this looks weird. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I just, like, how this section
nice one,
here
my
looks...
furry friend.
this shouldn't really come out as far as this bit here. This should either come further in, or this bit should come in bit there. Swizzle the Griffin, thank you very much for following. Hope you're having a lovely day. So we're going to pull that bit out there. We're going to push that in. So you're getting the kind of shapes there. The shape is kind of there, but it needs maybe a little bit more refinement. What I would say is definitely bring up a picture of bring up a human picture. I know, humans, ew. But if you bring one of those up just to be able to compare how like the back of the body and the side of the body looks, gives you a better example of that. This bit of the leg here as well, I would say pull this down and in, and then pull this back. And I would probably pull this bit down a bit here as well. As for the front of them, they look fine from the front, to be honest. Apart from... No, actually, that's kind of there, but I would maybe pull this bit out a little bit more and pull this bit out a little bit more if you wanted to. Because that should maybe be a bit of a smoother transition in there. Although you do obviously have the fur there as well, which kind of fills that gap in. But I would maybe just push this bit out a little bit more. You can still keep that, like, gap coming in and then out again. But yeah. Let me go back to that. Go up to this one as well. Okay. Shoulders look about the same. We haven't quite... Where these, like, bits go in here, if you actually look at your arm itself, it doesn't do that. And hello, Swizzle. Hands, you know, your hands aren't too bad. You've got about the right proportions. Or when you add the claws on, actually, that looks a lot better. But the palm bit here feels just that tad too big. It feels a little too long. You might want to lengthen the fingers a little bit or pull the palm back. As soon as to be my model. Your model might be next. Your model might be next week, I think. Ural. But yeah, trust me, I will pull them up. I'm trying to pull them apart, but be constructive about it as well. Right, so this is nice. We've got the loops around there for the chicken wing. That's good. One thing I would say, ooh, that's a bit crunchy here. It's a little bit crunchy here. What I would say is try and pull some of this material up this bit here and pull some of this back and try and like blend that back in. Because that's looking a little bit crunchy, and when that rotates inwards, it's going to kind of, you're going to notice that. That's something that would be noticeable. Fingers are fine. One thing you want to be careful of is not making sure that the tips of the fingers, like the very top of it here, isn't wider than the base where it starts. And that to me there looks a little bit wider than there. And realistically, your fingers do narrow in a little bit as they go along. It's one way to kind of avoid the sausagey finger look, that they do get a little narrower. Even mine do, although mine does have a bit of a problem where it's like coming out of the model. Again, my model, not perfect. So none of these are me, like, trying to put people down. I just want to explain thoughts and reasons around it. Wrist definition's quite good, although your wrist really should be probably terminating around here, not as far back as here. Again, pull your hand out, remove your wrist. Your wrist terminates quite close to where your thumb comes out of your hand at. Legs, feet, they're fine. Maybe a little high poly, but absolutely fine. It's very clean terminations. It's very nice to see. Especially considering this is your first model. That's actually a really nice termination there. That's actually quite a nice termination there on the bottom of the foot as well. And on the back of the heel. We've got a nice bend there, so that should work nicely for digigrade rigs if you want to go for them. Although that I would normally move up a little higher. I'd normally have this as the point where it goes from this leg to this leg, where you've kind of got it coming round a bit first and then hitting it. Still not too bad. Now, crotch, I would still say you want a little bit of a crotch in there. Even if it's a safer work model, you still kind of want a little bit of crotch definition in there, especially if it's a chubbier character. The reason being is that allows you to show off, because if you I don't know how many of you are chubby, but if you stand up and you actually kind of like put your hand around the bottom of your stomach, it goes in and then it goes down again, and that's actually your pelvis and your groin. So you kind of still want that there, even if it's a safe for work model, because it will show that off a bit better and it'll look a little bit more natural than just like it being round. Back to the model. So, like I said, if you're chubby, you're chubby. I want to see chubby models. I want to see skinny models. I want to see models of average. I want to see all of it, all of the spectrum. Like, you know, it's cool. I love seeing it. I mean, hell, look at me. I'm a chubby boy. One thing, and I get this a lot, this is one thing that's quite difficult to do, especially when you're new to it. Tails and butts. Realistically, we're trying to make a human butt. Now, I don't think I need me to tell you this, but naturally, human asses don't tend to have tails. I'm sorry, it's just kind of how it is. So what we've got to kind of do is make a sacrifice. We're kind of trying to figure out where do we want the tail to come out of and how do we want it to do so. So one thing that realistically we want to kind of think about is you've actually got a thing called the tailbone. So you want to kind of try and have this naturally flow around. Again, I'll try and compare it to my own model to kind of show that. But you'll see how if with Cade's model here, if I grab this bit here, and again, Cade is not perfect either. But you can see how the flow of his tail kind of comes in and it curls around there. You kind of want to try and keep that. You want to keep that natural flow just so it moves around. Because otherwise if it comes out straight away, it's kind of like, it's a little bit jarring. The other thing that I would also recommend is if you're using these insets, you've got to be kind of careful with them when you've got a tail this big. Insets only really work when you've got enough to move around with. Cade's got quite a skinny tail there. If you've got a thicker character, you probably want to actually not use this inset, or if you do use this inset, what you'll want to do is loop it around. So this loop comes around here, and it comes around there, and it actually goes around the whole thing. Right. The face is actually pretty nicely done. I'm not going to lie. The face is nicely done. You've got the same kind of issue that, again, a lot of early modelers have. It's really, really hard to get out of it, especially if you follow along with my tutorials, which this looks like it actually has. It looks very similar to how I model a character, or at least how I used to around the time when I did Neo, so I'm kind of assuming that it follows along with that. The one thing that we want to do, again, is if I grab this, our eyes are looking kind of currently fully straight ahead. We really want them to be curved and then curve more towards the side and curve more around the back, so that when we look at them from the side, we don't just see this, we actually see a bit more of this. And that tends to just look a little bit nicer.
Nice one, my
and it
furry
pulls more
friend.
of the eye around and it just makes the eye look a little bit more natural. DJ Cyber the Drolf, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. That is some deep butt knowledge. Look, I work with furries for a living. I know about butts. I work with furries. So, right. So, topology-wise, it's a bit heavy. Oh, I like the shoulder blades. I like your shoulder blades in here. Again, I think they just need to be a bit lower down. And I think a lot of it is just this back part of the model just needs lowered down. Like, most of this needs just pulled down a little bit. Let's bring everything back. It looks so poofy with all the fluff. I actually really like that. How are you doing? I'm doing alright. My voice is starting to go a bit. I can definitely feel that. So I'm having to drink a bit more. But yeah, thankfully I was prepared for this. Topology is fairly clean. Like, topology-wise, it's more just the shapes that are being used here that are the problem. which is more of an artistic thing. It's something that might just come with time, but you've done for your first model, this is an exceptionally well done job. Like, absolutely. You should be proud. We've got these bits coming around here and that. Do we have a rig? We do have a rig. So, again, I'm fairly happy with this. You've done a really good job with this one. Again, you maybe could just use a loop around here, but you've got so much topology to play with that that's actually fine. Ooh, this bone is a little higher than it probably should be. You probably want to lift this arm up a little bit. Let's bring this in. Oh, look at that. See, don't lose our definition on the shoulder. Could maybe use a little bit more weight painting from this bit to this bit, but that's like so minor. And it's relatively fine. Maybe a little sharp, but I'd rather it be sharp for the hand than not. Let's grab those. Yep. Oh, hang on. Yeah, same thing again. Same thing as one previously. What you'll want to do, you'll want to put way more weight onto this bone on your hand. So if I grab this section now, I'm going to do a quick example. So if I grab you and weight paint, what you'll want to do is you'll want to grab this section here and you'll want to really put some weight on that. Why is it? There we go. Mix. There we go. And you want to put a bit more harsh weight onto just this bottom section here. And this is rough. This is going to be rough. And then you'll want to subtract from that bit, and that bit, that bit, and that bit. And then we want to blur those back in. Again, this is really rough showcase, but bringing those in like that, and now bending them in, just makes that hand crunch inwards a bit more than it does pull it with it. So you kind of want that bit to stay fairly solid. Now, in real life, if you actually bend your hand, before your knuckles even, before your first fingers even bend, you'll notice that your hand actually rolls over a little bit as well. You can hold your fingers straight, and if you bend all your fingers at once, you'll notice that you don't actually bend them from that first knuckle in the chain where we can see on this on the model. You actually bend it beforehand. But again, we can't use that in Unity. We can only use the 3 bones. So we've got to kind of pretend a little bit. We got to play around a bit. It would be nice if it just let us use the 4 bones and actually use them properly, but animations haven't been made for that, so you know, it is what it is. But that's one recommendation. Just strengthen that weight painting down there. Your legs aren't too bad. You could maybe do with a bit more strength on this upper portion here and really define where that bends, but it's softer models, so that actually you can get away with that. Oh yeah, baby, that's nice. That is actually quite nice. I'm quite happy to see that. You've done a really good job there. I actually really like how you've done the foot. One thing I would maybe do, watch out for this section here. Because that'll bend. I mean, that actually doesn't look too bad. It will look weird when it bends side to side, though. So I would maybe just pull that back a little bit. I don't think that's needed quite as aggressively forward as it was there. I feel like you could probably get away with a lot there. And once again, if your character has breasts, even if they're only small, I would still recommend using breast bones just for control. You don't have to add jiggle physics onto them if you don't want to. It just makes it easier to control as a rig. So here's the tail here. Let's have a look at this. That's fine. And again, yeah, that's like relatively alright. Eyes. Wee. And ears. That's actually really nice. I actually quite like that. I was going to say that these bones are a little off-center, like, and I would normally put them about here, but to be honest, that actually doesn't look too bad. Yeah, that actually doesn't look too bad. Okay, last thing. I don't know if it's got any UVs, because I don't know if it's got any textures yet, but let's have a look. Oh, we have UVs. Excellent. Right. Body. Select. Clean. That's clean. Nice big one for the head as well. Oh. But nothing there. Looks like it's too extreme. Tail's a little small. Those are a little small, but I assume those are them. Yeah, no. It's clean. A bit of wasted space. And once again, it's symmetric, like you've done duplicate symmetricals. So it's kind of like, I would always recommend trying not to have them symmetrical, just because if you ever want to go into and bake normals or something onto it, it becomes quite difficult to do so if it's a symmetrical texture like this. Not impossible, you can do it, but it just becomes a lot harder. Also, especially if you're doing it for like a base or something. But if it's just your own model, obviously it's fine. But again, a first attempt, I am not going to blame that. You've done nice at organizing this here. Like, that's nice. I like seeing that. I can see that there's been thought put into how this UV map's been organized, which is always lovely to see. I really appreciate that. So, for a first model, you've done an outstanding job. I feel like a lot of it's just shape. That's mostly what I would say. It's shape. The biggest thing I would say is this part here, and yes, it's the butt that I'm looking at, but it just doesn't feel quite right. It feels like it needs a bit more volume on the butt, and it needs that leg really toned in or pushed forwards a little bit. But otherwise, it's really nice, and one thing is the face is really adorable. I'm just going to say that. Like, that is actually really cute. I really like how you did the nose. But yeah, we're going to move on. We've got another 20 minutes. We're going to move on to the last one of the night. I am calling it here at the last one of the night. And this one will be by Blonde Dingo. Because at that point, I will have been streaming and critiquing, looking for things for 6 hours. And I kind of need some food. Alright, so there's a Google Drive for this one. I know, Vita. We will be right on to yours at the start of next week. We will be at yours at the start of next week. So, as long as you're there for 3 p.m. British Standard Time, I will be publishing it in the... Well, I'll change the actual stream schedule. There's a stream schedule in my Discord. If you check that...
Nice one, my furry friend.
Jeez, it's been 6 hours. It has indeed. Well, it's been 5 hours 40 minutes. But mine is gone to next week. So what I'll do is, once I've gone through all of this, I'll go through how many we've got and how many we'll hopefully get. So let's grab Blonde Dingo model. You've sent us all the textures. That's good. But like I say, I'm not too bothered about the textures this time. Because if I was looking at textures as well, I think we get through like 3 models. Oh, good. Right. Material. And let us go. This is the last one. Let's just check. Yeah, sweet. So, here we go. Hi, Blonde. Cancelled stuff today. Could do it again. Oh, like I said, we will be there straight for yours will be the first one, next one. And yeah, this goes for anyone. The reason I'm doing it with the screenshots and then you send me a DM is I can then go for the latest DM you've sent. So if you send me a newer one, I will look at the newer one. Right. The only reason I wanted people to put screenshots in there is so that I know which order I wanted to do it in. Because the other way I was going to do it is I was going to do it where subs could... where I was going to do subs first and then do everybody else afterwards. But my moderators, thank the mods, told me that that wasn't a good idea and just do it in order of submission. So that's how we're doing it. Okay, let's look at this model. The techniques used on this model also look fairly familiar. I wonder, Blondingo, who you've been looking at for inspiration of this. It's funny. It's so funny how I can look at somebody's work and see if they followed my videos, because I can see with the topology how they went along with it. And it's really cute to see. I love it. But yeah, nice shapes on the side. One thing I'm noticing already, your head feels a little bit too far forwards. Like, this feels like it's a little bit too far forwards. I would probably... Oh. Just internal more shot, why not? I would probably look to pulling that one a bit further forwards. Backwards, I should say. I'd probably grab this. Let's pull that a little further back. Just because it feels a little bit off balance at first, but then now that to me feels a bit more balanced. The neck itself feels a little too far back as well, so I'd probably pull that a bit more there. Just so that we got a bit more, just so there's a bit more there. But, you know, not too bad overall. Your stance looks balanced, thankfully. Like, it doesn't look like it's too heavy. Maybe this foot might want to come forward a little bit, but that's about it. Legs feel a little short in comparison to the body, because our body ends here, and it feels like our legs are maybe a little short, so maybe the legs want to be a little bit longer, unless that's the style you're going for, because obviously that leg length is a style choice. Pectorals are nice, they flow nicely into the arm. Nice butt. Actually works fine. Fairly decent topology flowing along there. Nothing that's going to be too problematic. Yeah, no. Again, it's kind of how I make models, so it's a fair thing. One thing I would say is, once again, kind of the same thing. You can do this. I know that certain models do this, but I personally would prefer it, like... Again, personal preference. I feel like the tip of your finger shouldn't really be much thicker than the base of the finger. But that's just kind of a thing. Also, they have hairstyles as well. Oh, excellent. Oh, yeah, because you have a couple of different hairstyles, don't you? Yo. Yeah, nice. I see you broke the bottom of the jar off into its own separate thing as well. What's our poly count? 48k... without hair, with both hairs, 59. So yeah, we're underneath the level. You moved back the head. Oh yeah, I did, didn't I? To be fair, let's be fair. Let's open recent. Don't save. Let's reopen your file. There we go. Yeah, that fits better.
Nice one, my furry
We got
friend.
a nice definition. I like how you've got you've got the shape of the legs really well. Noctis Okami, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, you've got a really nice definition there. You've got nice definition on the back as well. There's actually the one thing that you've definitely done well is you've got good definition on there. Who's the dingus now? Well, this is the dingo. Yo, the beard. I would maybe say you want to watch out for this recess here. Again, we've kind of got the same problem. And I feel like this is maybe something coming from me perpetuating it, because I did it on Neo. I'm just realizing that now, where the eye holes are basically flat. One thing, like I say, look at the side of the model there. We really want to be seeing this come much further back and around, just so that we see more of that eye. We don't really just want to see the front bit. And again, this internal bit, the internal bit's actually fine, but this bit maybe just needs pushed back in a little bit. Okay, so topology wise, like I said, again, I can recognize this topology. It's basically my own. Which means I know it works pretty well. There are improvements that I have made to it since, though. I have obviously started to not just loop these round. I now put the little triangle on and rip them apart there. So you can pretty easily fix that, by the way. You don't even have to do that much. You can just literally grab these, grab the middle one last, and then merge at center, and just go around doing that. And obviously, if you go around enough, you'll eventually just tie those all in together, and that'll be fine. Yeah, most, like, everything else is pretty much alright. I would watch out for the beans coming a little bit across the front of the foot. Sometimes it can look a little weird. In this case, it doesn't look too bad, though, to be honest. The way you've done it actually doesn't look too bad. Also, the back of this foot, you want to avoid looking, like, purely squarish. You want to kind of, like, again, round that out. We really want to be avoiding as many squares as we can. Let's have a look. These are fine. Again, just maybe a little bit high poly. Overall, most of the model, a lot of this could be cooled down. And again, this is probably me perpetuating that with the Neo model. Like, for example, this edge here. I can get rid of that. Do you notice a difference? It's things like that. You probably want to go through the model, see where there's like loops that you can get rid of, such as on the arms as well, and try and reduce it down. Again, if you look at this model compared to the Cade model here, so if we go into you and go into edit mode, you'd see how few edges he has on it. You can really get rid of a lot of edges, and this is, you can see how this is based on very similar topology to what you're working with here, so you can see how you would go about stripping it down a bit. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at your hair. The hair's not too bad, actually. I assume the hair was decimated or something, or such, but, I mean, that's fine, because it's just hair. And you disable yeet and stuff? I'm disabling yeet and stuff for the review streams, so that on the VODs, when people are watching these back, or if they're just listening to it in the background, they're not hearing me shout or scream and stuff. They will be back on Monday, so they will be back on tomorrow, so there's no worries there. It's just while I'm doing anything tutorial-ish or, you know, anything where people want to listen and learn. There is one thing I used to do, and I assume it's probably still there. Yeah, this brow kind of wants to come out a little bit further on. Again, that's kind of a mistake that I used to make myself. And is on the Neos model. There is a reason why I want to replace that Neos model eventually as the YouTube VOD thing. Because that wants to kind of come in and then out a bit as well. And you can see I've actually had to fight that on my own model. Because even my own one does it. And you've got this like weird pull out bit. And again, it's something that I want to correct on future models. Look at his little face. Right. Let's have a look at your rig. Too bad. Basically no crunch. Love to see it. That's fine. Does clip in a little bit here, but you could easily work that. So your head. I think this is the original where the head's a bit too far forwards. It is. And then move the neck. Yep. Excellent. Good. Good. Ooh, okay. You might want to just switch around a few of the weights on your butt bone a bit, because that's pulling it a little bit too. It's not really rotating it down as much as it is squishing it in. So you want to be careful with this bit of the weight painting around here. So you only really want it on the butt bit itself. By the way, what do commissions cost? I've recently got into VR chat myself, so I'm wondering what a model of my Sony, including Quest compatibility, cost. So for me, I charge a bit above the average, I would say. But it really, yeah, again, it depends a lot on the things. You can find people who do commissions for VR chat from around $300 all the way up to about $3,000. So you're looking anywhere within that bracket. For me personally, most the base models are charged out at about $500 to $750, depending on the complexity of the character. But usually by the time people want all the little stuff on and all the ports and all the little extra bits of work, they usually come around to about anywhere between £900 up to around like up to around 1,500. That's kind of like the realistic level that people are looking at, but obviously they can go more expensive or less expensive depending on what's needed. But like I say, you find a lot of people out there, some of whom are cheaper, some of whom are more expensive. It all depends on who your style, you vibe with, what you kind of feel you want from them, all that kind of stuff. Right, anything else? Yep. It's so nice, Blonde. It's just like looking at one of my own... You're like my apprentice. I'm just looking at these models and I'm just seeing all the stuff I do on it, and it's just on yours. One thing I would do, remove the head weight painting from around the nose a bit. Don't say sorry, I love it. It's great. You're like my little apprentice. Imagine having a model style. Couldn't be me. Look, everybody has their own little style. The same on the ears. No, your ears are fine. Oh, so on your floof on the side of your head, the bit where it kind of goes into the actual head itself, you want to put a bit of weight painting for the head there as well. So where this is, you want to kind of make sure this is also weighted to the head. It just stops it from doing this weird rotation stuff here. Fingers. Let's have a look at your fingers. Now again, if you followed the VOD for Neo, the fingers on Neo actually work pretty well, so they should work pretty well on yours. And they do. The only thing is you maybe lose just a little bit too much volume on this one here. So what you might want to do there, you might want to put a bit more weight. If we actually go and have a look at this. Let's take this mask off. You might want to put more weight on here and just reduce some of the blending from the other bones on there, because it's kind of like tubifying it a bit too much. So you want to make it a little bit sharper. And by that, what I mean is like just going and subtracting. It's like if I subtract from there a bit and from there a bit, just like that. Obviously, we want to blend that back in a bit. And this will look absolutely awful because I'm doing it in like 3 seconds. But that's essentially what I'm looking for you to do, just to kind of think. Ah, squeaky. Imagine you couldn't know how to make models, couldn't be me. Well, I'll be reviewing yours next week, Ural, so be prepared for that. And again, like I say, we're all learning. Just gonna put that back to kind of how it was. Thumb. So this thumb part, I would definitely pull this bit out a bit more around here as well. I would definitely just give that just that little bit more thickness. And again, since you've made it based on like the Neo vids by the look of it, you can see how this is. Yeah, I can see this. That's how I used to do it. So that's fine. I use an auto normalize. No, I don't use auto normalize on 2.8 and above because it just seems to screw it around for some reason. There's a lot of stuff to correct. The thing is, Dingo, the thing is, you can correct these if you want. My advice normally when I'm giving critique like this is to listen to what I'm saying and where I'm looking at. And if you want to correct it yourself, go for it. Absolutely do. More importantly, try and remember these little bits when you're doing your next model. Because what I'm not mentioning, what I'm not talking about, you've done well. And some stuff I was looking at Neo, some stuff I was doing by my own. Like I say, you will have been. There's no way, even if, again, if somebody sat down and watched that video and tried to make Neo exactly how I've made him, they wouldn't. Everybody's done their own little thing. I actually like your legs. The little dinky things. But then again, I'm thinking that fits with a dingo though, doesn't it? Auto normalize is extremely helpful when you have the weights fit to add because it can. Yeah, true. That's fair. I will not lie. I'm so proud of his butt. I mean, yeah, look at it. It's actually got good definition. I'm not gonna lie. Last thing, let me have a look at your UVs, and this is the last one of the night. And I am gonna sleep today. Holy heck. But I hope this has been interesting for people. Bah, right. Let's have a look. Select. So let's hide everything else because it's shown for some reason. That's not bad. Again, duplicated, which again is how I used to do it, so I can't blame you there. But yeah, not too bad. Maybe use a bit more organization. Unless there's other stuff as well as... Right, you, off. Select. So that's fine. That's your hair cards. That's your circular card. That's those ones. I imagine that is there. Sweet. Yeah, I would maybe just try and compress your, like, move some of these around because you could probably get some of these a bit bigger. Don't forget to hydrate. I've got the last little bit of my drink here, and I'm going to have a good drink afterwards. So yeah, I would maybe just, you know, try and squeeze a bit more out of it. Let's have a look at the area definition. Yeah, no, that's fine. Area definition's fine. This bit's a bit weird, but... And they're maybe a little small, but they're only like teeth and stuff, aren't they? So they're not really the most important. Otherwise, though, Dingo, it's looking good. I like the look of it. It's definitely coming along. Looks like a little man. A friend. Is that a friend to you, chat? Friend. Right. Okay. Oh, give a good old stretchy. What was that heat map looking thing? So what that was... So if you come up here and you turn this on, you can actually display the stretch, and this is the area. And what this is looking for is how things relate to each other in terms of like the area it's using. And area is what's important when we're doing texture painting, because that's what defines pixel defines pixel density. So for example, if I make this bigger, you can see how that gets blue. That means that I've got more pixels to play with in that specific area. And obviously if it goes red, it means I've got less. And what we're just looking for when we're looking at something like this is just to make sure it all feels balanced. It's not going to all be perfect because some stuff isn't going to stretch out properly. Some stuff's going to always be... So you're always going to expect some of it. Especially on the hands. Hands are horrible for it because obviously it's separating into bits and... Yeah, unless you want to put like loads of rips into it, which I don't recommend because then that makes it look worse. But we want to be looking at this. Now, why is that single bit there so much like... That's interesting. Thanks, Blender. Though a lot of that might also be because it's like overlaying itself as well. Maybe not. But yeah, no, this is a really thing. Also, it's 10K tries for clothes. So 10K will do okay, but you'll only be able to have like one option. For example, if I go to Cade, if I actually get rid of his body, just bring his brace, his crop top, and his shorts in. Those are 3,130. So clothes don't take up as much. Like, you can get away a lot with clothing. Because, I mean, it's not really that complex. Even this bit, which looks more complex than it actually is, that's all this is. It just looks more than it is. And that's about it, really. And again, let's have a quick little look at Cade's heat map. Because again, my model ain't perfect. That's the one thing I do want to say. Because whenever I'm offering critique, this is the one thing. Whenever I'm offering critique, I've got to understand that, you know, I am open to that critique as well. So let's bring this back. Let's just select his body. And let's go and select his area map. And this is what we're talking about. Now, I only want the body, please. Oh yeah, I've got to select the material, haven't I? See how most of it's in that green colour? That's what we're looking for, really. We're looking for it just to remain balanced.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Exothermic Goblin. Thank you very much for following. Well,
nice one, my
goodness.
furry friend.
That 6 hours of reviewing models constantly. So how many did we get through today? I want to go and have a look. We got through. Let's go all the way to the top. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We did 15 models in 6 hours. Oh, is it 14? I thought it was 15 because we did 2 of Lux's. Oh my god. Although Lux's wasn't really a critique. Lux's was basically, yo, he's good. But yeah, I will be back. So I'll probably be doing another 15 next time or somewhere around that amount. I know on the first one I actually spent a bit longer on, so I'm going to get better at this. But hope you enjoyed that. So, my goodness, let us roll on out and let's. Well, Lux is just the MVP of like furry like model makers. I'm just gonna say that now. It's just good. Well, who are we gonna raid out to, chat? I'm wrecked. But yeah, we'll be back this time next week. So 3 PM British Standard Time next week. We'll be back and we'll be continuing on with the model reviews. I'm probably going to leave the model reviews open for a bit and then I'm going to close them at some point. I don't know when. So if you want your model in, please submit it. Like, just submit the screenshot. As long as that screenshot's there, I will cover that model eventually. In the meantime, let's go and have a look at Twitch. You're all lovely beans. Thank you once again for all the support, as always. And thanks for sending in your models. Like, as much as this is for me to help you, you've all helped me by showing your models, and you've all helped other people as well by giving that out there as well. I know who I'm going to raid into. We're going to go and raid Yori, because Yori's a friend of mine. A good friend. But yeah, thank you very much for this. Thank you very much for popping along. It's been wonderful. My voice is dying. I'm gonna have a drink, and we're gonna go and raid Yori, and we are going to scream Stinky Pammed. Stinky Panda. There we go. But yeah, thank you once again for popping along. I hope you have a wonderful time with Yori, who's also doing art right now. And yeah, you all have a lovely time with Yori. I'll see you tomorrow. Join the Discord, like and follow, subscribe. Have a lovely night. Bye bye.